Chapter 701 Britain and the East. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. A few days before the Kyushu army's full-scale crusade against Southeast Asia, the Westerners in Thang-Long City and Hoi An Port noticed that something was wrong. Putmans, follow me to the pier to see. Something is a bit wrong. The belly-bellied Dutch businessman was still in Thang-Long City, hurriedly looking for Putmans. The Governor Putmans of Yezu, who used to be in the southeast coast, is now lying on the bed like a salted fish, behind closed doors. He who has been deflated at the chief secretary of Josie repeatedly has been so angry that he has become ill. Cruz, aren't you returning to Europe today? Why are you suddenly returning? Putmans asked weakly. Do you know what I saw at the dock when I was leaving? Cruz said. What? Putmans asked. Battleship, a big battleship, so big. Cruz said. Putmans had a black line on his face, just like this. Who knows how big it is? You calm down first and speak well. Putmans said helplessly. Follow me to the pier. This time something really happened. The Kyushu army didn't just want to intervene in the Malay Peninsula. Cruz didn't care that Putmans was still lying in bed and pulled him up. He'll do whatever you want. Putmans had to get up. At the pier of Thang-Long City, the main ship of the Zili fleet, Victory, is still anchored here, and the frigate of the Victory formation is leaning against the Victory. They are here to cover the sky, like a floating sea castle group. On the dock, there are soldiers from the Zili fleet guarding near the warships, not letting other people approach. This time, their Zili fleet only came to Victory. One formation was in Thang-Long City, and there were several other formations in Hoi An Port. Putmans saw the Victory, which had 3 decks, and couldn't even breathe smoothly. This battleship brings an unprecedented sense of oppression. It's unbelievable. Why is there such a huge warship in this world? Putmans opened his mouth in surprise, and couldn't believe what he saw was real. Even the Spanish galleon is nothing but a Spanish galleon. With a length of more than 30 meters, this battleship is twice as long as the Spanish galleon. It's twice as long. Cruz, can you believe it? Cruz shook his head. I can't believe it, but seeing is believing. There is indeed such a big battleship in front of me. That's why I have to come over and take a look, otherwise you won't believe me anyway. Putmans was shocked and couldn't speak more. He immediately noticed that some of the soldiers guarding the pier under the Victory were Orientals and some were Westerners. They were all dressed in the costumes of Kyushu Army Navy soldiers, and they seemed to belong to a formation. This kind of mixed formation makes it difficult for him to understand. He didn't know that these soldiers were originally Western soldiers on the battleship that Liu Sheng had summoned. They had been brainwashed by the system, while the Eastern soldiers were recruits from the mainland of China. Putmans pointed to the Western soldiers in the Zili fleet and said to Cruz, Cruz, have you seen those people who look like our European side? How can they help the Kyushu army? Is this warship the Kyushu army entrusting our European countries to help them build such warships? Britons, Spaniards, or French? Putmans, have you ever wondered, which country in Europe is capable of helping the Easterners build such a huge warship? If any country is capable of producing such a warship, then the war in Europe has long been it's over. Cruz growled hysterically, letting Putmans calm down. There is a cold sweat behind Putmans. Yes, if any country in Europe is able to produce a giant sail battleship like the Victory, then it would have created a super fleet that is stronger than the Spanish invincible fleet to cross the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. But what's the matter with these Westerners who seem to be loyal to the Kyushu army? Let's go up and ask them. Putmans and Cruz were full of curiosity about the Kyushu army's warships and Western soldiers, and they went to the west. The soldiers inquired about the situation. However, the Western soldiers of the Zili fleet were summoned by the Industrial Revolution system when the battleships were summoned. Otherwise, no one would control these Western-style sailing battleships, and they also taught the local Kyushu soldiers how to build ships and naval battles at the end of the 18th century. technology. Their memory has been tampered with by the Industrial Revolution system. Although they can still have independent personalities and normal conversations, they will only be silent when it comes to their origins. Putmans and crews talked with the Western sailors who were loyal to the Kyushu army. They seemed to have a good conversation, but Putmans and crews couldn't get anything useful from them. They basically only confirmed one thing: these big Western soldiers have a British accent. They heard it right. The Victory was indeed summoned from Britain in parallel time and space more than 100 years later. It was accompanied by some soldiers from the Royal British Navy, but it was very different from Britain here. It turns out that the British were in a group with the Kyushu army. Putmans and crews came to a surprising conclusion. No wonder the Spanish Invincible Fleet has been defeated by the British Navy on 4 expeditions to Britain in the past. It turns out that they are hidden. The British Navy may have more than one battleship like this. They must be hiding in unknown ports, waiting, when it is necessary to obtain world naval supremacy in one fell swoop. I said, how could the Oriental Navy grew out of nothing in the past few years? Because it turned out that the British were backing it up. Putmans reasoned rationally. Crews also joined the reasoning, and came to an even more amazing conclusion. We, Spain, Francois, and the Netherlands are the most powerful in the Spice Islands, but the British have never been able to start the situation. So they united with the East. The Empire of China wants to divide the world into 2 halves. The Eastern Hemisphere is handed over to the Eastern Empire, and the Western Hemisphere is ruled by their British. It's not impossible. We have to give feedback to the European side, promptly impose sanctions on the fact that the British assisted the Orientals, and guard against a powerful fleet that the British may hide in a certain place. And the British dispatched a powerful. What is the purpose of the fleet coming to Shanglong City? Is it possible? Putmans said. They want to destroy us with the Easterners and take possession of the Spice Islands. Putmans and crews yelled almost at the same time. Chapter 702. Francis Machine participates in the war. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Putmans, the Spice Islands are too dangerous. I really want to return to Europe this time. However, it seems that I have received extremely important information. I am willing to meet the big people in person and explain to them what I have learned in the East to win them. I hope you can write an autograph letter and stamp your seal. Otherwise they must think that what I said is a fantasy. Cruz said to him, I will write a letter later and ask you to take it back to Europe. These days have delayed your time, and the situation in the Spice Islands has not improved, but is getting worse and worse. I am really sorry. Putmans did not. After the vigorous spirits of the past, the tone is a little sluggish. You should leave here as soon as possible. In Han people's words, this is the Longton Tiger's Den. So many things have happened in such a short period of time. I'm afraid the longer you stay here, the more dangerous it will be. Cruz told Putmans said, don't worry, I will stay here for a few days and then take the boat back to Batavia. Putmans said, I'm not saying that this is not the city of Thanglong, but the entire Far East. The Empire of the East is awakening, and the Spice Islands are under their eyes. You should immediately return to Europe for refuge. Cruz said, I am one of the governors of the East India Company in the Far East. I have my mission and interests. I must not let the Spice Islands be easily taken by them. Putmans said. The Dutch merchant took his servants and sailors on the voyage back to Europe that same day. Before leaving, he looked back at the huge Victory. The huge hull and huge artillery made him. I feel terrified from the bottom of my heart. Putmans still left Thanglong City for the time being, but when he was about to leave Thanglong City, the Victory, which was still docked at the port of Thanglong City, did not know when it had disappeared. He saw the empty port, and a cold sweat broke out behind him. The Strait of Malacca was controlled by the indigenous kingdoms on the Malay archipelago, the Malacca dynasty, before the arrival of the Franco-robots. Later, when the Francois dispatched a fleet to attack the city of Malacca, the eldest son of the king of Malacca, Muzaffar, fled the kingdom and went to the northern Perak River to establish the Perak dynasty as one of the powerful Malay city-states. Later, under the pressure of the Franco-robot, They had to deal with the Franco robot, buy their artillery, and build a fortress in a Western style. After the uprising of overseas Chinese in Patani, they led the coalition forces in northern Malay to attack in the south. Many weak Malay city-states in the south failed and fell. Only a slightly stronger city-state like the Perak dynasty could block the offensive of the northern army until Franco, a squad sent by the robot, came to reinforce it. The temporary headquarters of the allied Malay overseas Chinese army was set up at Bukit Mertajam on the west side of the Malay Peninsula. There are thousands of soldiers here, and more soldiers are fighting on the front line with the coalition forces of the Perak dynasty and the Franciscans. A soldier in straw sandals who looked more like a peasant returned to Bukit Mertajam anxiously with the battle report from the front and broke into the headquarters. "Old Lin, the big thing is not good. The big thing is not good." Lin Feng walked out. "What's the matter? Why is it panic?" But the situation ahead has changed. The informant said anxiously, "The Franciscans sent an army to help the country of Perak. Our frontline offensive troops were assaulted from the flanks by the Franciscan squad. They have been defeated and retreated to the west bank of the Perak River. They suffered heavy casualties while crossing the river. The offensive forces are gathering on the west bank of the Perak River, turning from offensive to defensive. The Franco man and Perak soldiers are trying to cross the river." Lin Feng was a little anxious after hearing this. "How many people did the Franco robot send over?" The reporter said, "There are about 400 people. With only 400 people, we actually repelled our 8,000 frontline troops." Lin Feng said dissatisfiedly. "The Lord of Perak's city-state also has 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers on the side of Salaku Dingsha. In addition, the Franco robots use their advanced firearms to advance and retreat in an orderly manner. Most of our soldiers are farmers, fishermen, and mountain people on the Malay Peninsula. They were still hunting bows with machetes, and with their high morale, they were able to take down some city-states. When encountering truly strict troops, they would disperse the birds and beasts as soon as they met." The soldier who reported the letter described the situation on the battlefield at that time. "A large group of troops besieged Perak city. After paying hundreds of casualties and was about to break the city, the Franco robot suddenly appeared on the battlefield from the south. They approached and shot with muskets. When we had a dozen soldiers down when attacked by muskets, most of the Malay mountain people in our army had not seen the power of these things. They lost the wooden shield in their hands, turned and fled back, which caused the collapse of the entire army. At this time, the enemies in Perak city also opened the door to kill them, chasing us. And then we fell into the water on the Perak River and suffered heavy casualties." Lin Feng couldn't help being dumb when hearing the detailed situation at that time. If they rely solely on the strength of the overseas Chinese in Malays, they would not have the scale they have now. In the overseas Chinese coalition they formed, although the overseas Chinese are the dominant force, the majority of them are Malays from the northern part of the Malay Peninsula. Their technological level is still at a relatively low level. The old man heard that Westerners are as fragile in front of the Kyushu army. Westerners are suppressed in the Spice Islands. They dare not enter the southeast coast easily. He thought that Westerners are not strong in foreign countries. "I didn't expect to meet us today. 400 people. We were defeated unexpectedly." Lin Feng was depressed. 400 to 8,000, this is a ratio of 1 to 20. The opponent dared to launch an offensive and defeated their frontline troops, allowing Lin Feng to experience that this temporary army could only bully some weak city-states. Some influential overseas Chinese leaders around Lin Feng said to Lin Feng, "Lin Lao, the Franco robot wiped out the country of Malacca 100 years ago with just over 1,000 people. They are not easy to provoke. But although they are powerful, we are behind them. There is also the Kyushu army that is more powerful than them. Next we only need to change the offensive to the defensive, control the existing territory, and wait for the Kyushu army to arrive." Lin Feng reluctantly said, "I originally wanted to give the Kyushu army a name certificate, a great contribution, and let our name be engraved on the monument of conquering Malays. But we only seem to be able to do it here. Let the troops defend along the Perak River. Even if we can't go south, We can't let the Franco robot push back. The next thing is to wait until the Kyushu army arrives and let them deal with the Westerners. When Lin Feng and a group of overseas Chinese generals were fighting in the Perak River basin, the Kyushu army reinforcements they were looking forward to had arrived at the Great Pnian Mansion where they started. 703 pictures of the indigenous kingdom of Malacca. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. A powerful fleet is sailing in the South Ocean, traveling south along the Malay Peninsula. The huge hull of the ship stirred up waves of waves, and the Navy's King Long banner was hunting in the sea breeze. The Marine Brigade has 6,000 combat troops, divided into 3 groups, of which 2,000 followed the Nanyang fleet to attack Malacca. After the Nanyang fleet dropped 500 men to the Great North Nian Phu, it continued southward with the 1,500 soldiers carried by the troop carrier. Their goal is to capture the Strait of Malacca and cut off the navigation channel between east and west. The fleet is found ahead, the number is unknown. The dark-in sailing battleship received a notice from the frigate ahead. Because the Strait of Malacca is the site of the Franco robots and there are 2 relatively powerful indigenous kingdoms, the South Sea Fleet has never been to the waters here, relying on the intelligence collected by overseas Chinese merchants and spies who have been to Malacca. Just in case, a frigate and a modified overseas Chinese armed merchant ship opened the way at the forefront of the fleet. The owner of the merchant ship is an overseas Chinese who has been to Malacca for many years. After being temporarily equipped with artillery by the Kyushu army, he came forward to lead the way. The entire fleet slows down and waits for the enemy's situation to be ascertained. Deng Qianlong ordered the speed of the entire fleet to slow down, and then took a telescope to observe the fleet's shadows in the distance on the sea level. The soldiers of the Nanyang fleet were nervously preparing for battle. In the Southeast Asia, no matter what fleet appears, there is a high probability that it will be an enemy or not a friend. The opponent's ships are small and numerous. There are about dozens of ships. They are suspected to be the navy of Johor, which is closer to the Westerners. The ships in front ask whether they want to expel them or destroy them, said the semaphore officer. The state of Johor is a kingdom of hundreds of thousands of people. It was originally the object of our fight. Unfortunately, this time they stood on the side of the Westerners. Our military intelligence department contacted their Sudan, but their Sudan refused our request. Condemn us as the devil. The intelligence personnel accompanying the military in the military intelligence department said to Deng Qianlong, "Since you don't want to surrender, then just destroy them together." Deng Qianlong said, "A full-line attack, completely destroying their will." Yes, each formation is ready to attack. The column formation is advancing, and the enemy is solved by long-range artillery attack. The semaphore officer quickly conveyed the order. The sailors and artillery on the warships quickly mobilized and hurriedly loaded ammunition. The country of Johor is an aboriginal kingdom near Malacca. Their core area, Temasek, has a prominent name in later generations. Singapore. This indigenous fleet collided with the Kyushu fleet heading south, and one by one stood on the bow of the ship and yelled, asking them with anxious instructions on how to deal with the Kyushu fleet that broke into the island near Temasek. They heard that a fleet had appeared in the north, so they went out to check it out. They didn't expect to hit the Nanyang fleet shortly after leaving the harbor. Before the Johor National Fleet could react, the Kyushu Army's fleet began to accelerate and launched a fierce bombardment on the Johor National Fleet with its single strings. For a time, the jet of water splashed, and the indigenous fleet that had not been well trained immediately fell into chaos. If you are a trained Westerner, you can still fight back when shelled. However, there are dozens of warships in the fleet of the country of Johor, most of which are very backward fishing and merchant ships, much behind the Spanish galleons of this era. The sail battleship of the Kyushu army is like a group of gnomes looking up at a group of giants. One after another, the Johor warships were shot and capsized. The Johor soldiers who fell into the water were struggling with the broken wooden planks. They watched the huge Kyushu warships split the waves, and the planks floating on the waves were getting bigger and bigger. They quickly dived into the water for fear of being hit by the huge battleship. The artillery did not cause a devastating blow to the Johor warships, but the artillery disrupted the deployment of the Johor warships, causing them to fled back to Temasek in a hurry. Some warships were abandoned by their teammates. The battle that broke out in the waters near Temasek soon ended with the victory of the Nanyang fleet. After the Kyushu army destroyed and damaged the Johor warships staying here, it ignored the surrounding Johor soldiers who fell into the water, and ran straight on their heads. Squeeze over and attack the port of Temasek. The Johor soldiers who fell into the water drifted on the sea after the Nanyang fleet left. There are many islands in the waters around here, and they will not worry about their lives if they are familiar with water. But the Kyushu fleet that has crushed over them makes them very scared. There is also a permanent fleet here, but it is not as large as the Nanyang fleet, which is dedicated to attacking Malacca. And the Nanyang fleet is followed by troop carriers and supply ships, which makes the Nanyang fleet look almost larger. Doubled. After the Nanyang fleet arrived at Temasek, it began to use artillery to destroy the warships docked here, and then a small group of troops landed on the beach and occupied the entire port area. Everything is arranged according to the plan, and the offensive on the land will be handed over to your team. After Deng Qianlong dropped the remaining 1,500 Marines to Temasek in the Nanyang fleet, he was right to lead this unit. The camp officer said, "Understood. We will attack the city of Malacca along the coastline, and by the way, we will take down the capital of the state of Johor." The battalion officer of the Marine Corps said lightly. In his opinion, the elite force of 1,500 people, armed with artillery and ammunition, was enough to easily smash the country of Johor. Anyway, it will be controlled by the Kyushu army in the future. I will leave 2 warships, a supply ship and all troop carriers here, and give you the necessary reinforcements. If things don't go well, you should send Deng Qianlong. Thank you, General Deng, said the battalion officer of the Marine Corps. Then let's join forces in Malacca. Deng Qianlong reboarded the battleship Darkin, set sail, bypassed Temasek, and sailed for a distance to the north, where he could meet the fleet of Franca robots. After witnessing the departure of the Nanyang fleet, the battalion officer of the Marine Corps took a rifle from his subordinates and said to his subordinates, "Although our Marine Brigade is positioned by the military to assist the fleet in landing operations, we can't be a supporting role. Kill the country of Johor and then defeat Malacca. Let them see the results of our training 2 years after we were hidden in the snow." "Yes," the Marine Corps soldier shouted, holding up his rifle. Although they are the establishment of the Ministry of the Admiralty, they are similar to the elite infantry units, pushing artillery and machine guns to attack the capital of Johor. Chapter contents: Chapter 704 Competition for Malacca. With a loud noise, the earth wall of the capital city of Johor collapsed to the inside. The Johor soldiers hiding behind were instantly buried. The earth wall was destroyed by explosives. The leader of the Johor country panicked and yelled that the indigenous soldiers under his hand were blocking the soil. "Live the gap." The sound of a hand-cranked machine gun sounded outside the DADA gap. The Kyushu army used a hand-cranked machine gun to block the gap, allowing the Johor soldiers who had blocked it to shoot one by one. The dirt they carried fell on the ground, and the gap could not be used for a while. Block up. Killing the Kyushu army soldiers charged with their rifles. Some of them held their rifles to suppress the bows and arrows on the top of the soil wall, making the Johor soldiers unable to lift their heads, while another part of them had bayonet their rifles and rushed into the gap. The machine gun also turned the target into a soldier on the city wall, leaving bullet marks on the dirt wall, and even clods of dirt were lifted off by the metal bullets. The Sultan of Johor did not expect such an unwarranted disaster. When he recovered, the Marine Corps of the Kyushu army had already invaded the palace. Before he could escape with his concubine, he was blocked by the Kyushu army. Live. The Marine Corps battalion officer led dozens of soldiers into the palace, kicked open the wooden door, scared the palace guard inside to tremble, and the sabres in the hands of the timid palace guard soldiers fell to the ground. The battalion officer stood at the door and looked at them with a condescending attitude. so that the people from the royal palace guard in Johor did not dare to look at him. These palace guards originally wanted to make the last fight in the palace, but when the soldiers of the Kyushu army actually appeared in front of them, they were too scared to resist. Let down the weapons. The soldiers of the Kyushu army near the battalion officer held muskets at the palace guards and signaled them to put down their weapons. I don't know if the palace guards of Johor can understand them. The soldiers of the palace guard had dealt with the Franco robots and knew how powerful the muskets were, and knew that the muskets were threatening them. So they quickly let go of the weapons in their hands. Whereas your king, the Kyushu army soldier, continued to say to the palace guard. This time the palace guards were deceived, and they could not understand Chinese. Don't ask them. If you ask them, they don't understand what we are talking about. We will search by ourselves, the camp officer said impatiently. At this moment, a slightly clever palace guard soldier seemed to have guessed the intention of the Kyushu army. So he pointed to a side hall in the palace. A few people in the past. The battalion officer motioned to a few soldiers. Several soldiers of the Kyushu army entered the side hall cautiously and found the Sultan of Johor and a group of concubines in gold and silver huddled in the bedroom. Follow us out. The soldiers of the Kyushu army almost put their spears on the king's forehead, threatening him to go out. They may be more polite to the civilians, but for these untamed kings, only the use of force can make them realize the absolute power gap between the two sides. Under the threat of the soldiers of the Kyushu army, the Sultan of Johor took his concubine out of the bedroom, and looked at these Kyushu soldiers wearing military uniforms they had never seen before. "Sir, is this their king?" said several Kyushu soldiers who were escorting the Sultan of Johor. "It looks like it, but it doesn't rule out the possibility of being a stand-in. If you want to verify it, there are ways." Under the instructions of the camp officer, the Kyushu army soldiers pointed their guns at the concubines except the Sultan of Johor. The Sultan of Johor was pale in fright by the action of the Kyushu army. He knelt on the ground and begged the soldiers of the Kyushu army for mercy, and even tears were anxious to cry. The soldiers of the Kyushu army couldn't understand the words of the Sultan of Johor begging for mercy. Okay, this guy should be the real king. The battalion officer restrained the behavior of his subordinates, and couldn't really kill these unarmed concubines. There were all harms and no benefits. Seize their treasury and transport the gold, silver, grain and grass to the ship, and let them obey our orders, so that they still hope to get back some of the grain and grass. Otherwise, all the gold and silver treasures of their Johor country will be ours. The battalion officer of the Marine Brigade easily captured the capital of the state of Johor, but was not excited about it. In his opinion, this was a matter of course. The country of Johor is a small country on the Malay archipelago. It is different from large land powers like Siam and Annan. Even the city walls are relatively simple. If the Kyushu army used more than 1,500 people, it would be equipped far beyond this era. His artillery and machine guns were still too high, so he was about to take off his head and go to the Kyushu army commander Luo Sheng to apologize. After this force broke the capital of the state of Johor, the state of Johor fell into a brief period of chaos. The culprit who caused the chaos of the state of Johor did not stay too much in the state of Johor. They hijacked the king and gold and silver treasures and transported them to the ship. Then from the land across the territory of the state of Johor, besieged the city of Malacca. When the Blue Dragon banner of the Marine Corps appeared under the city of Malacca, the Nanyang fleet had already competed with the Franco fleet in the waters of the Strait of Malacca. The fleet of more than a dozen Franciscan warships and the Wushang fleet formed a vertical formation, as did the Nanyang fleet. On the opposite side, the two sides chased each other like two parallel lines, pouring shells one after another into the water. It splashed, but it hurt and moved because of the wobbly sea. The long-distance artillery competition between the two parties only caused minor injuries to the two Frankian warships and more than a dozen sailors were killed. On the Nanyang fleet side, only one frigate suffered abrasions. Today's weather is not very good. The wind and waves are more urgent than usual. The hit rate of long-range naval battles is not high. When the wind and waves are urgent, Whether they can hit them depends entirely on luck. The sailor who is responsible for observing the wind and water conditions is Xiang Dengqianlong. Report: the artillery bombardment between the two fleets continued, and occasionally a shell fell on the sea 100 meters away from the fleet. Deng Qianlong was on the deck of the Darkin, his figure undulating with the wobbly deck. Although windy weather does not necessarily mean storms, it has a great impact on long-distance shelling. This kind of competition will last for 10 days and a half a month. Deng Qianlong was a little helpless. The Franzian has a history of fighting the ocean for 200 years, but their group of people is a newly formed local fleet, and their sail battleship was built with the technology of this era plus part of the future. It is slightly more advanced than the Franca robot warship, but not too advanced. Even if he was 100% sure that he could finally destroy the permanent fleet of the Franco robot in the Far East, it would take time. When we have the upper hand, the whole army will change from long-range artillery to close-range attack, and use our big ship's artillery and the number of soldiers to destroy them. Deng Qianlong is ready to adjust tactics. Chapter 705: The Long Sea Battle. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. When the wind direction on the sea surface of the Malacca Strait began to change, the sailors of the Nanyang fleet who were in charge of observing the wind direction were keenly aware of this change. Adjust the formation and engage in close combat. Deng Qianlong commanded the fleet to change tactics, planning to go up to solve the battle through close combat. The Flemish fleet, which has occupied this sea area for 100 years, is obviously not comparable to the fleet of the indigenous kingdom of Malacca. Only the long-distance shelling can cause limited damage to them, and they will not be confused by the shelling. Before the Nanyang fleet encountered the fleet of the state of Johor, they basically destroyed their will by shelling, and it was enough for the big ships to crush them. But the Flemish fleet was very resistant, and they were ready to fight for a few months as soon as the battle started. When the Kyushu fleet is riding in the upper wind, it must puff up its sails and turn the bow of the warship. Soldiers and sailors on the deck hold on to the masts or other things that can stabilize their figures to prevent them from being thrown out when the warship turns its head. The fleet commander on the opposite side saw Deng Qianlong's fleet turning the bow and knew that the Kyushu army's fleet planned to change tactics. So he also changed tactics accordingly. They planned to use the Spaniards' personal tactics. We retreat and reorganize the column formation. The Franco fleet commander knows that close combat is beneficial to the Nanyang fleet, which has a dominant ship size and number of soldiers. So he does not intend to force the Nanyang fleet, but to give full play to the flexibility of their own ships, to engage in long-distance combat if they can engage in long-distance combat, to drag the Nanyang fleet as much as possible, and to find a decisive opportunity. Franchise main ship is the 1,00-ton Kansakau. There are also several smaller warships or armed merchant ships with tonnage between 600,000 and 900 tons. There are also several smaller armed merchant ships, but even their largest sailing battleship, the Kansakau, is a bit smaller than the four main ships of the Nanyang fleet, including the Darkin. The Kansakau raised the flag to notify the other ships of the Franco fleet to adjust their formation. The other Francois ships that received the order changed directions one after another. Commander, they are ready to flee and don't plan to fight melee with us, said a deputy who was always watching the battle situation to Deng Qianlong. At this time, we are going to compete for speed. Whoever is faster will have the advantage. Deng Qianlong knew that on the vast ocean, it was useless to be anxious. The two sides were like playing a game of cat and mouse and were constantly exercising. The France's fleet did not dare to shake off the Nanyang fleet. The Kansakau, who was the first to issue the order, withdrew from the battlefield ahead of schedule, and the surrounding ships quickly followed except for a relatively small Buddha, which looked only more than 300 tons. Langji armed merchant ships. This armed warship seemed to be late when it saw the semaphore. Seeing that the ships in front of it were turning, it hurriedly turned. The Francine sailor on the armed merchant ship hurriedly pulled up the canvas. Quick, quick! The Oriental warship is approaching quickly. The steerer witnessed the Nanyang fleet's warship getting closer and closer, and shouted at his teammates to speed up. "Damn it, don't turn so fast." When the armed merchant ship turned sharply, many sailors and soldiers on the deck fell, and some of them tripped over the ropes on the deck and shouted, "If you don't turn, you will be overtaken by the eastern ships." The steerer also yelled. When the western soldiers and sailors on the armed merchant ship were anxiously fleeing here, the Nanyang fleet was pleasantly surprised to find that a warship in the fleet of the Franco robot had left the fleet. From a bird's eye view over the Strait of Malacca, the slow-reacting armed merchant ships are desperately following their own fleet, while the fleet of the Nanyang fleet is approaching the armed merchant ships. "Your Excellency, Antonio is on the order. Do you want to return to the rescue?" The flange sailor quickly found that the armed merchant ship Antonio was on the order, so he asked the commander of the fleet for instructions. "Those stupid people on the Antonio, what the hell are they doing? The reaction is so slow. Turn the bow to rescue it, and be careful not to keep a distance with the Eastern fleet, and don't fight them close." The commander of the Franco fleet saw it. The Antonio is on the order, and it is still going to come to rescue the Antonio. "If you die, the morale of the entire fleet will be greatly affected." After the franchise fleet turned its course, it turned around again, and under the unexpected order, two warships of similar size in the fleet collided with each other with a bang. "What are you idiots doing? Don't mind. It is clear that you ran into it, you idiots." "Shut up all to me, leave our ship quickly, or else how to fight later." The two sailing warships collided with each other, and the planks were damaged and they hurriedly separated. Upon seeing this situation, the fleet commander of the Franciscan fleet became more frantic and could only take the remaining ships to support the Antonio. The Nanyang fleet was divided into two. Dakin and Doi with a fleet bit the Antonio behind, while Diazao and Dahan circled from the other side and caught up with Antonio from the side. "There is an Oriental fleet to the east. Hurry up and change course." The hundreds of sailors and soldiers on the Antonio screamed anxiously. The Antonio was busy avoiding the Dunedin formations. However, this is of no use. There are two relatively fast destroyers in the Diazao formation, which are the fastest ships in the Nanyang fleet. The two warships are like a pair of sharp blades, standing out from the formation, one on the left and the other. The Antonio is sandwiched on the right. The two destroyers were gunships of 24 artillery specifications, and one side of the gun was aimed at the Antonio. "No!" The soldiers and sailors on the Antonio screamed when they saw the cold muzzles on the left and right sides of their armed merchant ships. "Artilleryman! Artilleryman!" The captain of the Antonio can only pin his hopes on his artillery hands. Although two ships in the Nanyang fleet clamped them, in contrast, the artillery on both sides of their armed merchant ships. It is also possible to attack two destroyers that appear at the same time. "Hurry up!" The Antonio gunner ignited the fuse at the urging of the officer. At the same time, the two destroyers that flanked them fired one step ahead of them. Boom! 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 The artillery shook the hull, the rows of dense artillery roared, and the white smoke from the burning of gunpowder filled the muzzle. Two destroyers and an armed merchant ship began to shell out, using artillery to fire up. Without a trace of gorgeous skills, it is the caliber of a cannon to speak. Whoever can't hold it will be beaten. Chapter 706 Reinforcement arrives. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. One after another solid bullets penetrated the hull of the Antonio, destroying the Antonio full of holes. Two 24 guns flanked the Antonio, and fired round after round at the Antonio's artillery. The Antonio is the smallest group of warships in the Franco's fleet. Under the shooting of two warships larger than it, it appeared weak to fight back. Facing two warships at the same time meant that the guns on both sides of the Antonio could be used at the same time, but the two warships on the South Sea Fleet split the damage equally, only causing minor injuries. Abandon the ship. The captain of the Antonio could not do anything about it. Many of the guns of the Antonio had been misfired, and seawater was poured into the bottom compartment, so he ordered a retreat. The sailors aboard the Antonio dived and left the sinking ship. When the two destroyers were bombarding the Antonio, the main ship of the Franco machine, the Consacao, carried the warship of the Franco machine and the Darkin, the Dor-I, and the Deshao, which were shot at long distances across the sea. The Francois fleet was anxious, and watched as the Antonio was sunk, but did not dare to fight forward in close combat. These Westerners are really cunning, so they have to keep a distance from us. It seems that it is impossible to solve them in a short time by means of close combat. Deng Qianlong saw that the Franco fleet was always hovering outside the range of close combat. Somewhat depressed, they also know that close combat is probably not our opponent, so they are so cunning. The deputy was paying attention to the shelling of both sides. If the destroyer of the Zili fleet's constitution is there, it should be easy to catch them. Deng Qianlong said, I used to fight with some ships of the Zili fleet. The usual speed of the Constitution can reach nearly 13 knots. An ordinary sailing battleship is only 8 to 9 knots. Unfortunately, currently only the Zili fleet has an independent formation, which exists to quickly round about the enemy and force the enemy to fight close sea battles with the main force. The deputy said, in addition to wanting to obtain a destroyer like the Constitution, I also want a steam ironclad ship like the Yongchen. I don't know what stage the research of the ironclad gun has reached. It's not the first time that Deng Qianlong has fought against a Westerner fleet. When he regained Yizhou a few years ago, he fought against the Dutch, but at that time it was only part of the Dutch forces, not all of them. With this time fighting against the Franco robots, he is even more eager for a better warship, and wants to crush the Franco robotic fleet like the fleet of the country of Johor. Better warships are indeed under development. On the one hand, the shipyard of the Kyushu Army is upgrading the technology of manufacturing sail warships, and on the other hand, it is studying steam engine ships. The steam engine ship technology is not yet mature, and a supporting system needs to be established. Therefore, the Kyushu Army has not given up the galleon technology for the time being. At present, it is most economical to produce galleons. A sail destroyer like the USS Constitution is not easy to imitate. It requires 1,500 trees just for wood. I heard that the second-generation steam engine ship is being developed, the deputy said. The second-generation steam engine ship is still for civilian use. The first-generation steam engine ship can only have a speed of 6 knots and cannot carry artillery. According to the plan of the military ministry, the third-generation steam engine ship will have an armored battleship specially used for warfare. Deng Qianlong sighed. Now that the generals of the Kyushu Army have seen more and more amazing things, they are full of eagerness for more advanced technology. I don't know that the Nanyang fleet has represented the most advanced shipbuilding technology in this era, and the Zili fleet has grown from 100. The more advanced technology summoned many years later. As for the mature steam engine ship technology being developed in the Royal Shipyard, is only at a level 200 years later. The Nanyang fleet and the Franco fleet continued to chase on the Strait of Malacca, leaving the USS Antonio on the sea, which was sinking into the deep sea. Some of the crew members of the fallen Antonio were picked up by the Nanyang fleet and became prisoners under the cabin. Deng Qianlong was unable to eliminate the Franco fleet in one fell swoop through close combat, so he was at a loss for them. The Malacca River, where the city of Malacca is located, is not suitable for large ships to sail. To conquer the fortress of the Franco robots, you also need to attack from land. The Nanyang fleet was able to divert the Franco robot fleet, which has created the most favorable opportunity for troops on land to attack the city of Malacca. There are two troops attacking the city of Malacca on land. One is the 1,500 Marines deployed by the Nanyang fleet at Temasek, and the other is the 500 Marines deployed by the Nanyang fleet at North Nianfu. When Temasek's Marine Corps broke through the country of Johor, the 500 Marine Corps members of the Northern Territory moved southwest and joined the Malayan Overseas Chinese Alliance led by Lin Feng at the foot of the mountain. After the pirates, Lin Feng took some senior members of the Malay and Overseas Chinese Alliance out of the barracks to greet the 500 Kyushu soldiers who had come to support them. Although this Kyushu army detachment has only 500 people, the number of Franco robots who are on the opposite side to help Perak is only 400 people. Lin Feng, leaning on a cane, saw the Kyushu army uniformly dressed, wearing a military cap, wearing long leather boots, and carrying a musket. His fighting spirit was very different from a group of local Malays recruited by the Overseas Chinese Allied Forces. Could not help being in awe. This is the truly strong army, and it is also their Chinese army. The old man is Lin Feng, the leader of the Malay Coalition Army, and came here to meet the king. Although Lin Feng is now the leader of Overseas Chinese on the Malay Peninsula, he is in awe of even the leader of the Kyushu army unit with 500 people. Plus, it turned out to be Lao Lin, whose surname is Lin, and the name is Chi. He is a deputy battalion officer of the Marine Brigade of the Navy of the Kyushu Army. I am fortunate to have the same clan as Lao Lin. The commander of the Nanyang Fleet, General Den Qianlong, has already told me about Lin Lao's things. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin, who is overseas, still cares about his homeland and assists us in conquering Malay, said the incoming Kyushu Army Detachment Captain. Marine Brigade. Lin Feng was a little surprised. What kind of organization was this? But it was unheard of. You can understand that you become a Navy soldier who has come ashore to fight. Lin Chi said. Oh. It turned out to be so detailed. This is the first time the old man has heard listening to your accent. It seems to be from Kashan Mansion? Lin Feng asked. Yes, in the Kashan Mansion of the Chief Secretary of Guangdong. Lin Chi said. It turned out to be a native of my hometown. Our ancestors left Kashan Mansion for decades and still have the accent of the hometown, so when I hear your accent, they are familiar. Lin Feng sighed. It's good for you to come this time. With you we can raise a Perak and defeat Malacca against the Franco robot. Chapter 707. Never surrender to the Easterners. On the surface of the Perak River, some rafts and boats carrying soldiers from the Malay Overseas Chinese Army attacked the West Bank. They were rushed from the West Bank to the East Bank by Francis and Perak's coalition forces, and now they are about to fight back. The Franciscan and Piligo coalition forces on the West Bank sent a rain of arrows, and many arrows fell on the raft and in the Pili River. With a bang, a Malay soldier fell into the river with an arrow, splashing water. The Malay Chinese Allied forces on the raft can only hide behind the planks of the raft or boat, holding a simple wooden shield or leather shield to resist the opponent's arrow rain. However, the thin wooden shield was unable to resist sharp arrows at all, and was easily penetrated by the arrows, nailing the wooden shield and the soldier's hand holding the shield together. Under the arrow rain offensive by the Franco man and the Perak National Army on the opposite side, the Malay Overseas Chinese Allied forces still had no intention of retreating, and they were still desperately crossing the river. The Franciscan officer who had reinforced the country of Perak is now very depressed. He didn't understand why the Malay Chinese Allied forces, who had been driven to the other side, counterattacked like chicken blood. If it is an ordinary indigenous army, even if it does not collapse under their attack, the army will be weakened, and it is impossible to organize a counterattack with high morale. When Francois' 400-man detachment and the Perak State Army blocked the counter-attacking Malay Overseas Chinese Army along the river bank, a 500-man Kyushu Army detachment had crossed the Perak River from the upper reaches, condescending from the north to attack them. Camp. An Oriental musket army was found in the north, with fierce firepower. The indigenous people of Perak could not resist it and began to retreat. When the officer Francois was puzzled, he quickly learned the reason for the Malay Chinese Allied forces doing this. The seemingly fierce suicide offensive on the river was just to cover the main forces' way of crossing the river upstream. That's it. They are just some Chinese businessmen and the Malay natives in the north. How could there be a musketeer army? The Francois officer was still uncertain. It is very likely that the Kyushu army has sent troops to reinforce these Chinese businessmen. Some of the small Francis chiefs keenly judged that the army attacking from the upper reaches is the reinforcement of the Kyushu army. Damn it! Didn't the Netherlands form the East India Coalition? Why are the Kyushu army participating in the war? None of them heard in advance. Ready to evacuate, the Frangjai officer heard that the Kyushu army was participating in the war and immediately gave up his own. The indigenous teammates immediately issued the order to retreat. The skirmish line made up of soldiers of the 509 States Army pressed against the indigenous people of Perak and started shooting at a distance of 300 to 400 meters. As the soldiers of the Kyushu army approached, the penetrating bullets easily penetrated these indigenous people. His shields and armors are simply a slaughter on one side. The indigenous people of Perak could not bear the heavy casualty ratio when the Kyushu army soldiers were about 100 meters away. Like an avalanche, these retrogressive natives of Perak not only made a mess of themselves, but also caused a huge impact on the formation of the Franco-Man. Damn natives, go around a little bit. Don't block our way. The Franco squadron can barely maintain the formation, but the army of Perak retreats in a disorderly manner. On the contrary, some hinder the Francos' evacuation from the battlefield. The Francois soldiers yelled at them, and they didn't know if the soldiers from Perak could understand them. The 500 soldiers of the Kyushu army led by Lin Chi could easily spot the blonde and blue-eyed Francis soldiers in the enemy's chaotic camp. They were in sharp contrast with the black-haired and blacked Perak nationals, which was very conspicuous. Give up chasing the deserters from Perak and stop the Franciscan army for me, Lin Chi shouted. Sooner or later, the Perak nation has to be cleaned up, and there is no difficulty. What Lin Chi and the others want to eliminate is the Franciscan army on the Malay Peninsula and reduce the defense force of Malacca City. The soldiers of the Kyushu army were armed with muskets, divided into two units to outflank them, and drove thousands of Perak soldiers who were panicking toward the Franciscan detachment. Francis soldiers gradually fell into panic. Sir, I suggest that we should immediately abandon our two artillery and retreat lightly. The Francois soldiers shouted. This is a very good artillery officer. Francis looked at the two artillery that the gunner was pushing with distress. These two artillery cannons were transported from the city of Malacca. It is specifically used to help the Perak nation deal with the Malay and overseas Chinese coalition forces. Is it necessary to be destroyed by oneself? If you don't destroy it, it will be too late. The Francis soldier anxiously urged his superiors to give up the artillery. Destroy them. The Franciscan officer almost gritted his teeth and gave the order to destroy the artillery. Soon the gunner blew up their most precious artillery with black powder. The Franco machine team evacuated to the south in an emergency. The retreat of Francis and Perak's coalition forces drastically reduced the pressure on the Malay and overseas Chinese coalition forces who were crossing the river. They quickly landed on the beach. His second uncle, the Kyushu army, is really powerful. Only when they took action, these Westerners did not dare to fight, so they retreated. We were driven away by hundreds of them. The overseas Chinese leader who led the Malay overseas Chinese allied forces on the east bank of the Perak River. I saw Francis soldiers evacuating quickly, and I couldn't help feeling that the gap between the two sides was so big. Before the franchise unit had time to push to Perak City, it was surrounded by 500 soldiers of the 9 States Army led by Lin Chi on a small hill. In addition to the flange robots, some soldiers from Perak were also blocked on the hillside. Blame you idiots for blocking our way, otherwise we would have evacuated long ago. Don't hurry up to dig the earth and build the wall, or we will all die here. The Francis soldier ordered the soldiers of Perak to dig stones, dissatisfied. Blocks to build a stone wall. Plan to defend on the hillside. Sir, there is only a mouthful of spring water on this hillside. I am afraid that the water source will be exhausted soon. Some Francois soldiers are enslaving the indigenous army to build fortifications, while others are looking for water sources. The water source is not the biggest problem. Most of the food we brought this time was lost when we retreated. The water source hasn't been exhausted. It is estimated that the food will be exhausted. The logistics officer was also worried. Try your best to resist. If you can't survive in the end, then dig grass roots, plan mouse holes and catch mice to eat. I believe that as long as we support for a period of time, the East India Allied forces will soon send people to rescue us. Officer Langji resolutely said, "We Western troops have no precedent for surrendering to the Easterners. If we surrender to the Easterners and the news goes back to Europe, everyone will be laughed at. We swear to God that we will never surrender to the Easterners." The remaining Franciscan soldiers also said vowedly, Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version URL, m. Chapter 708 3 Fleet Attacks. The Franco robot trapped on the hillside raised the white flag 3 days later. One by one, the Franciscan soldiers with grey heads and soils dropped their matchlock guns and left the hillside under the escort of the Kyushu army soldiers. I protest. You even set the mountain on fire. This is not in line with the conventions of war. Officer Frank Jai was smoked by the black smoke, and shouted with a face like a black pot. Sun Tzu's art of war includes fire attack. Fire attack is one of the commonly used tactics in warfare since ancient times. It doesn't conform to the practice of war. Lin Chi was in a good mood at this time. His Marine Brigade unit easily wiped out the Franciscan troops in the northern part of the Malay Peninsula, and at least the military merits could not escape. You are not afraid of setting fire to the mountain and spreading it to the entire forest? Officer Francis still yelled. We listened to the people here. There is a river blocking behind this hillside. The fire will only cover the hillside here. This is not the first time a hill fire has occurred. Lin Chi said. Give them to the Malay Coalition Guards. We continue to advance to the south. After the soldiers of the 509 States Army helped the Malay Allied forces defeat Francis and Perak's frontline troops, the remaining Perak's army and the King City were handed over to the overseas Chinese to lead the attack by the Malay troops, and the 500 people kept running. The ground went south and rushed towards the city of Malacca. According to the priority given by the military department, combating the Franco-robot army in the Malay Peninsula is the top priority. And calculating military merit is more than destroying ordinary indigenous troops. The attack on Perak and Johor was just a matter of ease. The Franciscans established Fort Santiago in the Malacca city area to maintain their local rule. The fortress wall is nearly 10 meters thick. There are towers on the wall, and 7 cannon stands around the city. The castle is surrounded by a moat and protected in layers. They have encountered several counterattacks from the local indigenous people in the past 100 years, but the local indigenous people were battered under the fortified Fort Santiago. The governor of Malacca, Mascaru, paced anxiously at the stone gate of the fort, as if waiting for news from someone. When he saw 2 men wearing Francis costumes riding horses galloping from the southeast, he immediately became energetic. 2 Francis men turned over and got off their horses. Dry mouth, my lord. It's really bad luck. Our people going to sea were stopped by the Kyushu army's ship at Temasek, and the Kyushu army has landed from Temasek and has captured the king of Johor. They are marching towards our Malacca. Marshajala's face turned pale with a brush, and he held the stone wall of the castle unsteadily. I didn't expect the situation to go in the worst direction. Why did the Kyushu army choose to deal with Malacca first? Marshajalu sighed. In his opinion, even if the Kyushu army is going to attack the Spice Islands, Malacca is only a third likely to be selected as the target of the Kyushu army. He did not expect that the Kyushu army would be crazy enough to attack Malacca, Batavia, and Manila at the same time. A Franciscan officer supported Mascaru. Your Excellency, the Dutch also came to fight us 30 years ago. Don't we still use the castle of Santiago to block their attack? We have operated the castle of Santiago for hundreds of years. Now, their Kyushu army wants to take Malacca. Nowhere is it so easy. Mascaru did not feel at ease because of the comfort of his subordinates. Instead, he said, when we found out that the Dutch arrived, We asked the governor of India for reinforcements. The admiral led the fleet to come and strengthened and defeated the Netherlands. People. Now, unlike in the past, our fleet's influence in India is less than that of the Britons, and there is no spare capacity to rescue us. And even if we are really ready to rescue us, when the reinforcements arrive, we might have been wiped out by the Kyushu army. Impossible. Our Fort Santiago wall is nearly 10 meters thick and has 7 turrets. It is impossible for the opponent to lay down our fort without an army of more than 20,000. They can only besiege the city, and the food and fresh water accumulated in our fort, it's enough for us to hold on for more than half a year. In half a year, enough for the European fleet to arrive. A Franciscan officer did not believe that the Kyushu army could quickly capture Fort Santiago. There is fighting on the European side. We need the fleet to maintain our interests in the Americas. If the king wants to choose, our Malacca is likely to be abandoned. This is a problem that Mascaru is very worried about. The Franco aircraft that first started the voyage has declined, and its own fleet is unable to organize crusades across the eastern and western hemispheres. The only powerful Spanish invincible fleet has been overturned by the British 4 times. Although it still has maritime hegemony, the British with the rise of the Dutch fleet in Europe, the invincible fleet needs to maintain a balance in Europe. This has led to the fact that the Far East is basically relying on a few warships and armed merchant ships to maintain its strength. We can only pin our hopes on the East India Coalition headquarters set up in Batavia. They should now have received the information of the Kyushu fleet attacking us. They are supporting us with the Spanish fleet in the Spice Islands. They thought naturally, we are here to prepare for a long-term besieged city, and try to kill the Orientals as much as possible. Yes, the Dutch are getting stronger and stronger recently, and they are usually arrogant. Although it is disgusting, we are on the same front when dealing with the Orientals. If they don't save us, the next target is their Batavia. The Franciscan officers also believed that the East India Allied forces would come, and their representatives at the Batavia East India Allied Forces headquarters would definitely negotiate with the Dutch and ask the Dutch and Spain to hear the news of the siege of Malacca. People formed a joint fleet to support Malacca, but they also didn't expect that the Dutch and Spaniards were suffering. Manila City. The Spaniards' fleet was blocked in the harbor, and the gates of Manila were closed. In the forests outside the city, the overseas Chinese guerrillas who fled into the forests of Luzon Island showed up at this time with some Luzon natives, and they even launched an anti-siege against the colonial army that encircled and suppressed them on weekdays. Outside the harbor, the 2 formations of the Zili fleet, the Atlanta and the King, are shelling the Manila port. The Spanish governor of Manila, Acuna, arrested Chinese businessmen throughout the city, treating them as the last straw. At Batavia port, the Dutch were the first to learn about the dispatch of the Kyushu fleet, and they immediately assembled the fleet, intending to join the Franco robots in Malacca first, but their fleet sailed to the waters of Bangka Island. At that time, he was caught by the main force of the Zili fleet. The huge battleship Victory and Poseidon cover the sky, and even the sail destroyer Constitution is a 2,000-ton giant ship with a length of 62 meters. In contrast, the flagship of the Dutch fleet is the Orange, which is only 700 tons. When the Dutch sailors saw a huge battleship that they had never seen before, they were stunned. This is clearly 3 huge sea castles. Even their little brothers are larger than their Dutch main ships. The 709th chapter Super battleship rolling on. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The Oriental fleet was found ahead. There are about 14 ships. Are there other fleets ambushing in the nearby waters? Report wind direction and speed. The opponent is approaching, and some enemy ships are turning. My Lord Governor, please give an order to attack. The Dutch fleet was suddenly attacked by the Kyushu fleet in the northeastern waters of the Java Sea and mobilized nervously. There were hurried sailors and soldiers on the deck and in the cabin. They are already one of the most elite naval forces in the South China Sea except for the Kyushu Army and Navy. Suddenly they were able to quickly mobilize the Kyushu fleet. If it is an ordinary indigenous fleet, It is estimated to have become a mess now. The highest military commander of the East India Company, Governor Cohen of Batavia, took off the cocked hat he was wearing, and looked at the huge fleet of Kyushu army that appeared in the sea ahead in disbelief, stunned. 14 warships. The smallest warship is bigger than the 700-ton main ship Orange where he is now. 3 of the warships are like 3 moving sea castles, like a dwarf looking up at a giant. To deal with them in a column formation, seize the leeward side and prepare to retreat. After all, Cohen is the veteran of the East India Company. Although he was panicked, he still displayed a calm appearance on the surface. The Dutch fleet quickly divided into 2 columns, the upper and lower columns, and began to sail in the direction they came. The sails on the mast of the Victory are fully stretched, and they are moving at full speed. Commander, they seized the leeward side. This is to escape, said a naval officer of the Kyushu army. They seized the leeward side. Aren't we on the upwind side? Let the Constitution formation catch up to drag them, and none of them want to escape. Nelson put down his binoculars and said he hadn't personally been on the battlefield for several years, but he didn't find it interesting to go back to battle this time. In the past, when he led the British Navy in the Mediterranean with the Spanish and French navies, his enemy was a powerful fleet of 33 sailing battleships. The total number of guns of the battleships alone was more than 2,000. They were really powerful guns. In this era, most of the East India Company warships he dealt with were armed merchant ships equipped with more than 10 artillery pieces, which made it difficult for him to raise his mind. The flag on the main ship Victory was raised, and the semaphore soldiers on the deck of the USS Constitution who communicated with the main ship were instructed to report to the captain of the USS Constitution. Fulfill all the sails, advance at full speed, and be sure to catch up with them. The commander of the Constitution immediately issued an order. The Constitution is not positioned as a sail battleship, but a sail destroyer. The independent formation of the Constitution consists of 4 sail cruisers. Their firepower is far less fierce than the sailing battleship formation, like the Constitution, with only 38 artillery, which is incomparable with the Poseidon of 80 artillery and the Victory of 100 artillery, but their speed is extremely fast, more than that of the Victory. The battleship is nearly half faster. In addition, the 38 artillery pieces are compared with such large men as the Victory and Poseidon. Compared with the warships of this era, the Constitution, which is more than 60 meters long and drains 2,000 tons, is undoubtedly a giant. I saw the Constitution with the other 3 sailing cruisers separated from the main fleet, approaching the Dutch column at a very fast speed. Unlike the Nanyang fleet fighting in Malacca, their Zili fleet has such a fast-moving formation, which is like a hawk dog raised by a hunter. When it finds a prey, it rushes up immediately, entangled and shredded the enemy! The Oriental fleet has fully sailed. They are on the upwind side, and their speed will stay close to ours. I am afraid it will be very difficult to get rid of them. No, am I hell? Several Oriental ships left them. The main force is approaching us. Damn. They are faster than us. Quickly, notify the fleet ahead. 4 Eastern warships are approaching, and their speed is extremely fast. The armed merchant ship at the end of the Dutch fleet noticed that the independent formation of the USS Constitution was attacking quickly, like a pack of wolves on the sea, and anxiously issued a warning to the fleet ahead. Your Excellency, there is a warning from the lower column in the rear. There is a formation of Oriental warships sailing extremely fast and is approaching. It is expected to catch up with the lower column in the back soon. The semaphore came to the command of the front column. Officer Cohen said, "How many ships does the other party have?" Cohen asked. 4 ships, Chiubing said. "Slow down all the ships in the upper column, assemble with the lower column, and destroy the Kyushu army formation that took the initiative to catch up." Cohen was forced to destroy the 4 warships that had gone deep alone. In his opinion, if there are only 4 warships of the Kyushu army, with the upper and lower 2 columns conducting parallel artillery battles with them, it should be able to destroy the 4 enemy ships that are catching up in the movement, and it will not be the same as the rear fortress. The Victory Formation and the Poseidon Formation caught up. The upper column in the front turned to the front right, and then slowly reduced its speed. After being parallel to the lower column, all sails were reopened. In this way, the Constitution column chasing the Dutch, no matter which direction it appears from, is likely to be flanked by the two Dutch columns. Will they catch up from the left or from the right? Cohen only felt that his mouthpiece was dry, and it turned out to be too nervous. This is the first time he has fought against the Kyushu Army's fleet. They are catching up from the right, the observer screamed. The four cruisers of the Constitution gradually chased from the right, and on the right was the upper column of the Dutch. When the Constitution, the first battleship of the Constitution formation, and the last armed merchant ship of the upper column were separated in parallel, it was the moment when the artillery battle broke out. "Calm down, calm down." The captain on the back of the Dutch armed merchant ship yelled to calm down, but his voice was already sharp enough to be distorted! He saw that from a distance of almost 100 meters, a sailing cruiser that was so large that he was desperate appeared out of the bow, parallel to their armed merchant ships. The sail cruiser was extremely fast. After the bow appeared, the hull gradually emerged. The 12-pounder and 24-pounder guns on the port side of the Constitution aimed at their armed merchant ships. The captain of the Dutch armed merchant ship took a breath, as if the breath held in his chest suddenly exploded. Almost at the same time, he and the officer on the opposite Constitution issued an order: fire, fire, fire the gun. The gunner also screamed heartily, boom boom boom! The Constitution and this armed merchant ship fired almost at the same time. The artillery roared at the same time, and the white smoke filled it. Chapter 710 Super Era Battleship Crushing Part 2. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. At a distance of 100 meters, the 24-pounder and 12-pounder guns equipped by the USS Constitution quickly fired at a horizontal firing angle. The solid shells fired by the 24-pound cannon can penetrate 5 feet of oak. The howling shells fell on the hull of the Dutch armed merchant ship, smashing holes. The solid bullet remained undiminished, and the sailor in the cabin was smashed into meat sauce. The white smoke gradually dissipated, and the Dutch armed merchant ship was devastated by a round of artillery bombardment from the Constitution. One of the artillery was misfired, and more than 10 sailors died in the bombardment. No, impossible, I clearly saw a shell hit their hull, so it didn't hurt at all. A gunner yelled in surprise, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Just now the two sides shelled each other at a distance of 100 meters, and the hit rate was very low. But the armed merchant ship was hit by 2 shots and the USS Constitution was hit by 1 shot. It's just that the Dutch solid bullet hit the oak hull of the Constitution at a distance of 100 meters, and it couldn't cause substantial damage. It only left a crack on it, and then fell into the water. From a distance, it looks like the Constitution is intact. Is this huge ship an ironclad ship? The Dutch gunner was surprised. If the opponent is really an ironclad ship, and the speed is faster than them, how to fight it? Don't be stunned. Continue loading gunpowder and shells. The captain of the armed merchant ship of the Netherlands was also shocked that his artillery was ineffective against the huge ships of the Kyushu army, but the artillery was the only way they could deal with the Kyushu army. He could not get close. The USS Constitution, right? Regardless of the number of soldiers on the USS Constitution, that is far more than that of the armed merchant ships. If the main force of the Kyushu fleet in close combat catches up, they really don't want to escape. The stunned artillery continued to reload the shells under the yell of the captain. The captain anxiously waited for the gunners to load the artillery. They usually took 2 minutes to organize a shot. However, he was horrified to find that the Constitution had been loaded with ammunition within 1 minute. Boom! The gunners of the Constitution roared again when the Dutch gunners were busy loading shells, and the hull shook. The white smoke was filled, and the armed merchant ship was hit by 2 solid rounds even though it was still confronting the USS Constitution in parallel. The confidence of the captain of the armed merchant ship was about to collapse. He found that his artillery not only could not severely damage the Constitution, but even the gunners' loading speed was inexplicably slower than theirs. The opponent could fire a volley in just 1 minute. The Constitution only carried out 3 rounds of shelling on the armed merchant ships, and the hull passed the armed merchant ships because of its speed, and opened fire with the Dutch warship in front of the armed merchant ships. After the Constitution, the sail cruiser behind the Constitution took the place of the Constitution and began to harvest armed merchant ships. Not only the USS Constitution, but the 3 sail cruisers led by USS Constitution were also summoned from the beginning of the 19th century. The firepower is also very cruel, and they are all large ships of more than 1,500 tons. The anti-strike ability is far more than that of armed merchant ships of several hundred tons. Wars broke out in the rear of the column, and Cohen at the forefront was like an ant on a hot pot. Now the entire fleet is sailing to the southeast, in a Twukalim formation, and his warship at the front can't turn around. Slightly reduce the speed of the ship, let the lower column overtake us, and become the upper column, flanking them. Cohen could only mobilize another column to cross from the front, so that the 2 columns would flanking the Constitution formation from left to right. The Dutch fleet was divided into 2 columns, and the Kyushu army had 3 formations, all of which were pursued in columns. Only the Constitution formation used its superior mobility to conduct maritime assaults. The 2 sides chased for an hour on the Java Sea. The first Dutch armed merchant ship that was hit has been destroyed by the sailing cruiser that followed. The Dutch armed merchant ship that slowed down was overtaken by the Victory and Poseidon formations behind, and was shelled again. It was instantly engulfed by hundreds of artillery shells and was buried on the bottom of the sea. The Dutch sailors who fell into the water estimated that they would die in 9 deaths, because after some chase, they are now in the middle area of the Java Sea, far away from the island. The Victory and Poseidon formations were busy chasing the East India Company fleet ahead, but they were not in the mood to capture them. They can only pin their hopes on merchant ships that may pass by. More than 30 warships continued to chase in the Java waters. After a series of tactical adjustments by the Dutch, the 2 columns finally caught the Constitution formation in the middle. The 2 columns of warships bombarded the Constitution formation at the same time, turning into an artillery battle between 3 parallel lines. The Constitution relied on its head, not afraid, nor retreating, but fired on the Dutch warships on the left and right at the same time. 4 sailing cruisers are sandwiched by 2 columns, and nearly 20 Dutch warships are caught in the middle waters, without any bells and whistles, just use fierce artillery. The 2 Dutch warship columns are very long. Not all warships can attack the Constitution formation. In fact, fewer than 10 warships are shelling each other with the 4 cruisers of the Constitution formation, and the Constitution is around. The artillery on both sides can fire, as long as the other side cannot destroy it. It has the confidence to destroy the other side. The captains of the Dutch warships sandwiched the Constitution formation, and kept bombarding the Constitution formation with artillery, but they were never able to severely damage them, so that the captains stomped straight. They found that 10 warships fired at the same time, not as strong as the others' 4 warships. The guns on the left and right sides of the others' 4 warships could fire, and the speed of loading gunpowder shells was twice as fast as theirs. It looked like 4. The ship is actually equivalent to 16 Dutch warships fighting them. This is not the difference in the quality of the opponent's artillery. In the chase, 2 Dutch warships were thrown to the ground by the Constitution formation. As long as the rudder or mast were destroyed by the Constitution shells, once the speed dropped, it would mean death. The formations of Victory and Poseidon will harvest the damaged ships. Your Excellency, 3 of our ships were damaged and destroyed by enemy ships behind. The sailor on the Orange reported the loss of the column to Cohen. Cohen's eyes were filled with despair. More than 20 warships sandwiched 4 enemy ships and shelled each other for a long time. They were unable to severely damage one of the other ships. Instead, they had 3 ships on the ground. The most depressing thing is that you can't escape. You can't fight and fight, and it's useless to try to deal with it. Retreat to Batavia and rely on the fort to stop them. Cohen said wearily, he can only hope that Batavia's fort can stop this terrible fleet. Chapter 711 Assassination. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Batavia is the headquarters of the Dutch East India Company in the Far East, as well as the headquarters of the East India Allied Forces newly organized by the Dutch. The Spaniards and Franciscans have seats here, especially after the Franciscan representative learned that the Kyushu army had attacked the Malacca Strait. They urged the Dutch and Spaniards to come and support Malacca. Within a few days, news that Manila was blocked by the Kyushu army spread to Batavia, and the Spanish representative went crazy. I demand that we send troops to rescue Manila immediately. Luzon is the only place to pass to the east and southeast coast of China. If Luzon is lost, our future trade in the Far East will be greatly affected. The Spanish representative worked hard. The ground slapped the wooden table and asked the East India Allied Forces to support Manila. Our Dutch fleet has already set off to support Malacca. No matter how you urge it, it's useless. Malacca was attacked by the Kyushu army in advance. When news from Manila came, Batavia had no ships to fight. The director of the East India Company said helplessly, "Damn Orientals, where do they come from so many warships that can attack Malacca and Manila at the same time?" I had known that the governor did not allow the governor to support Malacca, but went straight to the Hoi An port occupied by the Kyushu army. They came out, and the seas behind must void, if a surprise attack is sure to achieve results. Another director said, "What's the use of saying these now? We don't have any warships anymore. The Orientals are beginning to rise, and there is still a fight on the European side. Now we can only count on Malacca to clear the siege as soon as possible, and then our Dutch and Franco fleet as soon as possible. Go to Manila to rescue." The previous director said. The representative of Francis, the representative of Spain, and the director of the East India Company were worried. Now the entire Spice Islands is shrouded in the shadow of war, and they are in danger of being uprooted. If several European forces knew that Francis, Spain, and the Netherlands would sit together in the Far East and unite against the enemy, they would be surprised. I propose that before the situation becomes clear, we should strengthen the defense of Batavia, especially the coastal defense turrets, to prevent the Kyushu army's fleet from attacking our Batavia. A director of the East India Company said, "The Kyushu army has already fought on 2 fronts. How can there be more power to attack our Batavia?" Almost everyone couldn't believe it. "It's better to be more careful," said the director who proposed strengthening coastal defense. When the meeting was held at the headquarters of the East India Allied Forces, outside the stone hut where their headquarters was located, a few naked Javanese looked sneakily inside the iron fence. The Dutch soldiers who stood guard on one side of the iron fence saw these sneaky Javanese, walked to the iron fence, and slammed them fiercely. "You people, this is not where you should be. Get out of here." Several Javanese were not afraid of them, but looked at the dirt roads on both sides and did not see other pedestrians. Bang! One of the Javanese took the lead and took out a revolver from behind the waistband and killed the Dutch soldier closest to him on the spot. Several other Javanese also took out their pistols and fired at the Dutch soldiers inside the iron fence. More than a dozen guns fired, and they shot and killed the unsuspecting Dutch soldiers. Several Javanese took out the paper bullet shells from their trouser pockets, loaded the bullets, and kicked open the unlocked iron door. Under the leadership of the small boss, they rushed into the headquarters building of the East India Allied Forces. "What are you?" The Dutchman at the front desk of the headquarters building looked at the several Javanese who rushed in horror. However, before he finished speaking, He was shot and killed by a Javanese with a revolver. A series of gunshots downstairs alarmed the Franco machine representatives, the Spanish representatives and the directors of the East India Company who were in the meeting. "What's going on? Why is there the sound of gunfire?" Representative Francois and Spain were shocked. The directors of the East India Company were also puzzled. "I'll go out and have a look." One of the directors stood up, opened the door of the meeting room, and shouted, "Ison, what happened?" Bang! Another shocking gunshot sounded. The director who opened the door and poked his head was headshot from the side and fell into a pool of blood. A group of East India Coalition representatives in the conference room screamed in fright and pressed tightly against the wall. The directors of the East India Company were so frightened by this situation that their scalp numb, and they shuddered to find their own pistol, or to get the matchlock hung on the wall. However, there was not much time left for them. A few Javanese had already appeared at the door and shot at the people inside. They used a revolver that could fire several bursts, and before the directors and representatives of the East India Company had reacted, they shot them to death. After succeeding, a few Javanese hurriedly left, leaving behind the representatives of the Allied East India Army who fell to the ground. The gunfire here alarmed the garrison in Batavia. When Dutch soldiers arrived at the headquarters of the East India Coalition, several Javanese had disappeared. Not only was the East India Allied Forces building attacked by killers, but there were also several places in Batavia that were also hit by the same disaster. Without exception, these places are not the important command hubs of the East India Company. A Dutch officer picked up a revolver from the ground, and saw the strange structure of the revolver. He was a little confused. "Sir, this must be the musket left by the assassin when he hurried away," said a Dutch soldier who inspected the scene. "This gun is really weird." The Dutch officer fiddled with a revolver he had never seen before. Bang! He accidentally squeezed the trigger, and the revolver fired a shot into the sky, scaring the surrounding Dutch soldiers like a frightened bird. "Don't panic." The Dutch officer was also frightened, but he soon knew how to play the revolver, and couldn't help but praise, "My God, there are such exquisitely constructed pistols in this world. Going back to Europe for production will definitely make a fortune." But then he seemed to think of something. The Kyushu army that can produce such an ingenious pistol in this world must be the ones who assassinated a high level. "No, I know their intentions." Suddenly, the Dutch officer looked at the direction of the coastal defense turret. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Black smoke billowed in the direction where the coastal defense turret was located. Shouts of killing and gunfire became chaotic. Ruined. The Dutch officer suddenly chilled for most of the time, and the coastal defense turret was destroyed, indicating that the Kyushu army's fleet will soon arrive. Chapter 712 Destroy the Coastal Defense Fortress. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. At the coastal defense turret in Batavia, a group of Javanese armed with revolvers or Dreiser rifles attacked dozens of Dutch soldiers guarding the turret, and then destroyed the artillery with picric acid explosives. Picric acid explosive is far more powerful than ordinary black powder, and it is extremely flammable. After the explosion, it creates a sea of fire and makes the surrounding smoke billowing. After they succeeded, the Javanese huddled in a fortress they had occupied, relying on the fortress to resist and outflank Dutch soldiers. Hundreds of Dutch soldiers gathered around the fort and attacked, but they couldn't attack it for a while. "Artillery! Bring the artillery to me. These damn Javanese dare to help the Kyushu army blow up our fort. I must kill them all." A Dutch officer saw the black smoky fort, exclaimed furiously. Based on their insights, the local Javanese natives absolutely cannot have such a powerful firepower, possessing the gunpowder that can easily blow up the fort. And thinking about it with their toes, they know that the Kyushu army is instructing them. Almost all the Dutch soldiers in Batavia gathered here, and several cannons were pushed in, ready to be used to conquer the fortress trapped by the Javanese. "Some time ago, we were short of manpower in the plantation here," So we went to the surrounding islands to catch a group of Javanese to fill the manpower. The ship escorting them hit a rock and sank. I think these were the Javanese who were missing on the ship. People, said a Dutch officer. Are you saying that the Kyushu army secretly rescued them and then trained them to become killers? The previous Dutch officer said in surprise, if this is the case, how terrible they should be. I think they should have infiltrated Batavia a long time ago. There should be a lot of Kyushu army sea-liners in the city now. Maybe you and I are under their watch now, a Dutch officer said. In fact, the Dutch officer didn't think wrong. His eyes were watching them in the dark. The coastal defense artillery was destroyed, and there were several assassinations in Batavia, which caused panic, especially the pier workers who were evacuated urgently on the pier. One of the dockers is no different from the ordinary dockers. They all looked and by the hot sun. From time to time, he glanced in the direction of the blocked Javanese, and muttered to himself, don't worry, even if you are killed in battle, I will guarantee that your people will be safe from food and clothing in the future. Fire. Although the angry Dutch people knew that the culprit was the Kyushu army behind them, they would not find anyone from the Kyushu army for a while, and could only vent their anger with the Javanese who acted as thugs. Several cannons pushed below the fortress began to shell the fortress, and Dutch soldiers launched an assault on the fortress where the Javanese were located. Less than 50 miles away from Batavia, Cohen led the Dutch fleet and finally fled here, and then continued to the southeast to enter the harbor where Batavia was located. With Batavia's gun emplacements on land, he believed that even the Kyushu army's fleet would not dare to easily compete with gun emplacements on land. Sailing ships will be sunk, but land will not be sunk. Not only Cohen, but other Dutch sailors and naval soldiers also cried with joy, and soon they will be temporarily safe. The chase in the Java Sea made them almost collapsed. They were hung and beaten by a much smaller number of warships than their Constitution formation. 5 gunboats in a row were injured by the Constitution formation, and they were then followed by the Victory formation. Poseidon formation engulfed. But they soon fell into despair, because they saw Batavia with billowing black smoke. Governor, Batavia seems to have been attacked. The observer said to Cohen, nonsense. Don't I have eyes? Cohen said angrily. His mind is blank now, and he doesn't know how to deal with the current situation. At this time Batavia was emitting black smoke, and the location of the black smoke was exactly where the coastal defense fort was located. It is very likely that the coastal defense artillery they wanted to rely on had died. If this is the case, my own fleet entered the harbor of Batavia and was blocked by the fleet of the Kyushu army, which is equivalent to entering the grave. But if you continue to chase the Kyushu fleet in the Pacific, you will be consumed by the Kyushu fleet sooner or later. One is more straightforward to die, and the other is more long-lasting. It's disgusting no matter how you choose. Your Excellency, we can't run the Kyushu fleet at all. We believe that the defenders in Batavia should not be able to destroy the important coastal defense turrets. A sailor said to Cohen. These sailors are really scared and chased at sea with the Kyushu fleet. At the very least, after landing ashore, I can still feel more at ease, otherwise I will fall into the sea and die forever. Bypass Batavia, you must not be blocked in the harbor. We are familiar with the seas to the east, and you can definitely escape. Even if you return to Europe, don't be caught by the Kyushu army. Do you want to become the Kyushu army? Captives? Who knows how they will treat them? Cohen resolutely judged that Batavia's coastal defense fort had been destroyed, so he ordered the fleet to bypass Batavia, intending to continue to the east. There are some small strongholds of Western colonists. If you can use the hydrology of the Kyushu army left the fleet of the Kyushu army, and they were able to return to Europe after they went to some islands in the Pacific to supply supplies. The Dutch soldiers in Batavia showed their surprised expression when they saw their fleet turning back. But they immediately saw that their fleet was just passing by Batavia and continuing to the east. Again confused. Didn't our fleet go to support Malacca? How did it go east? Is it going to support Manila through the sea to the east? The Dutch officers were surprised. But when they saw the huge fleet that followed closely behind the Dutch fleet, each of them paled with fright. How is it possible? What kind of ship is that? How can there be such a huge battleship? These Dutch soldiers swallowed horrifying saliva with difficulty, and they were all stunned. In the Kyushu Army's fleet, the Poseidon sailing battleship formation separated from the Victory formation and the Constitution formation, and brought several troop carriers to the Batavia port. Only 2 formations are enough to destroy the Dutch fleet, and this time the occupation of Batavia is the goal of this fleet. Batavia without sea defense artillery is like an undefended virgin land, completely exposed to the artillery of the Kyushu Army battleship. Chapter 713 Hostage Threat. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. When Batavia was attacked by the Kyushu Army's fleet, the Spanish stronghold in Manila in the Spice Islands had been surrounded by the Kyushu Army for several days. The Spanish fleet huddled in the harbor and shelled each other with the surrounding fleets of the Atlante and the King by means of the fort. Such shelling made the Spanish soldiers in Manila panic. They found themselves blocked by the Kyushu Army in Manila and had no chance to ask for help from the outside. They could only wait for people outside to discover that they had been surrounded and came to rescue. On land, the natives of Luzon led by the treasurer of the Chinese King of Manila have severed the connection between Manila and other tribes on the island, and Manila has become an isolated city. In Manila, Spanish colonial soldiers armed with matchlocks rushed into the mansion of Manila businessman Lin Lau. This is a private house. You can't trespass into the private house. Seeing the colonial soldiers coming fiercely, the servants of Lin Mansion quickly blocked the door. Get out! The colonial soldier hit the servants of Lin Mansion with their rifle butts, and then kicked the door open. What are you doing? Manila businessman Lin Lau walked out, seeing his subordinate being kicked to the ground and curled up, making his anger violent. Take this old man away. The colonial soldiers left with Mr. Lin, and the people of Lin Mansion were crying. In Manila, overseas Chinese merchants were once again captured by colonial soldiers and detained in a courtyard with square walls on all sides. Why we were caught again? The overseas Chinese businessmen in Manila were frowning. The last time they were captured by colonial soldiers, part of the merchants uprising in Manila failed, which affected them. Later, Liu Wang of the Kyushu Army came out and rescued them. Lao Lin was weak and came here by the colonial soldiers. He was full of energy and blood. He sat on the ground and finally recovered. The fleet of the Kyushu Army is attacking Manila's fort and fleet. It is estimated that they are also scared. Bring us here as hostages. When other businessmen heard this, they were very frightened. Old Lin, do you think they will kill us? The hostages held by pirates at sea in the past are generally 9 dead, and they are very likely to be torn apart. Some businessmen couldn't help complaining. Why is the Kyushu Army coming to attack Manila at this time? Didn't it hurt us? Lao Lin waved his hand with difficulty. Don't worry, everyone, they dare not kill us, or even treat us like last time. Why are you so determined, Mr. Lin? Many businessmen crowded around and asked. The reason is very simple. They arrested us because they were afraid of being defeated by the Kyushu Army and wanted to use us as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the Kyushu Army. If they dare to tear the ticket, how do you think the Kyushu Army will deal with them? Just because the Kyushu Army throws them all into the sea to feed the fish, no one will say anything. Old Lin said, it seems to be like this. Everyone nodded. If colonial soldiers kill them, once they are defeated, the Kyushu Army can also dispose of these defeated colonial soldiers at will. So we should eat, drink, and don't be scared by them. Old Lin said. Manila Governor Acuna stood above the stone building, and saw the overseas Chinese businessmen who were locked down below. His frowning brows were still not loosened. To catch these overseas Chinese businessmen is just an extra guarantee, but this guarantee cannot guarantee their safety. Governor, We have 2 merchant ships that were badly damaged in the shelling with the Kyushu army, and they are being repaired. A Spanish colonial soldier walked over and said, "Is the Kyushu army crazy? How could they suddenly attack us? And now the Dutch and Francobots haven't come over yet." Acuna yelled hysterically. After being blocked for a long time, almost all his subordinates and Spanish businessmen were urging Acuna to ask when the reinforcements would arrive, which increased the pressure on Acuna. "I'm afraid that the Dutch and the Franco-robots are also in trouble," the subordinate said. "What trouble can they have? Is it possible that the Kyushu army still has enough energy to attack them at the same time?" Acuna finished speaking, and was taken aback by his own words. "Did the robots clean up together? We send a few people to negotiate with them to see if the Kyushu army will withdraw for the lives of these overseas Chinese businessmen," the subordinate proposed. "I'm going to negotiate with them myself." Acuna made a difficult decision. No. The Kyushu army has always acted against common sense. If the governor personally serves as an envoy, you might be detained by the Kyushu army. The subordinate said, "You can't get any useful information from them, but I still need to go out in person." Acuna said, "The Atlant and King, which are currently blocking Manila, are all summoned warships. Among them, the Atlante was the sailing battleship that Liu Sheng summoned when dealing with Zheng Zilong, and it was man-made by Spain 100 years later. The Spaniards' warship was also blocked in Manila, but the difference between the two was more than 100 years. Among the Spanish warships in Manila, a merchant ship took advantage of the temporary armistice between the two sides, raised a white flag, and approached the Kyushu military fleet. The Kyushu army did not shell the ship, but sent a frigate to intercept it to prevent the Spanish fleet from using fire. "Take me to meet your sir," Acuna called across the deck to the Kyushu army frigate that had arrived on the opposite side. But when he was halfway through the call, the whole person was stunned, because he saw that on the frigate deck of the Kyushu army on the opposite side, half of the soldiers were black-haired and yellow-skinned Orientals, and half were Westerners who were just like him. People? How did Westerners appear on the battleship of the Kyushu army? Acuna rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Man, are you here to surrender?" a Western soldier on the Kyushu army warship shouted. "I, Governor of Manila, Acuna, I want to negotiate with your chief and take me to see your chief." Acuna was a little surprised to find that the accent of the other party turned out to be their Spanish accent. "How does this feel? Damn it, when are the sailors of your own country helping the Kyushu army beat yourself?" Acuna was taken to the deck of Atlanta by the soldiers of the Kyushu army. When he saw that the captain was also Spanish, it was more like a ghost. "Hey! What are you in a daze? You should be from Spain. For the sake of our relationship, you are allowed to surrender," the Atlant captain said impatiently. Chapter 714 Kick into the sea with one foot. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. How can you do things for the Kyushu army and beat our own people? And you are the naval general of the Invincible Fleet. Why haven't I seen you in the Invincible Fleet before? Acuna asked. Isn't it taken for granted to serve in the Kyushu army? What do you think? The captain of the Atlant said naturally, without realizing that he had been brainwashed by the system when he was called out. You are a traitor. Acuna jumped into a rage. No wonder he was so angry that it was a fellow who led the fleet to fight him. Damn it, are you here to provoke us? The captain of the Atlant was also a violent temper. The surrounding Western soldiers rolled up their sleeves and wanted to beat Acuna. Acuna was sweating profusely when he saw the angry Western soldiers around him. The dangerous situation made him understand that now that others are on the opponent's deck, it is best not to cause trouble easily, or they will be thrown into the sea by these traitors to feed the fish. Although he could not understand why these Western soldiers would fight for the Kyushu army with all their heart, Acuna still resisted this doubt. I ask you to withdraw immediately. The captain of the Atlant heard what Acuna said, thinking that Acuna really came to provoke him. Brothers, throw him into the sea. A few eager subordinates grabbed Acuna in a rush, then lifted it high and came to the edge of the deck. No, no, I haven't finished speaking yet. I have Chinese merchants in my hands. If you want to save their lives, let me go and immediately withdraw. Acuna yelled in panic. Let him down first. The captain of the Atlant heard that Acuna had caught the Chinese merchant and walked over and said in person, after being laid down by the stubborn Western soldiers, Acuna tidied up his clothes. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Chinese merchants in Manila have been arrested by us. If you don't want us to kill them all, then immediately withdraw. Wow, brothers. He said he caught a Chinese merchant to threaten us. The captain of the Atlant suddenly laughed, disapproving. Acuna was frizzled by their smile. Who are these Spaniards who helped the Cusco army fight? And are they on the side of the Cusco army? How to threaten them with Chinese merchants is useless. You seem to be called Acuna. You remembered it to me. Now the entire Nanyang region is under attack by our Cusco fleet, and no one is spared. Even if you catch a Chinese merchant in Manila, if you dare to hurt, they should know the consequences in the future. If you surrender now, we can still release you back to Europe. Otherwise, I can't help but say how you will be treated as prisoners. The captain of the Atlant came over step by step. What are you going to do? Acuna said nervously when the captain of the Atlant approached. Remember what I said, then go. The captain of the Atlant kicked Acuna down. A person like the governor of Manila crashed into the Pacific Ocean in free fall, splashing a cluster of water. Western soldiers and local soldiers on the deck cheered. They are also very annoyed by these Spanish colonists who are trapped in Manila because of the existence of the Manila fort. They only have two formations, the Atlant and the King, which are not easy to attack. They have been wandering at sea for a while to block the port, so there is no place to spread their sullenness. As the governor of Manila, Acuna fell into the water in the harbor again, so naturally he would not die easily. The subordinates on the merchant ship that Acuna was riding on saw his chief falling into the water, and hurriedly jumped down to rescue him. Mad, crazy, Acuna spoke, spewing seawater outside. The salty water made him feel very uncomfortable. My lord, what did they say? How did you kick you off the deck? Acuna's men only saw Acuna being kicked off from a distance, but did not hear Acuna and Atlant coming on. The soldiers' dialogue. These lunatics have no intention of negotiating at all. They didn't make a threat, but they were threatened. Acuna leaned against the edge of the deck in embarrassment, digging out the seawater in his ears. In other words, they won't accept our threats. Do we have to continue to be trapped here? The subordinates of Acuna look at me and I look at you, with a sense of despair. Not only that, but it seems that Malacca and Batavia have also been attacked by the Cusco army. Acuna slowed down now, thinking about what the captain of the Atlant had said to him, thinking with great horror, no, don't they only have one fleet? The subordinates were all surprised. I don't know what's going on anymore. Acuna's body slowed down, but his mind still couldn't turn it around. Among other things, the presence of Western soldiers serving on the battleships of the Cusco army left his head blank. Could it be said that the admiral of the Invincible Fleet has rebelled? Acuna quickly denied this terrible idea, but he had never heard of anyone in the Invincible Fleet on the other side of Europe rebelling. Your Excellency, do we still want to shovel out those Chinese businessmen? A subordinate said fiercely from the corner of his eyes. Fuck it, if you kill them, after Manila is captured, it will be us who will be killed. Acuna was a little desperate. After the negotiation broke down, Acuna choked the water in vain and returned to Manila with dust and dirt. Then he gathered local colonial officers and told them what he had learned on the Atlant. When the colonial officers in Manila heard that they were not only surrounded by Orientals, but also Spaniards, they all expressed disbelief. They couldn't imagine that the Spaniards were summoned from another time and space, and they had some connections with them, but they were completely irrelevant. When Acuna's hostage threat plan failed, he did not think that he was huddled in Manila. He was already the luckiest of the three forces in the Spice Islands. At least his Spanish soldiers had not died. For example, Batavia has been threatened with assassination and artillery. The Dutch fleet was directly attacked into the East Pacific, while the city of Malacca was surrounded by the Cusco army and was attacking day and night. In just one day, The Kyushu army that landed from Timosek had already breached the outer city of Malacca, and only Fort Santiago on the high ground of Malacca was still standing. The remaining 500 Franks soldiers hid in the Fort Santiago, relying on 7 turrets to make the final resistance. Chapter 715 The Westerners Surrender. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The sound of explosions one after another, accompanied by splashing flames and billowing black smoke. The castle of Santiago fell into an unprecedented hard fight, and the walls of the castle were blackened by heavy smoke. Boom! There was another violent explosion at the bottom of the castle, causing the whole castle to tremble slightly. The Kyushu army used a lot of gunpowder to blow up our city walls again. The Francois soldier hiding behind the fortress wall turned pale and full of fear. I swear to God that this is the most ferocious enemy I have ever seen in the Far East. They even used gunpowder to blow up the city walls, and the explosive power of gunpowder is much more fierce than the black powder we use. Crossed his chest and prayed while shouting, "Shut up. What's the use of making such an oath? Let's ask God to let us survive this terrible war. I don't want to break our hands and feet." Another Francois soldier also prayed religiously. The governor of Malacca, Mascaro, curled up behind the stone wall above the city wall, observing the actions of the Kyushu soldiers outside through the cracks in the stone wall. There is a moat around the castle of San Diego. In the past few days, a tunnel was filled by Kyushu military vehicles at a relatively high cost. The Kyushu army's blasters were sent under the castle for continuous blasting. The guns and muskets on the opposite side were roaring, suppressing the turrets and arquebuses above the castle, and trying to cover the blasters who were blasting. The power of picric sour explosive is far higher than the ordinary black powder they have seen. It is truly an explosive. The continuous blasting made this painstakingly managed bastion tottering, and the flames produced by the gunpowder burned the walls red. Santiago Castle was a bastion used by Franco robots to withstand black powder and smoothbore guns decades ago. But it was unexpected that the Kyushu army was able to mass-produce picric explosives. They have never seen bitter sour explosives at all. What kind of gunpowder did they use, so powerful? Mashigara's eyes flickered, and he was full of anxiety and surprise. Boom! There was another explosion, and the flames rushed along the wall, and there was flames in the cracks of the stone, which made Mascaro remove his eyes in fright. For the first time, the Marine Corps outside the city made a difficult assault. The bastion set up by the Franco robots, although not large in scale, was stronger than the fortifications they usually saw, causing the Marine Corps to be in a dilemma. In the north, the detachment supporting the Malaysian and overseas Chinese alliance went south to join the main force from Timosek. The Marine Brigade has about 1,500 Kyushu soldiers. In addition to the soldiers, there are some Malay servants. This was the 4th day they attacked the Santiago fortress, but they could not attack it yet. Some soldiers died just to fill the moat. Their city walls are too thick, maybe more than 10 meters, and the design is very delicate, can effectively resist the attack of solid bullets. The only thing that can threaten them is explosives. Lynchy led the Marines. After arriving, he was helpless with the fort of Santiago. This kind of fortress cannot be quickly attacked by a large number of people. Continue to attack the city. It is a matter of time before they can attack. It is better than encircling them. It can't help delaying. I am afraid that it will not consume their food for a few months. Another Marine Corps officer said. The 3 Westerners' 3 strongholds in Southeast Asia were all surrounded by the Kyushu army, and the 3 Western fleets were either pursued or besieged by the Kyushu army's fleet. At the end of the first month, when the Kyushu army fully attacked the Western Ocean, the most powerful Dutchman among the 3 Western forces was the first to be defeated. Cohen, the founder of the East India Company in the Far East, escaped into the East Pacific with the Dutch fleet, planned to return to Europe from Tierra del Fuego. After the victory chased the Timor Sea, it also gave up chasing the Dutch. The Dutch fleet did not dare to fight the huge victory from beginning to end. For the Zili fleet, it is not important to destroy this Dutch fleet. Deporting them to the Spice Islands has already achieved the goal. The port of Batavia was full of black smoke, and the Poseidon fleet dropped marine units in Batavia. They engaged in street fighting with Dutch colonial soldiers in the city of Batavia. Gunshots sounded again in Batavia, and the Javanese natives bought by the Cusco army used a revolver to rush out of the small fort surrounded by the Dutch, and the Marines counterattacked the Dutch soldiers in the city. The revolver in their hands is the best pistol that the Cusco army can now produce. Although they are still using paper shells, they have far surpassed all existing pistols in terms of concealment and continuous firing. The battle in Batavia did not last too long. After more than a dozen Dutch colonial soldiers were shot and killed, the leaderless Dutch soldiers successively surrendered to the Cusco army. The senior executives of the East India Company who were able to make a decision in the past all died in the assassination, and they are now decided by some officers with troops. After the Zili fleet destroyed Batavia, the Marine Corps remained stationed in Batavia, and then turned back to help the Nanyang fleet on the Strait of Malacca. Originally, the Cusco army was struggling to fight on the three lines at the same time. But when one of them had a breakthrough, the power of that one could be used to support the offensive of the other two lines. The Franco fleet, which was dealing with the Nanyang fleet on Malacca, thought that they could continue to consume them, but when the constitution of the Zili fleet came forward, they finally experienced the Dutch dominance by cruisers. Terror. Their shipbuilding skills are not much better than those of the Dutch, and they simply can't run the Constitution, which is known for its speed. After the USS Constitution unexpectedly raided the Franco fleet, the Franco fleet was finally overtaken by the Nanyang fleet. The cannon roared, and iron hooks were thrown from the deck of the Darkin, hooking the ship on the opposite side, leaving the other side nowhere to escape. The hand-operated machine gun was fixed in place with iron nails, and the machine gunner frantically shook the machine gun and fired with the musketeer, harvesting the lives of the enemy on the opposite deck. In the second month of the Cusco army's attack on the South Ocean, only a few ships of the maimed Franco fleet escaped from the battle and fled in the direction of the Indian Ocean. When France's soldiers trapped in Fort Santiago in Malacca saw the flags on their fleets being captured by the Cusco army, after they were inserted in Fort Santiago, France's soldiers in Fort Santiago quarreled, and the surrender finally gained the upper hand. Raise a white flag to surrender to the Cusco army. Persevering to the end, Manila, who did not actually fight much, was the last to surrender. Knowing that Batavia and Malacca had all fallen, Acuna had no choice but to surrender to the Cusco army. This is the beginning of the third month of the Cusco army's attack on Nanyang. Chapter 716 Disposal of Captives. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Sign this treaty and you will not be executed. It was the captain of the Atlante that accepted the unconditional surrender of the Spanish colonial soldiers led by Acuna to the Cusco army. Acuna could only hold back his tears under the supervision of the man who kicked him into the sea. Download the Cusco army. Sign the provided treaty. This treaty recognizes that the Spanish Empire will give up all rights in the Spice Islands, and recognizes the Cusco army's rule here. Although Acuna knew that this treaty was meaningless without the emperor's consent, the Cusco army could do a lot of articles in accordance with this treaty in the future. Who are you? Why do you want to play for the Cusco army? Acuna still looked at this Spaniard who was completely thinking about the Cusco army. Why are so much nonsense, General? You must remember that you are a prisoner now, and the prisoner does not have the right to ask 3 questions and 4 questions. The captain of the Atlante asked his men to accept the cession signed by Acuna. Colonial treaty. Very satisfied. Can we let us return to Europe? Although we have lost the battle, the empire should forgive our failure, not because we are not strong enough. But Acuna said, return to Europe? When did I say you can return to Europe? The captain of the Atlante wondered. Acuna was stunned. You said that as long as we surrender, we will be released back to Europe. The captain of the Atlante patted his head. Yes, I did say it. It's just that it was said 2 months ago. If you were willing to surrender, of course I would release you back to Europe. It's a pity that it's too late. Now, you have postponed the war to the 3rd month. Do you know what this means? Every month the war is delayed. It means the consumption of tens of thousands of stones. You have to pay for your actions. How can it be so easy? Put you back to Europe. Your fate will be determined by our great military master. You shameless Orientals are savage liars, Acunio exclaimed angrily. Do you think I am an Oriental or a Westerner? The captain of the Atlant asked. There were more than 2,000 Western captives captured in Batavia, Manila, and Malacca. These were colonial soldiers or sailors in battle. As for the foreigners and foreign merchants living on the Spice Islands, the Kyushu army did not. They are included in the arrests. Basically, after these active forces were arrested and imprisoned, the Westerners' power in Southeast Asia was completely disintegrated. Some foreigners and foreign businessmen remained in panic all day long. Most of them left the Spice Islands after the war and returned to Europe for refuge to observe the situation afterwards. There are still a few daring ones who continue to stay in Southeast Asia. Anyway, the Kyushu army did not restrict trade with their Chinese merchants after the war. It will take some time for the Kyushu army to re-establish a trading system in the Spice Islands. In fact, there are many things waiting for the Kyushu army to deal with in the wasteful Nanyang region. For this reason, Liu Sheng, Sun Wenkin and a group of officials considered the issue of rebuilding the Southeast Asian trading system after the war in the Chief Secretary of GOC. During these 2 months, Liu Sheng was basically commanding operations from a distance by the Chief Secretary of GOC. It's not that Liu Sheng didn't want to board the battleship and go to the sea to fight in person, but Nelson did not allow him to take risks. The senior officials brought by the Chief Secretary of GOC and Liu Sheng also called Grandpa Cry and Grandma hugged Liu Sheng's thigh, begging Liu Sheng not to do this. Even Ella from the intelligence department stopped in front of Liu Sheng in private, saying yes, as long as Liu Sheng doesn't take risks, he can do whatever he wants at night. More than 2,000 prisoners are 2,000 mouths waiting to be fed. Just imprisoning them will waste a lot of food. The officer in charge of statistics from the military intelligence department reported the prisoners from various places and threw this problem to Liu Sheng and the others. Military owner, there is no benefit to us detaining more than 2,000 people. Do you want to release them? Give them some food and let them float back to Europe. We can't guarantee whether they are dead or alive on the road. Sun Wenchen suggested Tao. How can the captured prisoners be easily let go? Liu Sheng didn't want to let these prisoners go. At least they had to be squeezed to let them go. Nanyang's 3 important strongholds have been destroyed to varying degrees. Let them repair the city and build houses. There are still many indigenous kingdoms on the Spice Islands that have not yet been wiped out. They can be sent out as a servant army at that time. Their fighting awareness should be stronger than the temporarily recruited Malays and Javanese. In addition, after the settlement of the indigenous kingdoms, they can be assigned to plantations to be gardeners. We need to open many banana or sugar gardens here. In order to prevent them from desperate uprisings, the service period will be 10 years. 10 years later, let them be free. When Sun Wenkin and other officials heard of Liu Sheng's detailed plan, they couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for these Western prisoners. This is the best use of the real things. Our territory is too big, to an incredible level. The Chief Secretary of Cochin can no longer manage such a large place, so I decided to set up the Chief Secretary of Nanyang to administer the Spice Islands. What do you think? Liu Sheng looked around at everyone. Subordinates reconsidered. Sun Wenkin and others agreed. Nanyang is very large, and the Chief Secretary of Cochin has to manage such a large site, not to mention how busy they are in dealing with government affairs. It is estimated that the capital is not happy to think that the Chief Secretary of Cochin has such a large site. That's why there is a need for checks and balances. In addition to the establishment of the Nanyang Chief Secretary, the Cochin Chief Secretary must also be divided into the East Jao-Kai Chief Secretary and the West Jao-Kai Chief Secretary. The East Jao-Kai Chief Secretary administers the territories of the former Annan, Champa, and Zenla states, while the West Jao-kai chief secretary managed the territories of Tongyu, Siam, and Kanglan that are about to be attacked. Luo Sheng said, "The COSI chief secretary is going to be separated." The officials of the COSI chief secretary are in a complicated mood. The split of the COSI chief secretary is another step that Luo Sheng took because he worried that the Cochin chief secretary's site was still too large, but this split meant for promotion. There was only one position, but now another position suddenly appeared. Isn't it beautiful? Luo Sheng was thinking about whether to establish another Oceanian chief secretary. The Kyushu army has now captured Southeast Asia. If you send a fleet to continue south to the South Pacific, you will find Oceania at this time. Oceania is still a native, but there is no colony, which is equivalent to a blank. You only need to send one. The fleet can easily declare possession of the vast land there. Chapter 717 Attacks on Chinese Merchants. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. After the Kyushu army took down the three Westerners' strongholds in the Spice Islands, the Nanyang fleet and Zili fleet continued to patrol Nanyang to prevent Westerners from counterattacking. Now the entire Nanyang is sailing basically by ships of the Kyushu army and Chinese merchants. As soon as Chinese merchants learned that the Kyushu army had taken these places, they followed suit to seize the market. For them, this is the best opportunity to seize the Nanyang market. To a certain extent, they support this war behind the scenes in order to profit from it. There is no unprovoked war in this world, and Luo Sheng could not start a war on his own. Instead, he tied the merchants and overseas Chinese on the warships that conquered the South Seas, so that they would be able to take down the South Seas at a relatively small cost. New businessman Wang Chengyuan was one of the first merchants to follow Luo Sheng. He won the trust of Luo Sheng and gained huge benefits from the trade. After taking down Manila this time, he soon brought a group of members of the Far East Trading Company to visit Mr. Lin, who is well known among the merchants in Manila. Lao Lin, we want to select a group of loyal and honest people from Manila businessmen to join our Far East Trading Company and do things in accordance with the company's specifications. Wang Chengyuan explained his intention. I have heard about the Far East Trading Company in the past few years, but I don't know. Is it the same as the East India Company? The members of the Far East Trading Company came to Nanyang trading when the Kyushu army did not reach Nanyang, but these members are basically dealing with Chinese businessmen in Manila in their own name, so Lao Lin doesn't know much about the Far East Trading Company. It's not the same thing. The East India Company has its own fleet, but the Far East Trading Company does not. The company exists for unified regulation and taxation. Another point is very meaningful. There is a credit system. All Far East Trading Company's members have files in the company. If there is a breach of contract, they will be blacklisted. Moreover, transactions between members of the Far East Trading Company can be cleared through the Bank of Kyushu, which is much more convenient. Wang Chengyuan told Lin Lao, and some of his side Manila Chinese businessmen said. Next to Lin Lao there is a businessman with a scar on his face and dark skin. He said to Wang Chengyuan, it was my impulse to destroy the Kyushu army's plan to cooperate with the outside world. If the Kyushu army doesn't dislike it, please allow me to join the Far East Trading Company. Wang Chengyuan looked at that person and roughly thought of who he was. Is this the king's treasurer who led the Manila righteous soldiers against the Spanish colonial soldiers? A shame that he made a lot of people tired back then. When the shopkeeper Wang said about this, he couldn't help but look dim. Later, when our Kyushu army blocked the port of Manila, if you hadn't taken the aborigines of Luzon to surround Manila, they would have been able to hold on for a longer period of time. At the very least, no one would blame you. The reason why you are invited to join the Far East Trading Company this time is of course not that it does not benefit you at all. It just asks you to abide by the terms of the Far East Trading Company. We want to work with you to develop resources and build plantations on Luzon Island. Wang Chengyuan said, Many Chinese businessmen in Manila suddenly realized that the most profitable trade on Luzon was monopolized by the Spanish. Now that the Spaniards, who are above all on weekdays, have become prisoners of the Kyushu army, there is a blank in Luzon. Are you saying that we can develop iron ore, silver ore, etc.? Does the Far East Trading Company still have so much power? Said Mr. Lin, who has been in the market for a long time. Although the metal mine is indeed hosted by the Far East Trading Company, it is a government monopoly. Our private businessmen can open spice plantations, rubber plantations, sugar cane plantations, and also cultivate farms and fisheries. The benefits of this: it is also extremely lucrative, especially after the Westerners' spice plantations are controlled by the Kyushu army. If we sell these spice plantations and sell them to Westerners, the profit can reach 300 to 400%. You say we can. How much do you make? Wang Chengyuan said. What you are saying is that although we are not short of spices in China, Westerners are very eager for this kind of things, and we can completely kill them. Lin Lao and a group of Manila Chinese businessmen said. Wang Chengyuan smiled with satisfaction. This is the main purpose of my coming to Nanyang. The internal members of our Far East Trading Company conduct joint pricing. I will also go to Malay Peninsula, Java Island and other places to unite with local Chinese businessmen to unite the Western Ocean. They are the rich at the price people sell spices. The Aboriginal people on Luzon Island have nothing in comparison, but they can serve as cheap labor for our plantations. Speaking of this, Wang Chengyuan seems to have thought of something. Yes, there is still a row of Western captives in the Kyushu army, saying that after the indigenous kingdoms of the Spice Islands are pacified, they will become free labor. I don't know if we can sell them at a low price. They bought it and used it as the labor force in our spice plantation. Don't they want to get the spice? Let them work in the spice plantation. When Mr. Lin, shopkeeper Wang and others listened to Wang Chengyuan's words, they looked at each other. The Kyushu army was too ruthless. It turned Westerners into free labor, which was similar to what Spanish colonial soldiers did to the natives of Luzon. However, thinking that the colonial rulers who usually stand on their heads and domineering become objects they can call at will, it is a bit exciting to think about it. Okay, let's do it. Lao Lin, shopkeeper Wang and other Manila merchants all agreed. The merchants are chasing profits. There is no reason to monopolize the spice trade in the Spice Islands with the Far East Trading Company. With the Far East Trading Company, a huge Chinese business group monopolizing the spice trade, local indigenous merchants can only engage in lower and downstream production, collection activities, and the distribution rights are in the hands of the Chinese merchants, and the tariff rights are in the hands of the Kyushu army. Forming a huge industrial chain, Westerners were expelled. If they want to buy spices this time, they must buy from the Far East Trading Company. They must accept the tax rate specified by the Kyushu army and the price specified by the Far East Trading Company. After Wang Chengyuan visited the Chinese businessman in Manila, he went to Malay Peninsula, Java Island, East Timor and other places to unite with the local Chinese businessmen to re-establish the economic order in Southeast Asia. In fact, Wang Chengyuan secretly proceeded with Liu Sheng's signal, and that was stabilizing prices in the Nanyang region. After Nanyang has experienced the baptism of war, it will take some time before it can be relieved, and these big businessmen can be brought in for macro control. Chapter 718 Oceania Exploration Team. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. We need to send a small team to Oceania to establish a colony. Liu Sheng said. Military owner, the ships of our South Sea Fleet are not enough. Where is this Oceania? Deng Qianlong grumbled bitterly at Liu Sheng. The South Sea is vast, and our South Sea Fleet now wants to control the Strait of Malacca, Java Island, and Luzon. The island, the southeast coast, and Yizu. Even if you put 2 boats in each place, you can't take care of them. I understand your difficulties. We have already trained a new fleet in the Liaodong waters, and they will be deployed near the southeast coast at that time. Moreover, It is not necessary to deploy warships in all ports in Nanyang. The fleet only needs to hit the port of Hoi An. That's fine. If the Westerners come and look for opportunities to annihilate them, I guess the European side has heard of what happened here. They will definitely not send troops over. Luo Sheng said. Why are the military leaders so sure that they will not send people over? The Spice Islands are very important to these Westerners. There is no reason to give up like this, right? Deng Qianlong said. Luo Sheng was speechless. He couldn't tell Deng Qianlong that Europe is now fighting the 30 Years' War. So he said, according to the captured prisoners, the major powers on the European side are at war. And the places where they can get spices are not only the Nanyang Islands, but also India. If we seize India too, then they have to be really crazy. The squad sent to Oceania does not need to send many people, dozens of soldiers, and hire some native residents of the Spice Islands to serve as sailors and handymen. Just go there and build a colony. Put our flag there. You can claim that Oceania has been our land since ancient times. You know, Deng Qianlong Do, I said why the military owner would be so interested in the barren land. It turned out to be just to declare sovereignty. Do you think there is a barren land? But you know that the southeast coast of Oceania is very suitable for people to live in. It is better than the Spice Islands. Luo Sheng said. This is the approximate location of Oceania. It is good for the crew to sail in this direction. Up. Luo Sheng handed a hand-drawn map to Deng Qianlong. Deng Qianlong took it and took a look. It was just a few squares, although it is possible to find Oceania with this. I will arrange a small team to occupy Oceania, but this Oceania is too big. Deng Qianlong saw that the territory of Oceania is very huge, because the middle and western regions are almost deserts. There are some indigenous people on it. Try to establish a good relationship with them. Try to use industrial products to exchange raw materials with them, and attract them into our economic system. Luo Sheng said. Yes, the Nanyang fleet still can't slacken its efforts. Next, it will transport grain, grass, and supplies for the battlefield of the Kingdom of Siam, and continue training. It will also attack printing and build the maritime Silk Road in the future. Yes, Deng Qianlong wiped a cold sweat. And the Nanyang fleet didn't know which foreign fleet it became after fighting like this. Then Deng Qianlong went down to find some soldiers to explore Oceania. This is the first time that the Kyushu army has sent an expedition to the ocean. Although Oceania was discovered by Dutch explorers about 30 years ago, Westerners have not yet established a colony there. Only the Aborigines of Oceania, who are still far behind the Aborigines of the Spice Islands. After Luo Sheng arranged the Oceania expedition arbitrarily, he still had to deal with many arrangements properly. The Marine Brigade is still fighting on the Spice Islands. After the Westerners became captives, they were dispersed to the Marine Corps. They were doing in a special form what they wanted to do but could not do, completely flattening the indigenous kingdom on the Spice Islands. The Westerners of course wanted to defeat these indigenous kingdoms and colonize the Spice Islands completely, but Europe was too far away from here. The number of people who came here from Europe was limited, and they could not completely conquer the indigenous peoples of the Spice Islands, and even temporarily defeated them. Without them, it would be difficult to manage so many islands. But the Kyushu army is different. Many islands in Southeast Asia are under the overlook of the Chinese mainland. In the Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties, many overseas Chinese went to Southeast Asia due to war and famine. They are familiar with the situation here and can help the Kyushu army. In the a lasting rule is established here. Luo Sheng knew that just a trade-old colonial system with the East India Company could not last. He was most afraid that when the national consciousness awakened, Nanyang would be torn apart. He found Xun Wenkan, for Nanyang. Whether it can be conquered by force is not a problem for me, because to be honest, no one can be defeated by the Kyushu army. What I am worried about is that there are many islands here, including Malays, Javanese and Vietnamese people. Champa, Zenla, Dong Ying, and Westerners are simply a hodgepodge. With such a complex terrain and population composition, It's not easy to manage well. So we should set up a private school as soon as possible to bring local school-age children. All are recruited into private schools so that they can learn Chinese and read Chinese characters. It is also necessary to promote Han Fu, use chopsticks, and learn streamlined Confucian etiquette, so that they don't feel troubled. Sun Wenken wrote down Liu Sheng's instructions. The Chief Secretary of Nanyang and the Chief Secretary of Xijiaozi are still in the embryonic form. As the civil officer of the Chief Secretary of Dongjiaozi, he was the first batch of chief officials of the Kyushu Army to manage Nanyang, even if the Nanyang Chief Secretary and the Chief Secretary of Xijiaozi were established. The local officials are also here to listen to Sun Wenken's internal affairs experience, because the Chief Secretary of Dongjiaozi is an experimental field. We have established 10 private schools in Thanglong City, accommodating more than 500 local children in Annan Kingdom. Next year, we plan to add 20 private schools. Other places will also learn from the experience of Thanglong City. That is the teacher. Not much, especially the gentleman who knows how to pinyin, Sun Wenken said. Well, I will transfer another group of teachers from the north, and I will go here when the north wind rises. Liu Sheng can only dispatch people from the earlier north. There is no way. Although he started to promote pinyin a few years ago, he has only trained 2 or 3 batches of new style teachers, and it will take time to train them for generations. With pinyin, foreigners in Nanyang will not be so repulsive of Chinese characters, because it is not an ordinary difficulty for people who do not understand Chinese characters to learn Chinese. Next, I will go to the Siamese state to oversee the battle and eliminate the last 2 land powers of Siam and Tangu in one fell swoop. Liu Sheng said. Military master can't take risks easily, Sun Wenken said quickly when Liu Sheng wanted to go to the front again. Chapter 719 Come to Siam in person. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Ayutthaya, the original capital of the Kingdom of Siam, has become a battlefield where the Kyushu Army's conscripts against the South Army and the Siamese King Army and the Tangu Army confronted each other for hundreds of miles. To the south, there are more than 20,000 members of the Kyushu Army's conquest of the south, and the newly formed Siamese Obedience Army has more than 10,000 members. These servants belonged to the Siamese king puppets newly supported by the Kyushu Army, but they actually commanded overseas Chinese near Chanlaburi. The local overseas Chinese are quite influential in southeastern Siam, and they can also command these in Siamese servants. The fighting power of the servant army is very worrying, and it uses the original weapons of the Siam country. The Kyushu army only let them fight and maintain public order in the southern part of the Siam country. To the north are the 30,000 king army of the Kingdom of Siam and the 20,000 elite of the Kingdom of Tongan. The aggressive posture of the Kyushu army forced the last 2 powers in Southeast Asia to join forces, especially for Alexander of Tangu. Although the Kyushu army has not yet invaded Tangu, anyone with a discerning eye can see that after Siam is destroyed, Tangu will never escape. The South Army Corps has only confronted them on the front line of Ayutthaya in the past few months, and has no intention of attacking them. On the one hand, they are waiting for the end of the Spice Islands War. On the other hand, they are also asking Siam and Tangu to gather their troops as much as possible to eliminate their main force in one fell swoop. A mighty fleet sailed into the Gulf of Siam and entered the Jiao Freya River from the estuary of Samut Prakan. The bunker that originally stood along the river in Samut Prakan is now stationed by soldiers of the Kyushu army. Get up quickly. What do you think this is? A Kyushu soldier patrolling the castle woke up his companion who was sleeping against the wall. What are you doing? Nanyang has been leveled by our admiralty. Without the enemy, our fortress on the Gulf of Siam is useless. Only a dozen of us are left here, said the dozing soldier. It's not that they can't afford to motivate, but that Nanyang is now full of warships of the Kyushu army or merchant ships of Chinese merchants. The bunkers stationed along the coast can almost be declared deserted. These bunkers were built by the Siamese to prevent Westerners from entering the Jiao Freya River. But now that there is no Westerner fleet in Southeast Asia, the significance of the fortress' existence is lost. Look at it. Look at the flag hanging on the mast. The Kyushu army soldier on patrol cried, pointing to the flag above the mast. The sleepy-eyed soldiers looked at the oncoming powerful fleet. Apart from the blue dragon banner of the Admiralty, there was also the red dragon banner, which symbolized the leader of the Kyushu army. But they have never seen this red dragon banner. Liu Sheng, the supreme ruler of the Kyushu army, has this honor. It's just that Liu Sheng has been staying in the north recently. Their troops in Nanyang have hardly seen the red dragon banner appear in the rumors. I didn't expect to be able to see the handsome banner of the legendary military commander. This is really a blessing for Sanxing. Even the military master was alarmed. We really have a card here. All stand up and salute. A few soldiers on the fortress stood at the top of the fortress wall in awe of the fleet. Standing on the deck of the Victory, Liu Sheng first came to the new office built by the Kyushu army, Bangkok. Bangkok was originally a fishing village, but now the Kyushu army completely regards Bangkok as the future governing office of the Chief Secretary of Xijiaozi. Bangkok's proximity to the sea and the Gulf of Siam may not be as superior as Ayutthaya in the agricultural era. However, after entering the industrial age, the geographical advantage of relying on the sea is far from inland. Therefore, the Kyushu army chose Bangkok as the new governing office of Siam, or the governing office of the entire Xijiaozi Chief Secretary. In these 3 months, we organized the captives of the Kingdom of Siam and the refugees of Ayutthaya to build a new city. This period of time was mainly to reclaim wasteland and mountain forests, and then build thatched huts or wooden houses enough for tens of thousands of people to live. Only the Yamen is stone building. After arriving in Bangkok, the local official who supervised the construction of Bangkok said to Liu Sheng, who came to inspect. Liu Sheng came to a high place nearby, overlooking the entire Bangkok village. Thanks to the investment of tens of thousands of people, the small fishing village has several times the original land area. This will become a port as important as the 5 cities of Hoi An, Thang Long, Malacca, Batavia, and Manila in the future. As long as these places are controlled, it is equivalent to ruling the entire Nanyang region. Liu Sheng said, there are currently 6 important ports in the Nanyang region, and there are also 6 important places in the era when Liu Sheng came from. We will build Bangkok City in accordance with the plan, and we must not let the military master down. The officials who supervised the construction of Bangkok did not expect the military master Liu Sheng to come in person, and said with trepidation, construction is not easy, and governance is even more difficult, especially when Siamese people are involved. Liu Sheng saw that most of the laborers who built Bangkok City were native residents of Siam, so he said, there are overseas Chinese in Southeast Asia, but the proportion of aboriginals is still not high compared to the natives. It is not easy to assimilate, and only cultural penetration is possible. Large-scale colonization is also not realistic. The conditions here are relatively harsh. Tropical and subtropical diseases such as malaria are rampant. Forced colonization will result in a high proportion of immigrants' casualties. The overseas Chinese who were able to survive in Nanyang and took root in Nanyang were originally forced by life. They were either pirates hunted down by the government or people in famine areas. Of course, there is another way to encourage overseas Chinese here to give birth, increase the proportion of overseas Chinese, and accelerate the speed of assimilation. Next, let's go to the front line of Ayutthaya Mansion. After Liu Sheng took a look at Bangkok, he planned to continue deep into the Chao Phraya River, all the way to the front line of Ayutthaya Mansion. Lord, let's stop here. Your status is precious. If something happens, the foundation of our 9 states army for 7 years will be ruined. Deng Qianlong and others who followed Liu Sheng said, the decisive battle with Siam and Tanggu is about to begin in Ayutthaya. I will personally witness this historic moment. Nelson, the Atlant and the Monarch carry 3,000 marines and 2,000 servants. Has the army crossed Malacca? Liu Sheng asked Nelson. Nelson took out his pocket watch. If they did not make a mistake, this fleet has successfully crossed the Strait of Malacca, and will soon reach the Irrawaddy estuary, following the Irrawaddy estuary to attack the capital of Tanggu, Ava City in a roundabout way. Hey! The history of Tonga Kingdom's disturbance of Yunnan is about to end. Liu Sheng said to the generals, "We go to Ayutthaya, if Cheng Yi, Huang Degong and others don't wipe out Siam and Dong in front of our eyes. If US coalition forces, they would not have any face to confuse in the War Department." Deng Qianlong and the others wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and the commander personally came to supervise the battle. The pressure on the soldiers of the Southern Army Corps was unknown. Chapter 720. The sea route is roundabout. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Cheng Yi was panicked now, and Huang Degong and Cao Bianjiao were also panicked. They are located on the high ground of the North Mountain in Ayutthaya, and they are in overall planning. And they are surrounded by high-level Kyushu army officials such as Liu Sheng, Deng Qianlong, Nelson, and Ella. These people are also at the same level as them, and the leader of Liu Sheng is also watching the final battle between the Kyushu army and the Siam and Tonga allied forces. This is the last large-scale battle on the Southeast Asian continent. Even if this decisive battle cannot be completely won, as long as they hit them hard, we will be victorious. They have no spare capacity to resist with most of us in Southeast Asia. Chang Yi winked at Huang Degong, and Huang Degong deliberately raised his voice. Don't think about giving yourself down the stairs in advance for the South Army Corps. This decisive battle must be a complete victory. After defeating their army, you must pursue the victory and defeat Siam and Tanggu in one fell swoop. Did not see the elimination of Siam. With Tonga country, I will not return to the capital. Think about how many people will urge you at that time. Liu Sheng knew all of a sudden the careful thoughts of Huang Degong and the main officers of the Southern Army Corps. Huang Degong, Cao Bianjiao and others laughed helplessly. It seems that this time they are going to use all their skills to annihilate the Siam and Tonga coalition forces in one fell swoop, so that Liu Sheng will let them go. The cavalry is ready to reap. Cao Bianjiao, who is in charge of the entire cavalry team of the Southern Army Corps, prepares his cavalry subordinates to attack. Notify the whole army that the army owner is watching all the soldiers of our South Army Corps, and all units must fight hard. If any unit dares to slack off, this year's assessment should not be better. Interim Commander Cheng Yi orders were given to more than 20,000 people in the entire South Army Corps. The Army Master is here. Almost all the soldiers of the South Army Corps learned of this news before they left the battlefield, and all the soldiers were greatly excited. The Supreme Ruler who rules over hundreds of millions of people and has a colony of tens of millions of people is watching them fight from a high altitude. If his troops are brave, then they are likely to get Liu Sheng's generals. This is the supreme honor. More than 20,000 soldiers of the Kyushu army were divided into several phalanxes. The main force was concentrated in the middle phalanx, and the strategy adopted was a breakthrough in the middle. The artillery of the Kyushu army were arranged on the high ground and in front of the queue. The absolute main force is the infantry armed with Dreiser rifles. They still use classic line tactics to concentrate their firepower as much as possible. Originally, after the Kyushu army was equipped with muskets, the Kyushu army could use the skirmish line, but the firepower on the opposite side was too weak, and the range was still very close. There was no need for the Kyushu army to use the skirmish line at all, and directly overwhelmed with the line array. The artillery troops move forward. Infantry phalanx advance. Dense drum beats sounded, and the artillery at the front pushed the Napoleon smoothbore cannon forward, pushing the artillery under the enemy eyelids. The infantry also followed the artillery. After the artillery deterred the enemy, it became the home ground of the infantry. More than 20,000 soldiers of the Kyushu army. The cavalry has not moved, and the left and right sides have not moved yet. Only the middle phalanx began to advance towards the opposite side. King Tanggu, who was on the opposite side, wore a golden armor with a big sword slung on his waist, riding a warhorse that is very precious to Tangu, watching nervously at the middle phalanx of the Kyushu army that was pressing on the opposite side. He led the 20,000 troops of Tangu to the battlefield and confronted the Kyushu army for 2 months. He knew that the firearms of the Kyushu army were far stronger than theirs. Even the king of Tangu knew how low his winning rate was. But he must give it a go. If he wins, he will be able to maintain the current state of the kingdom, but if he loses, he will lose his status as the king of Tangu, and the nobles of Tangu will lose their interests. These nobles decided not to give up their rights willingly. And there are the lessons learned from Annano. Most of the aristocratic forces in Annan were captured in Liaodong, and the local overseas Chinese and the low-level officials who were initially depressed by Annan's middle and lower-level military officers emerged in peacetime. Your Majesty, the matter is not good. A General Tangu came from the direction of Tangu, and hurriedly came to the main battle of Tangu to look for their king for the first time. What's the matter? King Tangu asked depressedly. The war has started, and there are other bad things at this time? King Tonga suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the coming General Toniu said to him profusely, the fleet of the Kyushu army invaded our mainland along the Irrawaddy River. They have been devastating and rotten all the way. They have surrounded our capital and defeated our coalition forces at the same time. The princes and monks of the capital require your majesty to lead a large army to help quickly, otherwise the capital will soon fall. King Tangu heard that. When he heard that, he felt bad news in his heart. How many of them are there? 4,000 to 5,000, but their fleet is very powerful. They shelled our defenders along the way. Our defenders were quickly disintegrated by the artillery bombardment. They were not their opponents at all. General Tonga said, I am leading the outskirts. The army could not beat them, losing thousands of people, and we were forced to shrink to Ava City across the board. Trash. King Tonio slapped him fiercely, and the loud applause silenced the other General Tonio present. Now they all know that their country has been surrounded by the Kyushu army. The beaten general was holding his swollen cheeks, and he was also very depressed. Not to mention him, any general of Tangu would not be able to resist the powerful fleet of the Kyushu army. With such a powerful fleet, the Kyushu army can run unimpeded along the river. Their elite troops were either brought here by the king or deployed in the northern part of the border with the chief secretary of Yannan. No one thought that the Kyushu army would send a troop by sea to carry out a roundabout attack from the southern part of Tongyu, stabbing them to the east. Yu-Gi-Oh's rear. The port of Tangu State and the port of the Kyushu army are separated by the Strait of Malacca, but they did not expect that after Malacca, which was originally monopolized by the Franco-robots, became the colony of the Kyushu army. The Kyushu army's fleet could run wild on the entire ocean, even faster than marching on land. Come here. This person deliberately spread rumors and made an accident, with the intention of shaking the morale of the army, and pulled him out and beheaded. King Tangu suddenly turned his face and executed the hapless General Tangu to death. Your Majesty, you will not be guilty at the end. The General Dongyu was yelling for injustice. All Dongyu generals were silent. They all knew that his king wanted to keep the army from turmoil when he was about to fight. But the generals who were present to lead the battle almost all knew the news, and it would inevitably have an impact on the next battle. Chapter 721 Using cameras on the battlefield. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. This is the fact that Liu Sheng has rarely personally arrived on the front line in recent years. Compared with the emperors of Europe, the rulers of the East were often restrained and seldom set off in person. Every time when you want to fight by yourself, you are either very strong and show your majesty, or it is time for life and death. The battle line formed by more than 20,000 soldiers is very long, and the square inches the middle is only 2 miles long. Fire. The artillery had pushed the artillery to a range enough to cover the opponent's front row. More than 20 artillery pieces began to roar, and the solid bullets fired at the front row of musketeers from a very small angle, and instantly penetrated the front row of the opponent's line formation. The solid bullet remained unabated, bounced on the ground, and fell into the rear line formation. causing more than a dozen Siamese soldiers to be killed. The opposite is also a dense formation, and the formation is denser. They only had a small number of musketeers, and behind the musketeers were dense archers and shield soldiers. The deaths and injuries of dozens or hundreds of people are nothing to tens of thousands of people, but the artillery that fell into their formation caused a lot of panic. King Basuton of Siam, who had escaped from Ayutthaya and led the army of King Kin, was in the middle of the army. When he saw the aggressive Kyushu army, he was panicked. The Kyushu army was a powerful army that defeated his country. Although without the help of the fleet, the Kyushu army's army was extremely powerful, and he knew how low his winning rate was. But he also had to bite the bullet and fight with the Kyushu army. He had lost half of the Siam country and had no face to meet his ancestors. The Kyushu army has 20,000 muskets, or advanced Dreiser rifles, which can be produced on an assembly line. There are tens of millions of square kilometers of land production resources. The Anshan vein in Liaodong has been developed, enough for the Kyushu army to use for decades. In addition, Manshan iron mines near Nanjing and Hu are also being developed. In other words, high-quality iron ore can also be produced in Nanjing and Hu. In addition, the Kyushu army has 200 years of leading steel smelting technology in this era. There is also an ordnance factory in Nanjing. In contrast, the King Kin army, jointly formed by generals in northern Siam, was only able to organize a musket team of about 2,000 people. The guns used in the arquebus era were used to reluctantly form a three-line formation. In the front, this is the tactic they learned from Daming and Westerners. Shelling. After the soldiers of the Kyushu army approached, King Basuton gave the order of shelling. They only had a small number of artillery, and many of them were small earthen guns like guns, whose power was only stronger than bullets. The artillery shells fell on the advancing Kyushu army soldier formation. Some of the Kyushu army soldiers who were shot fell down, but there was no disturbance in the formation, and the soldiers in the back row automatically filled the vacancies in the front row. They adopted the modern army training method, and the military laws are strict, which is not comparable to the feudal army. Moreover, the artillery of the Kyushu army is more fierce than their artillery, and the artillery is far more familiar with the artillery than them, and can be filled in about a minute. Chen Yi, Huang Degong and others watched the formation of both sides on the high ground. Suddenly Huang Degong said, "I will personally lead the left wing to advance." Chen Yi had some surprises. "You also found turmoil on the right wing of the opponent?" "Yes. The Chinese army is the army of the Kingdom of Siam, and on the left and the right are the army of Tangu. Tangu has sent their most ill-attacking division as their elite division, even if their weapons are not as good as ours, and there is no reason for riots when they are deployed. You see that their shogai is unstable, and they have set aside a large number of reserve teams. Obviously they are ready to withdraw from the battlefield at any time. Not only that, but different generals. There is also a gap between the square formations. Although I don't know the reason, but know that their generals hesitate. That is our decisive opportunity." Huang Degong said, "You can just let go and attack their left wing." "I think the turmoil in the army of Tangu is due to the news that we circumvented by sea and invaded the country from behind has spread to the other side. They are hesitating whether to return to the country." Time said, "That's the case." Huang Degong's eyes lit up. "The army master has a foresight, and our army will win this decisive battle. I will go down to the front to personally command and break their right wing." Huang Degong personally arrived at the left wing of the Kyushu army, and the opposite of him was the right wing of the Siam Tunga allied forces. Huang Degong personally commanded the left wing corps, and coupled with the commander watching them on the high ground, the morale of the left wing corps was once again extremely high. This time our left wing is no longer supporting, but the protagonist. All troops must fight bravely. After Huang Degong came to the left wing, he dispatched rangers to run around in various columns to inform the whole army of this change. All the left wing soldiers boiled up, and they will be the protagonists in determining the outcome of this event. Offensive. Huang Degong gave an order. Thousands of soldiers on the left wing began to advance to the left. The 8 hand-cranked machine guns were pushed by the soldiers, and the soldiers of the Kyushu army moved forward. The artillery on the high ground had too high a firing angle, and began to bombard the enemy on the left to cover the advance of the left wing. General Tangu, who was on the opposite side of the left wing, began to waver in his heart. They wavered between the deadly battle and retreat. Right-wing assault. Cao Bai and Jiao also stepped down the right-wing front line, leading the right wing forward. The left, center and right 3 lines attacked, leaving only the guard battalion to protect Liu Sheng, a cavalry team on standby. The artillery on both sides fired. White smoke filled the battlefield, and soldiers fell every moment. Liu Sheng looked down on the white smoky battlefield. Many Kyushu soldiers would die on the road to conquer the world, but their sacrifices would win Huaxiu unimaginable resources. Southeast Asia is rich in mineral resources, especially copper, nickel, titanium, potassium salts, etc., which are complementary to China. Moreover, it is suitable for the growth of tropical and subtropical economic crops, providing a steady stream of raw materials and a large amount of cheap labor for China's industry. The cameraman is in place. Liu Sheng no longer needs to watch this war. The gap between the two sides is huge, and the other side has almost no possibility of a comeback. Several Western photographers and native apprentices hurriedly set up cameras and wooden tripods. Everyone, take a photo as a commemoration of this battle. From now on, this photo can claim that this place has been our territory since ancient times. Liu Sheng summoned the officers and ministers who were still on the high ground. What is this? Cheng Yi and other generals hadn't seen the camera, and couldn't help but surround themselves curiously. If the kings of Siam and Tangu on the opposite side knew that the top commanders on the opposite side would not direct the battle very much at the critical moment when the army was on the whole line, they would think about the camera. Maybe they would cry and faint in the latrine. Chapter 722. The first battlefield photo. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. This object is a camera, which can record what the human eye sees, just like the most wise painter. Our Huaxia painting is quick to focus on freehand brushwork but not on shape. But I think that form and spirit are inseparable. This is important. It's better to record historical events in a realistic way so that future generations won't argue about it. Liu Sheng was a history student before, and knew how important first-hand information was. When he did his thesis, he lacked the previous information. Worrying about first-hand information, and with first-hand information, future generations can also know the glory of the ancestors and the origin of the vast territory. Do we need to do something? Cheng Yi and other generals in the Southern Army were still a little uneasy. The camera, like a wooden box, was also covered with black cloth, and it looked like something weird. If it hadn't been for Liu Sheng to have summoned many things that surpassed this era, so that the people of the Kyushu army would be psychologically prepared, they might have mistaken the camera for some kind of demon. Just stand as good as the portrait, Liu Sheng said. The crowd gathered Liu Sheng in the middle, and behind it was the vast battlefield of the Kingdom of Siam. The photographer is also very excited. He has taken a lot of photos before, but he has never taken such an exciting photo, with a battlefield full of gunfire as the background. And the people in the photos are still the most powerful group of people in the East. 3. Woon. The cameraman buried his head in the black cloth and gestured to everyone. The spotlight flashed and white smoke came out of the camera. Cheng Yi and the others were taken aback by Bai Yan again, and they guarded Liu Sheng one after another. In the eyes of their generals, the white smoke was produced when the muskets and artillery were fired. Maybe there is a musket hidden in this weird wooden box. Don't be nervous, this is a normal phenomenon. Liu Sheng was speechless, and almost explained it every time he took pictures. After all, people in this era have never seen a spotlight lamp. Magnesium oxidizes and burns violently in the air to produce strong light after power on. Will produce white smoke. Yes. Cheng Yi and the others seemed to be frightened, and found themselves making a fuss. They couldn't help but retreat. After you win the battle, You will also take a few more photos for our soldiers and leave precious first-hand information." Luo Sheng said to the photographer. "Yes," said the Western photographer and a bunch of local apprentices. Being able to record this amazing moment is also a very important achievement for them. What everyone doesn't know is that this black and white photo that recorded the last large-scale war of the Kyushu army to unify Southeast Asia will become a precious historical material for future generations to talk about. Among them, the attitude of Luo Sheng, the commander of the Kyushu army, who despised the coalition forces of Siam and Tongyu, took a group photo during the fiercest period of the war, which was later called Luo Sheng-style arrogance by military scientists. This attitude also deeply affected the later generals of the Kyushu army, so that when they later conquered Europe, they often revealed this arrogance. When Luo Sheng took people to take pictures on the high ground, King Basuton of the Kingdom of Siam was in the mood to die now. The King army of their Kingdom of Siam has not collapsed, but the left and right wings, who are known as the most elite King divisions of Tanggu, have collapsed ahead of time. Knowing that his country has been attacked, and almost all his family members are fighting against the generals of Tanggu in the capital, he can't help but hesitate. It was such a hesitation, as long as they faced the Kyushu army and found that their winning rate was very low, they chose to retreat the first time. A Tanggu army from the rear took the lead to leave here, which led to the chain collapse of the entire coalition. Damdam. Seeing that he was the first to collapse here, the king of Tanggu hated the fleeing generals. But now is not the time to curse them. The Kyushu army has completely covered up. The tens of thousands of Siam and Tongyu coalition forces have collapsed. He is the king of Tongyu, but he is unable to command the surrounding troops. Only some of the guards around him can still listen to his command. "Your Majesty, let's retreat here." The army has been defeated. Even Sun Wu in ancient China will not be able to return to heaven after his rebirth. The captain of the guard escorted the king of Tongyu to retreat among the chaotic army. "I dare not be reconciled, I am not reconciled." The king of Tongyu, as he was being carried away by the guards, actually wept bitterly in his capacity. If his subordinates fought hard in this battle and could cause some losses to the Kyushu army, they would still be able to rescue them, but his subordinates were on the spot to persuade them, and the kingdom of Tanggu has no power to recover. Seeing the collapse of the King Army of Siam National Kin Army and King Tanggu Division, Cheng Yi mobilized the cavalry squadrons ready to go. Most of this cavalry squadron was transported from the north, otherwise it might not be possible to form a cavalry squadron of thousands in Southeast Asia. "Prepare." The knights of the cavalry thousands squad pulled out straight knives, clamped the horses with their legs, and drove the horses forward. 1,000 horses trot first, then began to accelerate and charge. Without shooting, they began to chase and kill the deserters in the front. Their defeated enemies were basically toe-legged infantry, archers, musketeers, and heavy elephant soldiers. They simply couldn't escape the cavalry known for their mobility. The knight on horseback held a long sword high and drove the deserters from the rear, and deserters kept falling under their sharp blades. But more deserters fell under the feet of each other and their own people. Tens of thousands of troops were defeated and were chased by the cavalry of the Kyushu army for 100 miles. The commander of the military commander, "Whoever catches the other king alive, will reward 2,000 silver. Those who catch the prince alive will reward 500 silver. Those who catch the general alive will reward 200 silver." The officers of the Kyushu army continued to shout in the chaotic team, which intensified the collapse of the opposing army. All the soldiers went crazy and wanted to capture the opponent's high-level officers and get the silver reward. There is no need to maintain a stable formation because of the big collapse on the opposite side. The opponent's tens of thousands of deserters, even tens of thousands of pigs, will take a long time to catch. The Siamese and Tanggu generals on the opposite side were able to understand Chinese, and they felt distressed. At this time, the other party also issued a reward order, and they didn't want to let them escape at all. Military owner, it will take some time to hunt down deserters. At this time, you can go to Ayutthaya to take a break. There is no suspense about the victory or defeat. The post-war statistical report will be sent to you later. Cheng Yi sees the army chased down the enemy and cleaned the battlefield inevitably, making Luo Sheng and the high-level officials wait. So he said to Luo Sheng, "Okay, let's go down and arrange how to sweep the whole of Siam and Tangu." Luo Sheng left with a group of ministers. He looked at the position of the sun. The final battle to sweep the Southeast Asian continent has been preparing for 3 months, one after another. When the actual confrontation, from the beginning to the end, the sun did not incline to the west. Chapter 723 is waiting for you in the capital. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Your Majesty, you can no longer see the cavalry of the Han people. Tangiers guards said to their king King Talong, they were pursued and killed by the cavalry of the Kyushu army and fled north along the Jiao Freya River. They fled for 200 miles before they got rid of the cavalry of the Kyushu army. King Talong looked at the slowly flowing Jiao Freya River, and he had the urge to plunge into the Jiao Freya River, so he ended his life. It's over, everything is over. King Long sighed. Your Majesty, we can send envoys to the Kyushu army to negotiate and request that all the land occupied by the Yunnan chief secretary be returned to see if they are willing to retreat. They sent troops to crusade against us because we were attacking Tongbiguan by the chieftain in the north. Return the territory to them, so they have no reason to attack us, right? Some minister Toy who followed King Talong said, you are too naive, thinking that this will allow them to retreat. They sent tens of thousands of troops to attack us not far away. How could they withdraw their troops because of our weakness? Now we can only blame our country's small people for their weakness and physical fitness. They are not their opponents in terms of quantity. King Tangu exclaimed. Tankau and Tongu, one has a population of 100 million. And the other has a population of only 1 million. The difference between the two is not the same level. Now I can only go back to Dongqiu and see if a miracle can happen. King Talong can only pin his hopes on miracles. For example, Luo Sheng, the commander of the Kyushu army, suddenly had something wrong. However, they didn't know that Luo Sheng was still alive and kicking now, and that he still had the system. It was really not easy to think of something wrong. In this battle, our army beheaded more than 2,000 people and captured 20,000. The other party lost his helmet and abandoned armor. Although we were short of manpower, the opponent escaped some soldiers, but the escaped enemy has been unable to return to heaven. Tanga cannot make an impact. After Luo Sheng waited for a while in Daking Mansion, the statistician who cleaned the battlefield returned to report to him. Is there a king who captured the other side? Luo Sheng didn't care much about the number of soldiers beheading the enemy. At his level, he only needed to care about whether the strategic goal was achieved. No, their kings are protected by the most elite soldiers, and they ran away as soon as an accident occurred. Our soldiers failed to catch up with them. The statistician thought that Luo Sheng would be very concerned about capturing the other king. Achievement. Looked at Luo Sheng's expression a little nervously. Unexpectedly, Luo Sheng just asked casually. In Luo Sheng's view, the kings of these two countries are placed in the Kyushu army, and they are not as important as ministers and generals such as Xun Wenkan and Chang Yi. The time is right to fully regain the peninsula of Southeast Asia. The 2nd South Army Corps will attack the territory of Tungku, and the 3rd South Army Corps will regain the northern territory of the Kingdom of Siam. Luo Sheng recruited Huang Degong and Cao Bianjiao. Individuals are the young generals of the original Ming Dynasty, and now they have become Luo Sheng's key cultivation targets, and they want to cultivate them into handsome talents who are unique. In the past, Chongzhen's subordinates had already become famous. Luo Sheng still didn't dare to use them. They were all placed in civilian generals or general staff. Instead, They used potential young generals. They were able to reach the most magnificent stage of history because of Luo Sheng in the front. So these young generals are very grateful to Luo Sheng. This expedition will definitely take Siam Tongku. Huang Degong and Cao Bianjiao said in unison. I have been away from the capital for a few months. This time I saw that Nanyang has basically been wiped out and calmed down. I am relieved. After your conscription of the Southern Corps is settled, they will temporarily guard Ava City, Bangkok, and Thanglong City. In the three places, the Marine Brigade guards Batavia, and the Nanyang Fleet guards Malacca. It will take at least 10 years for us to digest Nanyang's larger territory. After returning to the capital, we will organize the establishment of the Xijiaozi Chief Secretary and the Nanyang Chief Secretary. If Luo Sheng remembers well, Southeast Asia, including islands, has a land area of 4.5 million square kilometers. Plus the land area controlled by Luo Sheng is nearly 10 million square kilometers, and half of Siberia has at least 5 million square kilometers. The area of the Kyushu army has reached an astonishing 20 million square kilometers. This does not include sea areas that are larger than land. But in fact, Siberia is sparsely populated. 5 million square kilometers do not know whether there are hundreds of thousands of people. In other words, Southeast Asia now accounts for a third of the densely populated area of the Kyushu army, making it a very important colonial area for the Kyushu army. Moreover, Luo Sheng remembered that in the future, Southeast Asia could feed 600 million people, but now there may be only tens of millions of people. When the mainland's population explodes, a large number of people will be immigrated here, and the population will be submerged by tactics. The military master won't stay. Wait until we catch the king of Tongyu and Siam to offer it to you. Cheng Yi saw that Luo Sheng was about to leave, a little anxious, to seize the two kings of Tongyu and Siam, and dedicate them to the army owner. This is the highest glory of the army. Soon the sea breeze will blow from the ocean to the mainland. I will take advantage of the sea breeze to return to the capital. In order to come out this time, the ministers in the capital have urged me. Letters from Nanyang begging me to return are piled up every month. Luo Sheng said helplessly. To be honest, staying in the capital is more boring, and he still wants to be active on the front line to brush up on his presence. It is like Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon and others who personally command all large-scale battles and have supreme prestige in the army. What is helpless is that the territory of the Kyushu army is too big, just like the Meng-Yuan Empire. In fact, the Mongols were divided into several groups to expand. After Wokuotai inherited the Khan throne, he destroyed the southern Song dynasty. At the same time General Sitai was in the West expedition, and the West expedition was divided into many roads. Subordinates will report battle reports to the capital at any time. Chang Yi's tone could not help but feel a little regretful. After finally being able to show it to the old boss face to face, Cheng Yi was like a kid who wanted to be praised. Luo Sheng roughly sensed Chang Yi's emotions, and what he represented was also the attitude of some officers in the South Regiment. When you have completely calmed down Nanyang, the officers of the South Expeditionary Corps escorted all this king and that king back to the capital. I will set a celebration banquet for you in the capital. Luo Sheng patted him on the shoulder. Cheng Yi, Huang Degong, Cao Bianjiao and others changed from a little disappointment to a pleasant surprise. They will be able to show off their military merits in front of hundreds of civil and military officials, which is the supreme glory for them. It is like a group of students who have passed the exam and can receive the award in front of the teachers and students of the school. And you can take advantage of the end of the war to return to your hometown for a while. This is the pinnacle of the life of Guangzong Yosa's glorious lintel. Chapter 724 Expedition on the Great Barrier Reef. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. An expedition consisting of 4 large ships departed from Hoi An port, went all the way through Java Island, the Timor Sea, into the Torres Strait, and then into the Great Barrier Reef. The land of Oceania was discovered by the Dutch 30 years ago. In 1606, The Spaniard Torres was hit by a storm at the northern end of Queensland and sailed across the Torres Strait to the Coral Sea. They are all walking this sea route, with the general location and simple information provided by Liu Sheng. The expedition sent by the Kyushu Army easily entered the waters of the Great Barrier Reef, knowing that the coastline appearing on the west side of the Great Barrier Reef is the east coast of Oceania. The Great Barrier Reef stretches for 4,000 miles. The southern end is the farthest from the coast 500 miles, and the northern end is only 30 miles from the coast. Between the Great Barrier Reef and the long coastline of Oceania, there is an extremely convenient sea route of 4,000 miles. As long as you sail along the coastline to the south, there is almost no danger of getting lost. However, when the tide is low, part of the coral reef emerges from the water to form a coral island, which will bring danger to the reef for some fleets that do not know the situation. On the deck of the leading sailing ship, the captain was looking at the chart that Liu Sheng had provided them, comparing the position on the compass from time to time. "Captain, look, it's amazing!" the crew yelled in surprise after entering the Great Barrier Reef. "All the fuss, what happened?" The captain put down the sea chart and went to the edge of the deck to look down. He saw the colorful and multi-shaped coral scenery under the boat. There were endless colorful and multi-shaped corals. There were a variety of peculiar marine fishes leisurely among the colorful corals. Wondering, the captain couldn't help being taken aback. "My dear, this sea is so beautiful. How did this come into being?" An old crew member also said, "I have been a sailor in Nanyang for decades, and I have never seen such a strange sea. I really want to paint such a beautiful scene, and I returned to the north to show it to those companions. If I told them out of thin air, they would definitely not believe that there is such a beautiful place in this world," said another sailor. "They don't know that there are thousands of coral reefs in the Great Barrier Reef, and there are more coral groups on the bottom of the sea." The captain looked at the magnificent waters, and suddenly remembered what Liu Sheng had told him. "No, we have already sailed into the Great Barrier Reef. Although the Great Barrier Reef is beautiful, we don't know the waterway here, and it will inevitably touch the reef. Especially when the tide is low, it will be even more dangerous. The fleet immediately leave here and get closer to the coastline. Every crew is in place. Turn the bow to the west." Hearing that the beautiful coral reef is in danger, the sailors hurriedly adjusted the direction of the ship and gradually left the magnificent waters. "Fortunately, I didn't touch the reef." After leaving the coral reef, the captain couldn't help but be grateful that the information provided by Liu Sheng contained the record of the Great Barrier Reef. Otherwise, those who explored the Great Barrier Reef for the first time would be surprised by the strangeness of the Great Barrier Reef and be on the coral island, stranded. In fact, the captain's judgment was quite correct. In the world where Liu Sheng used to be, in 1770, the British ship Endeavour struck a rock on the Great Barrier Reef and hit a big hole. The captain was stranded here. Next, we must be cautious. We have only 4 ships on this 10,000 expedition. Don't have any accidents. The captain was scared into a cold sweat and told the crew. "Yes." These crew members said one after another. Among them are sailors from Liaodong, Guangdong, and Nanyang. Most of them have rich sailing experience, knowing that the seemingly calm sea is actually very dangerous, and they may encounter danger at any time. After the captain warned the crew, he returned to the cabin and personally recorded the information in the Great Barrier Reef in his logbook. This was a special order from Liu Sheng, that he must record the sailing experience in detail, and in the future it will be able to announce that this sea area has been owned by China since ancient times. The captain is also happy to do this, because he knows this is very precious information, and he wrote down this logbook by himself, which will let his original little person's name go down in history. Although he is not like the Sambo Grandpa who can take a huge fleet of 7 voyages to the west, he is the first group of expedition members sent by China to explore Oceania. After using Mo's notes on what he had learned from the day, he locked this precious logbook in the box. This time the goal is Melbourne, and there is roughly 8,000 miles away. It will take at least half a month to arrive at the current speed, which is really long. The captain sighed. Although this voyage is a historic expedition, the voyage at sea is very long and boring. Cheng Hong, once an assassin sent by Hu Jin to assassinate Liu Sheng, later became a handyman and soldier in the Navy Department somehow, and then became a small officer in the Navy Department. He once went to Hainan Island to find the rubber plantation that Liu Sheng had summoned there. Now he has been promoted again, becoming a captain officer of the Admiralty, the leader of this expedition. He himself can't remember how many years he has joined the Kyushu army. Now he is more proficient in Chinese than his native language, and he completely regards himself as a member of the Kyushu army, faithfully fulfilling the orders ordered by the Navy Department. This time the Admiralty ordered 4 large sailing ships to lead him to Oceania, looking for the Melbourne area at the southeastern tip of Oceania. The 4 large sailing ships were armed with only a dozen artillery pieces. The enemies they dealt with were only indigenous people, and a dozen artillery pieces were enough to defeat them. The fleet sailed south along the east coast of Oceania for about 10 days before leaving the beautiful waters of the Great Barrier Reef. After that, they drove cautiously to the south for another 4 days, and still couldn't see the corner of the Oceania continent. On the 5th day after leaving the Great Barrier Reef, the sailor who was observing the weather stood restlessly on the bow of the ship and looked into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. There was drizzle on his head and the sky was grey. Cheng Hong came to the deck wearing a suit, and he was also very upset. When sailing on the ocean, the most fearful thing is the storm. There was a drizzle on the coast, which often meant that a storm was gestating not far away. "Captain, do we want to dock and wait until the rain stops before moving on?" the sailor asked Cheng Hong anxiously for instructions. "No, there is no harbor on the coast near here. Even if we dock safely, our ships are likely to be destroyed by the storm. Without the ships, we will stay here. The storm shouldn't arrive, and we will sail south. If there is no harbor ahead, we will run aground again," Cheng Hong said solemnly. "People can go ashore to shelter from the rain, but boats cannot go ashore." When the storm came at any time, the fleet continued to sail south for 30 miles. "Captain, it's a harbor, and a river flows into the sea from here," shouted a sailor. "Great." The entire fleet is extremely excited. The fleet can be here. But they didn't know that the harbor they discovered was called Sydney Harbor in Liu Sheng's time, and it was also very close to Canberra. Chapter 725 What a Big Mouse. First, more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. On the hazy seas of the South Pacific, squally winds gathered dark clouds, and the waves beat ashore restlessly. The storm finally arrived. The heavy rain fell, and the 4 big sailboats sailing into the inland river swayed along with the river surface. The sails on the galleon have been lowered, and the crew inside have already taken dry food ashore to shelter from the rain. They could not predict how terrible the storm in the South Pacific would be, and they did not dare to stay on the ship. There is a cave here. Before the storm came, a crew member found a cave that didn't seem prone to landslides, and a group of people hurriedly hid in it. "Be careful of the snakes and insects inside." Cheng Hong blew a fire folder, and the faint light of the fire illuminated the dark cave. There is firewood in it." Everyone found a pile of firewood in the depths of the cave. It seemed that it had been a while, and the firewood was covered with spider webs. They removed the spider webs and used the wood inside to make a fire. In this way, they would be able to see the situation inside the cave clearly. Cheng Hong led the crowd around the pile of flames to dry the clothes and some soaked dry food. The weather had already started to warm up when we were in Hoi An Port. "Why did the weather turn colder in Oceania?" as the military owner said. A sailor shrank and moved as close as possible to the fire. "Didn't the military owner remind you that the climate in Oceania is the opposite of ours in China? It's hot in our place, cold here, and cold in our place, but hot here. Didn't you ask me to bring some cotton-padded clothes before we set off?" Cheng Hong said. "I walked in a hurry just now, and they all landed in the cabin," said the sailor. "I know, I have one more coat here, you can wear it first," another kind old sailor said. "Look at this wall, There are murals. A sailor reminded everyone that everyone paid attention to the rock wall behind. Cheng Hong pulled out a burning wood from the fire and checked the condition of the rock wall. He saw petroglyphs painted on the rock wall that he didn't know what dyes were painted with. The painting techniques on it were very clumsy, with only the simplest lines, just like the paintings of uncivilized savages. This should be the work of the savages living on this land. They used to live in this cave. No wonder we can find firewood in it. Cheng Hong felt relieved when he saw the rock painting. The savages living in the cave show that the technology of the indigenous people on this continent is very backward. Here are stone knives they used. Someone found a few smooth stones, picked them up, held them in their hands and played with them. They still don't know how to smelt iron. Cheng Hong was even more surprised. If the other party was still living in the Stone Age, wouldn't they be like gods? I don't see just iron, not even copper, silver, or pottery. Another person found a bunch of rough stone products, but there were no ceramics or metal products. No wonder the army owner strictly forbids us to exchange muskets and iron weapons with them before they set off. It turns out that they don't have such a thing yet. Cheng Hong suddenly realized the technological level of this new continent lags behind their Kyushu army by thousands of years, separated by the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, and the Firearm Age. As long as the technology of this continent continues to be blocked, the local aborigines will be reduced to cheap labor. It's unbelievable that such a large area of land did not give birth to a powerful empire, and even the technology is still so backward. Cheng Hong and others arrived from the Timor Sea and sailed for thousands of miles. Naturally, they knew that the area of Oceania might be second only to China. Perhaps they are sparsely populated and isolated overseas. Without communication, there will be no progress. Someone inferred. Should we meet them sooner or later? A sailor excitedly picked up the musket and gestured. At that time, they can be used as servants to open up farmland and pasture. The storm lasted for almost 3 days before it ended, and everyone came out of the cave. The first thing they do is to check whether the sailboat is in good condition. Fortunately, the 4 sailing boats did not cause much damage except for one of the masts that broke off due to the harbor terrain and the river's resistance to storms. You go picking fruits, and be careful not to pick poison fruits. And you, go hunting and add dry food. The rest of them will follow me to clean up the stagnant water and branches on the deck. Cheng Hong arranged the task. In a short while, the debris on the 4 large sailing ships was cleaned up, and the sailors were doing final inspections and preparing to set sail. In addition to sorting out the ships, Cheng Hong also invited a boulder to engrave the words "The Expedition of China in the year 10 of the Kyushu calendar is here, and this place will belong to China forever." Well, that's it. Cheng Hong stood in front of the boulder and looked at the line with satisfaction, and declared sovereignty first, regardless of whether he took it or not. "Captain, we are back. Guess what we caught?" The hunting team came back, each carrying a strange prey on their shoulders. Such a big mouse. Cheng Hong couldn't help being shocked when he saw the prey they had captured, which had auburn fur and looked like a mouse. We were also very surprised when we saw this thing, and it ran and jumped at a weird speed. "If you didn't have a musket, you might not be able to catch them," said the hunting sailor. Hey, can you eat the big mouse you caught, or it might poison us all to death?" someone joked. "Let us bring the dog a try. I think this big mouse eats grass, there should be no toxins." The hunting sailor threw Onima to high big mouse on the ground. The other sailors and crew members all watched curiously, and they were very surprised. "What a big mouse. I have never seen such a big mouse in our hometown." "Could it be that all the animals on this continent are of this size?" said the sailor from the north. "I don't know what it's like to eat such a big mouse. Is it better to steam the soup or grill it?" The sailor from Guangdong licked his lips. Some sailors also discovered the difference between big mice and ordinary mice. They seemed to have a bag in their stomachs. When the other sailors were reminded by him, they also found out, "It's really like this. Why don't we call this kind of big mouse a kangaroo?" A sailor suggested. "They are called kangaroos, no matter whether they are poisonous or not. put them in the cabin and store them with salt and sand. If there is insufficient food, they can be used as reserve food when there is no other way. Cheng Hong said, fruit pickers after returning, we will continue our journey to the south. After waiting roughly half an hour, the 4 galleons sailed out of Sydney Bay and continued to drive south along the coastline. Chapter 726 The First Stronghold in Oceania. Second. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Continuing to sail south for 3 days, the course of the fleet was deflected. They changed from driving south to driving southwest, and their direction was slowly deflecting toward the west. Almost all crew members, sailors, and handymen held their breath. There are only 2 possibilities in the current situation. One is that they have finally reached the end of the east coast, and the other is that this is just a peninsula protruding from the mainland. The ship continued to deflect to the west until there was no continent ahead. Captain Cheng Hong finally announced loudly, according to the position of the military owner's logo, we should have reached a bay called Melbourne. The exploration of the waterway on the east coast of Oceania has ended. We have reached the final destination of this voyage. We can go ashore to establish a stronghold. Long live! Long live! The crew all cheered loudly, shouting long live excitedly. On the way, they avoided countless reefs and encountered storms in the South Pacific. They were cautious all the way. Although this caused some delays in the voyage, they finally completed the mission assigned by the military and became the first team to successfully explore the east of Oceania. The fleet of the coast. It's not easy. Cheng Hong was quite emotional. They didn't have any support for this expedition. Even if the storm was completely wiped out in the middle, the news could not be sent back to China and Southeast Asia. The ship arriving at the destination followed the river in Melbourne Bay northward for 2 or 3 miles, and then dropped anchor, and the crew set foot on the land in the most southeast corner of the Oceania continent. The grassland here is very suitable for building a pasture, but unfortunately it is a bit colder now, said the sailors who looked at the land. We are going to build a new city here. This is located at the end of the sky, so it's called Tangi City. Cheng Hong randomly gave a name. The mainland here was explored by Chinese people, and the city was built by Chinese people here. The name Melbourne was too awkward, so it was changed to Tangi City. Tangi City. This will be a city we built by ourselves. All the crew members are now in a mood. A brand new city will be built by them, and those who live in this city will always remember their pioneers. A dozen of you paired up in pairs, separated to explore the nearby terrain, and others went to the ship to carry supplies. Cheng Hong commanded the sailors to unload the supplies from the ship in a hurry. Be careful, don't let the artillery and gunpowder soak in water. In addition to living supplies, these sailors also moved down 2 smoothbore guns and barrels of gunpowder. These 2 smoothbore guns and gunpowder were their weapon to conquer this no-man's land, and of course the guns carried by the sailors. There are also livestock brought with the boat, including 10 sheep, 10 domestic pigs, 100 chickens, 100 ducks, and a few local dogs. Kangaroo meat is too fishy. In the future, we will still rely on these sheep, pigs, chickens, and ducks to breed and provide us with meat. We will not eat them for the time being, lest there will be no meat afterwards. I tried kangaroo meat on a boat. These crew members who arrived from China said that kangaroo meat is far less delicious than usual domestic animal meat, and directly equated kangaroos with ordinary rats. Let's do it before the ranch is established. We can also fish and improve the food, and then see if we can catch any delicious animals here. Cheng Hong was also afraid of kangaroo meat, but now they bring it. There are so many pigs, muttons, chickens and ducks. Therefore, the livestock brought here are used to breed here. After only 10 or 20 years of breeding, they will soon be able to thrive on this strange land. They left a 10-man team to guard the ship, while other large troops were looking for suitable fortification sites. It was originally a good harbor, with rivers, plains, and hidden gold mines. They chose to establish a stronghold in the plains near the Yarra River, and chose to set up an observation post on a low mountain not far away, and arranged 2 sentries. Cheng Hong will also arrange for manpower to gather stones and woods to build a town. Before Tanji City was developed, it was a small town at best. Moreover, this backward road is poor and white, and the population is so small that there are not even aboriginal people or thatched huts. This time they arrived with 400 people, including soldiers, sailors, craftsmen, husbands, doctors, and of course important herders and farmers, who helped open up farmland and pasture. Among them, the number of soldiers is less than 100, and there are more people in other occupations. Cheng Hong led people to the low and high ground where the observation post was located, and fiercely planted the flag symbolizing the admiralty of the Kyushu army on the ground, and the King Long flag was hunting in the wind. From now on, the latitude where the sun shines directly is above the territory of the Kyushu army. The territory of the Kyushu army has covered a wide range from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn in the eastern hemisphere. Looking up at the King Long banner that was fluttering in the wind, Cheng Hong was heartbroken. Hundreds of people conquered a continent. This was just the beginning. "Captain, how long do we need to stay here?" asked the 2 soldiers on duty at the outpost. Although opening a new base is something that excites them, their roots are still in the north. 1 year later, we will send some people back to Nanyang. After contacting the military, they will send a second batch of immigrants. This kind of rotation will always ensure that we have someone stationed here. Cheng Hong said, "Don't worry, before you leave. Before here, I will definitely stay here." "Yes," said the 2 soldiers. "The people we went to explore the terrain are back," someone shouted standing on the low ground. Cheng Hong looked into the distance, and he saw 2 people with muskets in the northeast running back hurriedly. Why are they so panicked? Could it be that they met some ferocious beast? Cheng Hong saw that the 2 people who turned back were withdrawing at a very fast speed. "Impossible. We haven't seen any ferocious beasts on this continent when we docked for supplies along the way. The most venomous snake is. But if we encounter a poisonous snake, there is no need to run away. The back is exposed to them." The people who followed Cheng Hong couldn't help but wonder. However, as the 2 musketeers ran back, they soon discovered that it was not a ferocious beast that was chasing behind them, but the natives painted in camouflage. A large group of indigenous people noisily chasing behind them with stone spears and stone axes. There are as many as hundreds of people. Why did these 2 guys provoke the Aborigines? Cheng Hong originally thought that he should be able to meet the Aborigines who live in this area soon, but his own landing caused him trouble. Prepare guns and artillery, and be prepared to meet the natives. Chapter 727 Artillery and Aboriginals of the Stone Age. Third more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The artillery is in place. Before Cheng Hong came down from the high ground, the artilleryman had consciously set up 2 smoothbore guns. The aboriginal attack suddenly caused great panic among the expedition members who were still preparing stones, woods, and moving supplies from the ship. They grabbed the muskets around them, as if they were facing an enemy. "Don't shoot. No, be careful not to hit us." The 2 musketeers chased by the indigenous tribe hurried over. Cheng Hong got down from the high ground at this time and shouted at them, "You 2, get down." When the 2 musketeers were less than 100 meters away from the artillery and musket positions, they heard Cheng Hong's call and immediately rushed forward. "Fire!" The musketeer lit the fuse and covered his ears aside. Boom, boom. 2 artillery sounds sounded, and 2 solid projectiles shot into the distance. The hundreds of natives who were chasing the musketeers were startled by the loud sound of the artillery, and they all shrank in fright, standing still not daring to move. They had no idea what monster was making the thundering sound, and the expedition's artillery muzzle was filled with white smoke, which made them even more terrified. "Shoot at their feet." Cheng Hong led the musketeers to shoot at the feet of the natives, with gravel splashing. Scare. These natives were so scared that they stepped back a few meters. All of them raised up the stone tools in their hands suspiciously and confronted Cheng Hong and the others. Taking advantage of this moment, The two musketeers fled back to their positions. "What did you two do to them to chase you down like stabbing a hornet's nest?" Cheng Hong asked. Of course, he deliberately did not conflict with the indigenous people, otherwise the shelling and musket shooting would have disintegrated the indigenous people a long time ago. "Everyone is killed. Who will help farming and grazing? We just found two ostriches at the beginning, thinking that we could catch them to improve the food. But the sound of gunshots alarmed the local indigenous people. They chased us like crazy. When we saw that the situation was not good, of course we ran away. And then we flee. They chase." The two musketeers who fled back said, "It's fine if you didn't kill their people, otherwise I'm afraid it's a feud." Cheng Hong said, "First think of a way to drive them away. Why let them go? We have muskets and artillery. They are not our opponents at all." The two musketeers who fled back were puzzled. "What we need is labor. Killing them will not do us any good, and the other party is just a stone civilization. As long as we give them a little benefit, they will become our slaves. To subdue them, we have 100 ways to use them. Force is only the most inferior method." Cheng Hong said, "They don't look like they are going to escape. How can we scare them away?" The gunner behind asked. "If they are allowed to use artillery, they are confident that it will be easy to defeat these indigenous people, but if the use of artillery is forbidden, it is really not easy to scare away the indigenous people." Cheng Hong scanned the aboriginals who seemed to be frightened, but the aboriginals had not physically resisted muskets and artillery, and did not know the cruelty of bullets and cannonballs falling on them. He said to a gunner who prepared black powder for the gun, "Get the gunpowder and pile it there." The gunner went inside without knowing it, but he obeyed the order and poured a handful of gunpowder on the flat ground. More. Cheng Hong asked the gunner to pile more black powder there. Their expedition did not bring strong explosives such as picric acid, because picric acid is very unstable. If it encounters a storm on the way, it will easily explode and burn the entire wooden ship. Black powder is enough to kill hundreds of thousands of people on the New World in seconds. "Take another rooster and put it on the gunpowder," Cheng Hong said. "Yes." A soldier grabbed a rooster from the chicken coop questioningly. "Does the captain want to play with fried chicken? Lay the fuse and ignite it when I order." Cheng Hong came between the firearms army and the indigenous people, raised the musket in his hand high, as if holding some kind of artifact, and then danced with his hands and feet, simulating wild beasts or eagles in the dance, with weird movements. This is a shamanistic dance of some northern ethnic beliefs, showing that primitive religions believe in the worship of animism and totems. In Cheng Hong's view, this is the best way to communicate, or frighten the local indigenous people. "Fire," Cheng Hong said to the people behind him when a dance was about to end. The soldier ignited the fuse that extended to the gunpowder pile, and the burning matchstick burned to the gunpowder pile. The poor rooster had not realized his sad fate. When the gunpowder pile was about to explode, Cheng Hong stopped to dance, pointed the gun at the gunpowder pile, and shouted sharply, "Blast!" Boom! The gunpowder pile exploded in an open flame, and a flame of several meters high rose into the sky, billowing black smoke. The fierce firelight and strong wind generated by the explosion of gunpowder caused Cheng Hong and others to protect their eyes with their arms. The rooster that was put on the gunpowder pile just turned into ashes. From the perspective of the indigenous people, it was like an explosion shot by Cheng Hong with a musket. Such a terrifying explosion scared them more than thunder. Hundreds of natives were frightened on the ground, all of them pale, and some natives were so frightened and incontinent that they pulled curry in public. Cheng Hong turned the gun at them. These silly natives helped each other to get up and pressed their heads tightly to the ground. They didn't know what they were screaming, and they trembled, as if they had offended the gods, and asked the gods for forgiveness. In addition to the great natural gods, who else can have such a strange holy thing? Cheng Hong showed a wicked smile, and it seemed that they had learned to be afraid of muskets. As long as they hold a musket, they will always remain in awe. "Captain, what are you going to do?" Seeing Cheng Hong walking towards the aboriginals on the opposite side with his gun alone, the soldier behind him couldn't help asking with some worry. "Don't worry about me." Cheng Hong swaggered over, looking down at the group of indigenous people who bowed their heads and begged for mercy, with the pleasure of a conqueror. "Look up!" Cheng Hong shouted to these natives in a low voice, wondering if they could understand. "Or it doesn't matter whether you can understand or not." One of the natives, who looked like an indigenous leader, almost crawled up to Cheng Hong tremblingly on the ground, begging for mercy and daring not to raise his head to blaspheme the god. Cheng Hong put a hand on his tanling cover and felt his nervousness and panic. He pushed the head of the indigenous leader up with his hand, and saw that the pupils of the indigenous people were dilated, and he was almost fainted with fright. "You guys, get out of here." Cheng Hong pointed to the northeast, motioning them to leave. The aboriginals still lay on the ground in panic until Cheng Hong returned, still lying there talking for 3 hours. When it was dark, seeing the gods ignore them, they helped each other back to their tribe. Their legs were frightened. It's numb. Chapter 728 High Mountain Tea from Yizu. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Luo Sheng stayed in the South Sea for a while. After there was almost no suspense about the situation in the South Sea, while the spring wind was blowing from the Pacific to the land, Luo Sheng left the Gulf of Siam under the protection of the Zili fleet and walked along the coastline. Sail north. Because of his precious status, Luo Sheng did not personally go to the 3 newly occupied ports of Manila, Malacca, and Batavia to patrol in order to avoid encountering a storm in the middle. If you are sailing close to the coast, even if you encounter a storm on the way, you can immediately stop to shelter from the rain. On the way back, Luo Sheng also took a look at the rubber plantation in Kayangzu Mansion on Hainan Island. Now Kayangzu Prefecture has set up 3 rubber plantations, and the scale is still expanding. The rubber produced is shipped from Kayangzu to the north by sea. At present, almost no one knows what Luo Sheng wants so much rubber for, only that Luo Sheng's allocation to the rubber plantation is increasing every year and the output quota is constantly increasing. Luo Sheng also plans to set up a rubber plantation in Nanyang. Only Luo Sheng knew that everything he did was to pave the way for the important breakthrough of the Second Industrial Revolution. The Second Industrial Revolution needed to store more materials, no longer as simple as iron and coal, but also needed other materials such as rubber and oil. Although Luo Sheng did not start any large-scale technology, he was actually madly accumulating early-stage technology, especially internal combustion engine technology and oil extraction technology. In the past few years, he has accumulated a considerable amount of rubber in order to produce tires, military boots and other strategic materials in the future. Came to the rubber plantation and looked at it. Roughly, the first rubber plantation that was summoned at the beginning was in the deep mountains and old forests, and the natural rubber was transported to the port by the river. The second and third rubber plantations have already been set up in the area close to the port, which can be transported nearby from land. However, the rubber trees in the second and third rubber plantations are still growing. Their seeds were drawn from the first rubber plantation. After inspecting the rubber plantation, their Zili fleet went to Guangzhou Mansion, Xiamen Bay, and then to Yizu. Yizu is also a place that Luo Sheng is very concerned about. Although Yizu did not fall into the embrace of Huixia for long in this era, Luo Sheng was still very concerned about the development here because of the obsession before crossing. Luo Sheng first went to Taiwan City and Chichen City in the south. These 2 cities were built by the Dutch people, but they are actually like their fortresses in Yizu, and they are not considered cities. After the arrival of the Kyushu army, they expanded these 2 cities into real cities, and moved immigrants from the southeast coast and natives of Yizu into the city. Now the 2 cities have tens of thousands of household registrations, and they have become refuges for victims in some drought-stricken areas along the southeast coast. After arriving at Taiwan City and Chichen City, Luo Sheng went north to Bengang in central Yizu. It used to be the place where Zheng Zilong and other pirates led the victims in the southeast coast to reclaim it. It has a history of about 10 years of reclamation, so it has become the most prosperous place in Yizu. With a population of 100,000 in fertile land, Liu Sheng originally planned to leave Yizhou and sail to the capital after staying in Bengang for up to 2 days. However, he encountered a storm in Yizhou and was forced to stay in Yizhou with his minister. The backyard of Bengang Mansion was originally the place where the officials lived. Because of Liu Sheng's arrival, it was vacated for Liu Sheng to move in. Even Nelson, Zhao Yuguang and others have to live in the homes of some large households, and the local officials are even more frightened. Liu Sheng sat in the lobby of the backyard, and the rain outside the door kept falling on the blue stone slab. Yizhou is a good place, even with frequent typhoons and rains. Our trip was delayed because of the frequent delays. Liu Sheng made a cup of steaming fragrant tea. The tea was cold. The taste was mellow and sweet, and there was a hint of honey in the scent. Curious, what kind of tea is this? Back to the army. This is the high mountain tea from the depths of Alishan. The mountains are covered in morning and evening, and the climate is cool. The buds and leaves of tea trees are less bitter and more sweet. In addition, the tea produced here is mostly irrigated with mountain spring water, which is sweet and mellow. Although it is not comparable to some famous teas on the mainland, it is also unique. And this high mountain tea is also divided into many kinds, the official of Bengang quickly replied, and the army owner was very proud of their willingness to taste their specialties. I would like to hear the details. When Liu Sheng was stranded in Bengang, the memorials and military newspapers in the capital were separated by the vast ocean, and there was nowhere to come. He was happy to have a leisure time. Speaking of mountain tea, wild camellia is mostly inferior. For example, Meoloshan produces tea, which is extremely cold. Fans dare not drink it. Many camellia cultivated in mountain and forest tribes are mostly inferior and can be used for their own consumption. The top grade is the camellia carefully cultivated here from Fujian and other places. With decades of experience tea masters, they brought the tea trees from Fujian, and went to the high mountains of Yizhou to choose the best terrain for cultivation. Because of the climate and soil different, they cultivated the tea with the aura here, and then selected the high-quality products. These teas are already the best products for the big family to give each other. As for the military owner, you are drinking high mountain tea now, the top quality in China. The official of Bengang talked about the tea here, and couldn't help but talk freely. You said that the tea masters in Fujian are already top grade, and there are top grade ones? Liu Sheng asked unexpectedly. The military owner does not know. The first generation of which is believed by the aboriginal Goshan tribe of Yizhou is a small princess who exiled here from the southern Song dynasty. At that time, what she carried was the seeds of the best tea trees that were supplied to the royal family. After several generations of handmaidens' cultivation, the best tea is selected from the best. It is already the best quality tea here. Hearing that the army leader came, this maiden picked some tea and sent it over. The official said. After the official's reminder, Liu Sheng remembered the witches believed by the Untitled tribe among the mountain aborigines that he met here a few years ago. She was originally the daughter of a small official in Zhejiang. When he was a child, his father was killed by pirates, and his family was turned to Yizhou. He was taken in by a witch of the Goshan tribe, and then became the current witch. At that time, I saw her as a little girl of 17 or 18 years old. Liu Sheng vaguely remembered that before leaving Yizhou, he told her that she had the opportunity to go to the Academy of Sciences for further study. After all, she was a hero who promoted the integration of Yizhou Aborigines and Han immigrants. It was only afterwards that Liu Sheng got busy and never visited Yizhou again, so he gradually forgot about it. I have summoned her 2 or 3 times, and she seems to be called Xiao. How is she doing now? Although Liu Sheng still vaguely remembered her appearance, she couldn't remember the name of that woman for a while. After all, Xiao Xiao's bizarre maiden costume still impressed Liu Sheng more deeply than a name that impressed Liu Sheng. Chapter 729 Goodbye to Yizhou, which the fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Although this female Xiao Xiao does not have an official position, She has spent a lot of effort on getting along with the Aborigines in the past few years by virtue of her influence in the Goshan tribe. With her help, the Goshan tribe began to use animal skins and we trade in commodities, send our disciples to the private school in the city to study, and open up plantations. Without her, the immigrants on our side might have a lot of conflicts with the Goshan people. So our local officials admire her very much. Don't hide from the military master. The only downside is that Miss Xiaoxue has the grace of a Jiangnan woman, and she is very beautiful, so there are many suitors in the city. Miss Xiaoxue often lives in the mountains and old forests. As the protector of the mountain tribe, the Han disciples in our city went to the mountain tribe to beg for relatives. The young men in the mountain tribe regarded her as the incarnation of the gods in the world. How could she be allowed to be desecrated? So they held them with a hunting knife, drove out. Even so, back and forth, there are still many Han disciples trying their best to meet Xiaoxiu. They saw that they could not enter the mountain tribe, so they wanted to pursue Xiaoxiu when she came out to purchase supplies. Unexpectedly, the daughter of the Atile Patriarch, and Xiaoxiu have a very good relationship. They took the people from the clan to drive away these Han disciples. The two sides also called friends and friends in the outskirts of Bengang to fight with their bare hands. Several people were seriously injured and they were arrested by the officials. It was locked for a long time. Therefore, some conflicts arose between the younger generations of the two sides. Fortunately, they were worried that Xiaoxiu would be angry and would not kill him. The officials in Bengang talked about this incident, and even Liu Sheng heard the ups and downs. Fighting for a woman, this is simply a story meeting. But because of Xiaoxiu's special identity, such a thing actually happened. How do the Goshan people and the older generation of immigrants think about this? Liu Sheng asked. They saw that they couldn't kill people, so they just let it happen. For those of the Goshan tribe, fighting is commonplace. The officials in Bengang didn't worry that things would go wrong at all. While Liu Sheng was chatting with officials in Bengang, the captain of the guard, Yu Cheng, came in from the front hall of the palace and said to Liu Sheng, "Military master, there are two women outside the palace asking for a meeting. Who wants to see me?" Liu Sheng thought that he shouldn't provoke any girl. He has always been very disciplined. One said he was called Xiaoxiu, and the other said he was called Goya. Yu Cheng said, "I really mean that Cao Cao and Cao Cao will be here, you let them in." Liu Sheng didn't know what the Goshan maiden Xiaoxiu and the Atile Patriarch daughter Goya were looking for, but the two men merged with the Kyushu army. In Yuzui-Yuan, residents have a great role to play, and it is okay for Liu Sheng to take advantage of this free time to communicate with them about the Goshan tribe. The military owner has guests, and there is something happening at the next official's house, so I won't delay the military owner much. Seeing that there were two women looking for Liu Sheng, the officer in Bengang immediately said goodbye to Liu Sheng. Who knows what will happen? It's better not to stay here. Liu Sheng didn't think much about the cautious thinking of the Hong Kong officials, so he let him leave. Two women led by Yu Cheng to the gate. One of the women seemed a little nervous and did not dare to enter outside the gate. "Come in, don't be too polite, I am not the Emperor Lozi," Liu Sheng said. "Sister Xiao," he said, "you are welcome, let's go in." "All the way down the mountain, my legs are sore," said a crisp voice. The two women crossed the threshold and started to walk. They both wore hanfu, a goose yellow pleated skirt, short hair, and a dagger slung around their waists. The other is pure white, waist-length black hair is slightly gathered with a red ribbon. His eyes are clear, and there is a natural blush on his cheeks. "This Goya girl, you can't carry weapons when you meet with the army owner. Your dagger will be temporarily kept underneath." Yu Cheng thought that the two were women and didn't care, but when he noticed that there was a dagger on the waist of the short-haired woman, he secretly called himself too negligent, so he stood in front of the short-haired woman. "This is my close-fitting dagger. I never leave my body. I don't want to give it to you." The short-haired woman didn't give Yu Cheng any face. In her opinion, Yu Cheng is nothing more than a personal bodyguard. She does not realize that Yu Cheng is one of the veterans of the Kyushu army and how enviable Yu Cheng is as the guard battalion commander, not more than some corps commanders. Difference. Welcome. Forgive me. Yu Cheng stretched out his hand and grabbed the knife. As a personal guard, he would never allow anyone to approach Liu Sheng with a weapon. Want to bully? The short-haired woman grabbed Yu Cheng's wrist with 5 fingers into claws. Yu Cheng was slightly surprised, and clasped her right hand with her backhand. The short-haired woman was unwilling to do so. In the hall, the two competed a dozen moves one after another. Yu Cheng was Liu Sheng's close guard. He was a marksman in the army before taking refuge in Liu Sheng, and his hands and feet were not bad. After serving as a guard, he dare not slacken at all times, and originally thought he could quickly control short-haired women. Unexpectedly, the short-haired girls' tactics have no routines at all. They are completely the skills of mountain savages and fierce beasts, which are ferocious and weird. Although Yu Cheng had the upper hand, he couldn't take the dagger from her waist. Well, this Goya girl has no evil intentions, let her carry a dagger. Liu Sheng said. Yes, follow your orders. Yu Cheng was a little unwilling, but Liu Sheng's words were absolute orders, so he had to stand aside, still guarding against short-haired women. Humphrey. The short-haired woman snorted to Yu Cheng triumphantly, and then said to Liu Sheng, "How do you know my name is Goya?" This guard, Yu Cheng, reported to me just now. Liu Sheng said. Oh, why, I didn't expect it. Goya patted his head. It seems that although this woman is good in martial arts, her IQ is flawed. Liu Sheng smiled slightly, trying to keep herself from laughing, in order to maintain her image in front of her hands. The slave servant Xiao Xiu met the master of the army. Goya, stop making trouble. This is the master of the 9-state army. Xiao Xiu saw Liu Sheng, who had become more mature and stable after several years of battle, and said to Liu Sheng. He saluted and reminded the reckless Goya in a low voice, "Isn't the military leader the leader of the Han children? According to you, I'm still the princess of our clan. Although the number of Han is tens of thousands, which is much more than the population of our Untitled tribe, it's not because of us. If the number is smaller, they will bully us." Goya hadn't realized that the territory ruled by Liu Sheng and his Kyushu army was 1,000 times larger than the area where she was located, and he thought that all the Han people were here in Bengang. Chapter 730. Want to go to the Academy of Sciences. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Facing the naive and innocent Goshan woman, Liu Sheng didn't mean to be angry at all. Surrounding him are some high-ranking Kyushu army officials, who will look at Liu Sheng's face and speak. Liu Sheng, a woman like Goya who just says anything, rarely sees it. Liu Sheng looked at the witch Xiao Xiu again. She was more gorgeous than she was a few years ago. When Liu Sheng saw her last time, she was probably 17 or 18 years old. 5 years later, she was only 22 and 23, and she was the best Fanghua. Xiao Xiu heard that it was one thing that Goya was wronged by the Kyushu army. She was afraid that she would offend Liu Sheng, so she quickly said, "Military master, please forgive Goya. Goya doesn't know how powerful the Kyushu army is." Liu Sheng stretched out his hand to signal them to sit down. "I'm not a narrow-minded person." Girl Goya grew up in a mountain tribe with simple folk customs. She speaks a bit straighter, but she doesn't even have a hint of malice. "Please sit down. Please." The local county asked me to offer the high mountain tea cultivated by Miss Xiao. I have tasted it. The sweet and mellow tea is indeed a good local tea. In the future, this high mountain tea might become a specialty of Yizu and be exported overseas. Seeing that Liu Sheng was very polite, Goya was slightly embarrassed. He seemed to be embarrassed because he didn't understand Han etiquette enough. When Xiao Xiu heard Liu Sheng publicly praised the tea tree she planted, her cheeks couldn't help but flush. "And I heard from the county magistrate that you did a lot of hard work when we got along with the Goshan people, and you reduced a lot of conflicts between immigrants and the Goshan people. It's really hard work. If you want any reward, Just don't overdo it. I will satisfy you, Liu Sheng said. He knew that the relationship between Xiao Xiaoyu and the Goshan tribe was not trivial, and she helped stabilize the Aborigines in Yizu for free, which made Liu Sheng unavoidably feel that she was owed something to her. When backward civilizations encounter advanced civilizations, they will inevitably become victims when civilizations collide. Although what Xiao Xiaoyu did was actually to protect the mountain people of the Goshan ethnic group, she objectively helped the Kyushu army. The servant maid only did to protect the people in the mountains. She didn't dare to ask for any rewards, but she had an unsympathetic request. Xiao Xiaoyu said flatteredly. What kind of unfeeling, please? Do you remember that 5 years ago, you said that slaves and maids could go to the Academy of Sciences in Liaodong? Xiao Xiaoyu cautiously probed. Of course I remember, Liu Sheng said. 5 years ago, the slaves wanted to return to their homeland, and at the same time, they wanted to see the world outside the island. It was just that the people in the mountains were very wary of outsiders, so they stayed here. Now in the mountains and outside the mountains, people get along fairly well, and the slaves want to take this opportunity to leave Yizu temporarily. After they learn to deal with the outside world, I don't need this witch. Therefore, I want to go back to my old house in Hangzhou, the Academy of Sciences in East Lining. Xiao Xiaoyu mustered up her courage and made her request. Sister Xiao, don't say that, our people can't do without you. Goya's tone was very uncomfortable when she heard Xiao Xiaoyu's words. Don't make it as if you are parting from life and death. Now that the sea hazard has been eliminated, you can travel from Liaodong to Nanyang unimpeded, let alone to Yizu. Liu Sheng helpless. People in this era have too shallow knowledge of the world's geography, almost nothing. Blank. When the steam merchant ship designed by Liu Sheng appeared, it was only 10.5 months from Liaodong to Yizu, and steam ships were more resistant to sea storms than sailboats, which meant faster and safer navigation. Furthermore, if you are reluctant to leave Xiao Xiaoyu, you can come to the Academy of Sciences together. Our Academy of Sciences moved to the capital, and it is still very large. It is not difficult to accommodate 2 more women, Liu Sheng added. Really? Can I go to the Academy of Sciences, too? I am a military leader, there is no need to lie to you. Great, Sister Xiao, I want to go to the Jiangnan you mentioned, and then go to the Academy of Sciences with you. Your father may not agree, Xiao Xiaoyu said to Goya. He didn't agree with me and made a fuss. Last time he asked me to go to the private school. I didn't agree. What method can he use me? Goya pouted. Khan. Liu Sheng couldn't help but sympathize with the professors of the Academy of Sciences. They might have to face a little devil in the future. Our fleet returned directly to the capital, so forgive me for not being able to send you a ride. But I will let people prepare your entanglement, enough for you to return to Jiangnan first, and then go to the capital. I will give you later. Write a personal letter, and then affix my private seal. When you arrive in Beijing, you don't need to see me, but you can report directly to the Academy of Sciences. After you arrive at the Academy of Sciences, the people there will give you allowances on time. Liu Sheng said. What is entanglement? Goyo asked. It's the silver tools used outside. Is 200 tools of silver enough for 2 people? Liu Sheng said. 200 tools of silver. You are so rich. Goyo exclaimed. My father can't get more silver from hunting for several years. 20 tools of silver has been enough for a small household for 1 year. And Liu Sheng directly gave 200 tools of silver as travel expenses. No wonder the daughter of the Atile patriarch was also surprised by Liu Sheng's wealth. But Liu Sheng didn't think there was anything. On the contrary, if he gave it less, it would make his subordinates feel that he was not equipped. Soldier, you gave too much. We can't ask for it. Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head quickly. Take it as a sign of my friendship with the Goshan people, you don't need to refuse. Liu Sheng said, Yu Cheng, you take the silver tool. At this time, Yu Cheng leaned over and said in a low voice to Liu Sheng, Military Master, 200 tools of silver weighs more than 10 catties. Let the 2 women take them to the capital, right? Liu Sheng, who hadn't paid for it for a long time, almost forgot that silvertals are very heavy. After Yu Cheng's reminder, he changed his words, "Get them 50 tals of silver ingots and 150 tals of silver tickets." This banknote can be used in the Bank of Kyushu in Nanjing City and other big cities exchanges silvertals, which is easy to carry. When Yu Cheng made people hold 2 ingots and 20 tals of ingots, 12 pieces of silver, and silver bills worth 150 tals, it can be said that they can be used in any situation. At this time, there were rapid footsteps outside the court, the oil paper umbrella was put away, and there were water drops falling down on the stone slab along the umbrella stand, and soon a shadow appeared in the hall. Water stains on the woman's blue skirt that appeared suddenly, obviously because she was eager to rush in the rain and was soaked by the rain, and there was moisture on her long eyelashes. "Ella, why are you so panicked?" It was the first time that Liu Sheng saw Ella, who was in control of the intelligence department, so anxious. If even the chief of the intelligence department panics, it can only show something happened, Ella said, biting her lip. Chapter 731. Someone wants to rebel. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. You too, please go to the front hall and wait. Yu Cheng saw that the atmosphere was a little unpleasant, so he asked Xiao Xiao and Goya to go to the front hall to avoid suspicion. What a beautiful woman! When Xiao Xiao saw Ella who came in, she didn't know what Ella's panicked expression meant, but was amazed by Ella's appearance. Xiao Xiao and Goya left the backyard, and Yu Cheng took guards outside again to prevent any wind from leaking out. Is there anything that can be hard to beat the highest commander of our intelligence department? You know that even your father will be afraid of you. Liu Sheng wanted to ease Ella's uneasy emotions, so he joked. Nelson was summoned by Liu Sheng and had been brainwashed by the system. Naturally, it is impossible to betray Liu Sheng. It is just that China's officialdom is more complicated. Not betraying Liu Sheng does not mean that he will not be used as a gun or because of management. It's not good and there are flaws. Even Nelson was afraid of being targeted by the intelligence department led by his daughter. Someone intends to rebel, Ella said. Puff. Liu Sheng, who wanted to listen to the news and comfort Ella, spouted tea from his mouth. This really happened. Liu Sheng's expression became serious. He can deal with other things slowly, but when it comes to major rebellion, it is very likely that his efforts over the years and the grand plan of conquering the world will become a spectacle. How many people are there? Who is leading it? Are there any troops? Liu Sheng asked one after another. The Donglin party, Qian Qianyi, Xiki, etc., as well as the Ma Shiying and other clans who were close to the Donglin party, some local officials of the Chongzhen dynasty, and the landlords who were deprived of their land by us. They took advantage of the opportunity of your military owner to go to Southeast Asia, contacted a group of Chongzhen generals Zhuo Liang, Liu Liangzuo and others that we had activated with the intent to seize power. The planned locations are Beijing and Nanjing. They plan to take the lead in occupying the ordnance factory and arsenal, obtaining our advanced firearms, and then supporting Zhu. The inspector will re-enter the throne and instigate officials and generals in other places. These people are obviously careful enough. You left the army for quite a while. They didn't seem to have any movement, but in fact they accumulated their strength in the dark. After our intelligence department knew, they braved the storm and took a sailboat to Yizi for the first time to convey the news. A life of 9 deaths. Ella told Liu Sheng the information she knew, and the intelligence department was indeed powerful. After learning that someone might be guilty of rebellion, she immediately knew the people involved in the rebellion and where the troops started. It must have been a long time since they planned to rebel. Why did the intelligence department be so negligent and only found out now? Liu Sheng's face was dumbfounded. He can't fall short because these jumping clowns caused his hegemony. If they succeed, the characteristics of China's small-scale peasant economy are likely to cause China to fall into the reincarnation of feudal society. My concubine knows my mistake. Please be punished by the commander. Ella fell to the ground and said guilt to Liu Sheng, her tone choked, tears rolling in her eyes. It was the first time that she had seen Liu Sheng get angry, and this failure was the first time that the intelligence department hit a wall since its establishment. Ella hung her head and dared not look at Liu Sheng. Tears fell on the stone slab. She followed Liu Sheng very early, with the intelligence department acting as Liu Sheng's shadow, knowing that everything has not been easy for the Kyushu army so far, and also knowing how important the Kyushu army is to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng didn't greet the supreme power so much, otherwise he would have entered the palace long ago. But Liu Sheng wanted to conquer the world, and the 9 states army was his weapon, and a complete Chinese was his rear. He will never allow fire in the backyard. Time passed very hard. After a while, a pair of powerful hands helped Ella up, and Liu Sheng had already recovered his calm. He wiped the tears from the corners of Ella's eyes with his thumb, looked at the woman who had been with him for 7 or 8 years, and said softly, "Isn't there someone who wants to rebel?" Since they haven't gotten up yet, they have been detected by the intelligence department. Then they are doomed to fail. Remember when we were chased by pirates on Mikojima? You almost died, and I was almost caught by the pirates and cut off my head. We now have such a large territory, countless loyalty. The generals under the banner of the Kyushu army are far from the danger at the time. But Ella sobbed. I know what you are going to say. Yes. We set up the intelligence department. The original purpose of the intelligence department was to obtain intelligence from the surrounding forces. Later, the role of the intelligence department was gradually replaced by the military intelligence department, and the intelligence department became engaged in assassination, bribery, chasing the wind and catching shadows and other things that are not necessarily clear. The intelligence department also has a role of monitoring hundreds of officials, which was gradually replaced by the monitoring department. The function of the intelligence department has become secretly collecting information on some officials. For me, the Donglin party members are old foxes who have fought with Dongcheng and Jinyu while led by the eunuch party for decades. They have rich experience in fighting. In the past year, I thought they had no chance of getting involved in the world. Our Kyushu army, they were busy fighting in the quartet again, lack of manpower, and did not make the intelligence department take special care of them. It is natural that they have actions that are difficult to detect. It's just that they still jumped out. Liu Sheng said. At the beginning, Liu Sheng deliberately invited Li Ziqing to break the pattern of aristocratic families and big landlords in the north, and Li Ziqing also did it. However, there are still many Donglin party members, big landlords, and big businessmen in the south, especially in the city of Nanjing where there are many Donglin party members who have been demoted. Big businessmen are managed by the Far East Trading Company and need to obey a series of tax and trade policies formulated by the company, so big businessmen are more obedient. They can continue to make money, but they must pay full taxes, must not monopolize, must not purchase excessive amounts of land, and must not be official. The big landlords were not so lucky, and the land was forcibly confiscated by the Kyushu army, which was equivalent to cutting off their financial means, which made them angry. Similar to the big landlords, the Donglin party members in the Jiangnan area were dissatisfied with the Kyushu army's use of new bureaucrats. They were very resistant to the need to learn new knowledge to become the bureaucrats of the Kyushu army since childhood. Most of the Donglin party members were in the opposition for the sake of literati and were unwilling to integrate into the Kyushu army's bureaucratic system. In addition, many of them were big landlords themselves, and even after the land was confiscated, they hated the Kyushu army and couldn't help but miss the Wanli and Chongzhen dynasties. How did the intelligence department learn about their intent to rebel? Liu Sheng asked. Someone took the initiative to find our intelligence office and exposed their conspiracy to us. Ayla calmed down because of Liu Sheng's comfort. Who? Liu Sheng couldn't help wondering where it was sacred. It turned out to be more clever than Ella's intelligence department. The former Emperor Chongzhen, and now Zhujian and Dongjiang Town Prison, said Ella. Chapter 732 Dealing with Rebellion. First, more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. It was Zhujian who reported the conspiracy. Liu Sheng was surprised, since he personally reported it. There is no need to worry about this matter. Luo Sheng sat back in his seat again and drank tea slowly. What does the military master mean? Ella asked puzzledly. Since ancient times, imperial power is supreme and is the core of the feudal system. If they want to rebel, they must use the banner of imperial power to instigate some of the ministers and generals of the Chongzhen dynasty that have been reused by us. People are selfish. Officials who are willing to learn new knowledge are extremely smart people. They are now in the Kyushu army's system, and our territory continues to expand. More and more vacancies appear. Their chances of promotion are far greater than those of the previous dynasties. Just like this time when we captured a territory as big as Nanyang, 3 provinces were newly established. The Chief Secretary of East Zhaokai, Chief Secretary of Zhaokai, and Chief Secretary of Nanyang, local officials are selected. These officials are basically promoted. For example, the civil affairs officer of the Nanyang Chief Secretary may only be the prefect of a certain province before taking office. So the only thing that can make them rise on impulse is the banner of Chongzhen. After all, the Ming Dynasty lasted for more than 200 years. People always have conservative ideas, and change will naturally encounter great resistance. But now even Zhu Jian denied a system retrogression. Those who want to rebel without the banner of imperial power naturally have no excuses for rebellion. They can never announce to the world that they want to restore their status as big landlords and let the people who own the land become their tenant farmers and permanent workers again. Right? I think they have been silent during my voyage to Nanyang for a few months. They probably couldn't pass Zhu Jian's pass. Without shame, they would not dare to jump on the table. Luo Sheng whispered. In the past 2 or 3 years, Luo Sheng governed such a large territory. Some of the officials used were old subordinates brought in from Liaodong and Liaonan, but most of them were officials from the Ming Dynasty. In other words, the Kyushu army inherited the Ming Dynasty's team, and only those who were brought up by Luo Sheng personally at the top were still in order to control the overall situation and conquer the quartet. The reason why the officials and generals of the Ming Dynasty were willing to join the Kyushu army and become the mainstay of the Kyushu army was largely because they discovered that Chongzhen Emperor Zhu Jian did not die in the war, and the Kyushu army did not harm him, and they could still be in the Academy of Sciences. Free time. Many of them arrived at the Liaodong Academy of Sciences, but they could actually meet Zhu Jian at any time. Therefore, they are able to live without morals or their own conscience. This is a secret that everyone knows well. There is no need for the Kyushu army to conceal it. This is a tacit understanding between the two sides. With a land area of 20 million square kilometers and a sea area of tens of millions of square kilometers, Luo Sheng's reputation has reached unprecedented heights. Apocalypse. Chongzhen's unresolved Jurchens outside the Guan, and rebels inside Guan were put down. Frequent natural disasters were resolved due to advances in agricultural technology. The maritime disasters along the southeast coast were cut off. The territory was also unprecedentedly improved. There were telegrams between big cities connected. Some major cities have street lights at night, and some places have begun to build railways. The officialdom, which was originally monopolized by cronies, has a new way of promotion. Everything is thriving. As the supreme ruler, Luo Sheng is less than 30, and he can still stand for a long time. At this time, Zhu Jian, who has not achieved much, is greeted. Even the officials of the Chongzhen dynasty were kicked by a donkey. Will not do this. No one can be more suitable for this position than Luo Sheng. Once a person is changed, the huge empire of 20 million square kilometers may collapse at any time. If there is another civil war, if advanced firearms and colonial servants join the Central Plains battlefield, it is very likely that the entire China will be destroyed in ruins. I guess the rebels secretly negotiated with Zhu Jian, wanting to ask him to re-enter the Central Plains. So Zhu Jian learned of their conspiracy and reported to the personnel of the intelligence department who monitored him. Luo Sheng said, "Yes, our intelligence department learned of this news. There are 4 intelligence departments, one in Central Asia and Eastern Siberia, one in Southeast Asia, one in Dongying, and only one in Beijing. They have to do so. After learning the news, he immediately organized manpower, and was afraid that someone from the supervision office would take part in rebellion and start a war. So I only found Grand Duke Karl, who was stationed in the capital. He is the person summoned by the army master, and it is absolutely impossible to betray. There is Karl. The Grand Duke controlled the capital, and we left one department's staff to go to Nanjing secretly and monitor them with their own power. Ailu explained to Luo Sheng the response plan of the intelligence department. Too big a territory is also a headache. Luo Sheng knew that there were thousands of people in the intelligence department, and there were 4 intelligence departments under the command of Ella, but the focus of their work was on external expansion. Central Asia, Eastern Siberia, and Dongying are all places that the Kyushu army wants to conquer next. The Intelligence Department and the Military Intelligence Department are organizing personnel to use various means to infiltrate and deploy secretly. As a result, only a small number of intelligence personnel were monitoring the rumors of hundreds of officials. This time Luo Sheng brought Ella to Nanyang. The intelligence department also had a lot of plain clothes to protect Luo Sheng's safety in secret. There were fewer people in the DPRK. In addition, Nanjing City was no longer a accompaniment capital, and the intelligence department's local staff were even more powerful. Insufficient. You gave orders to the people in the 4th Division of the Intelligence Service to use reliable manpower to monitor the rebels and find out who else was involved in the rebels. If the rebels want to raise an issue, they will immediately notify the defenders of Nanjing. Chen Jixing, the commander of the 4th Corps of the city, came into the city to arrest them. Chen Jixing was under Dongjiang town, where I came with me in the south of Lining. There was no reason to betray me. But before they get up, I will not move. This time I will personally go to Nanjing City and suppress their arrogance. Luo Sheng made a decision to go to Jiangnan to suppress the rebellion personally. He has always been active in the north, because the north has always been the place where the feudal power is the strongest. But after the Song and Ming dynasties, there were also many gentry and big landlords in the Jiangnan area, and Luo Sheng needed to teach them a lesson. Yes, the subordinates will go ahead and make arrangements, Ella said. Ahem, don't forget the fact that the intelligence department almost oversight and rebellion this time. As the chief of the intelligence department, you will still have to be punished in the future. Luo Sheng said. The subordinates are dereliction of duty, so naturally they must be punished by the commander. Ayla had a serious face to receive the punishment, but after seeing a wicked smile at the corner of Luo Sheng's mouth, her cheeks were a little pale because of this incident. Read. Chapter 733 Going to Jiangnan Second More. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Our fleet will pass by Ningbo for supplies. Miss Xiao, your hometown should be Hangzhou, right? I can take you on a ride. After learning the details, Luo Sheng was already confident, and the two of them came to the front hall with Ella to seek Xiao Xiao and Goya, and said to them both, Sir Military Master, you have everything you can do every day, and the fleet you lead is even more important. The two of us can't bother. Master Military Master Xiao Xiao said hastily. Please don't mind, it's just a way. Ningbo is close to Hangzhou, so it can take you to the south of the Yangtze River. However, our fleet will depart after the storm is over. You need to go back as soon as possible to prepare for your baggage. Luo Sheng said. Sister Xiao, this adult has said that he can take us to Jiangnan. Wouldn't it be right to drop by? Goya was not at all polite. Don't refuse anymore. I can send you to the capital safely, so I can explain to the Goshan tribe. If you take the waterway by yourself, I am really afraid that something will happen halfway and the friendship that the Goshan tribe has cultivated will break again. Luo Sheng said. Then it's better to be respectful. Well, go back and pack our bags, Xiao Xiao said. Before she bid farewell to Goya, she glanced at Ella intentionally or unintentionally. Ella also saw the same beautiful Xiao Xiao and smiled at her. Compared with Xiao Xiao and Goya, who didn't care about what happened, Yu Cheng as a guard was very puzzled. After Xiao Xiao and the two left, they asked Luo Sheng, Military owner, we originally planned. Why did those who returned to the capital suddenly change to go to Nanjing? Some things happened in Nanjing city, waiting for me to deal with it. Luo Sheng didn't say much. He still didn't want to make this matter known to everyone, lest the military's mind was turbulent. Yes, the subordinates will go ahead and make arrangements. Yu Cheng did not ask any more wittily, but went to arrange the itinerary. Because to modify the itinerary, many things have to be changed accordingly. Number. At this time, keep it secret. When we passed through the Yangtze River Delta, we suddenly diverted into the Yangtze River. Luo Sheng said. Yes. Yu Cheng was even more secretly surprised when he heard Luo Sheng say that the matter should be kept secret. As the Kyushu army became stronger and stronger, it was rare to see Luo Sheng going to do something secretly. Xiao Xiao and Goya were holding oil paper umbrellas and had to return to the mountain tribe first. When they came to Bengang, many young men from the Goshan tribe were worried, and they all followed. Sure enough, they saw many Han children wandering in the place where they temporarily settled. They are all disciples of some emerging big families in Bengang. They love Xiao Xiao's beauty. Every time Xiao Xiao comes to Bengang, they will find a way to talk, hoping to capture the hearts of beauties. When these disciples saw Xiao Xiao coming back from the outside, they hurriedly surrounded her. Miss Xiao, in order to make a Tang poem, I wonder if Miss Xiao can appreciate her face and taste it. Xiaoxing bought a new miraculous thing from a merchant in Liadong, called a kerosene lamp, and dedicated it to Miss Xiao. A group of children hurried over and used their own methods. You annoying guys, don't pester Sister Xiao anymore. Sister Xiao and I will go to your Academy of Sciences in the capital for a long time. You don't want to see Sister Xiao anymore, Goya said to these young people with teeth. The children who pursued Xiao Xiao couldn't help being shocked when they heard that Xiao Xiao was going to the Academy of Sciences in Beijing. Let's go too, a kid shouted. The Academy of Sciences has a large enrollment source, and there are places in Yazoo, and I also want to sign up. And me. The other children also shouted. Goya, look at you, why should you tell them? Xiao Xiao was crying without tears, and finally managed to get rid of the annoying suitors. As a result, Goya immediately told these people where he was going. Goya also realized that he was in trouble again. Sister Xiao, I was wrong, but I will help you get rid of these annoying guys when I get to the capital. At this time, a handsome young boy came over, first made a polite gesture, and then said, Miss Xiao, I don't know when you will leave for the capital. The young man is willing to go together and escort him. Ouyangji, don't want to sneak away. We are willing to go together. The other men shouted one after another. We are Han Chinese who want to be with you very rich military fleet owners adults to go. Goya said. The owner's fleet! Exclamation mark. The young talents of Stupid Harbor are slightly suffocated. But Xiao Xiao and Goya are moving together with the Army Master's fleet. Although they are somewhat famous in Bengang and are also emerging big players, they are not even qualified to be invited by Luo Sheng to take the warship of the Zili fleet northward. Not to mention being invited by Luo Sheng, they asked their father and the older generation to open up wasteland in Bengang to ask the people of the Zili fleet to let them board the ship, and the Zili fleet would not give them a good face. To board the warship for no reason. It may be suspected that the spies have other plans. The talented man known as Ouyangji had no choice but to say, Xiaoxing still won't give up, but the army owner's fleet is not something we flat-headed people can have the honor to follow. It happened that my father urged me to go to the capital to get a fame and enter the Academy of Sciences. Beijing. We will see you by then. It's a pity that I want to stay in Bengang to inherit the family business. There are also a considerable number of Han children in Bengang who focus on the careers left by their ancestors. Although Xiao Xiao is very beautiful, their ancestors finally came to Yizu to develop after a career. They naturally want to inherit and carry forward the career of their ancestors. Some of the Bengang children who learned of this important news chose to give up, and some planned to go to the Academy of Sciences. Now the assessment of the Academy of Sciences has gradually replaced the imperial examination system. Before the new examination system came out, the Academy of Sciences became an important way to enter the official career. Some officials with common sense of natural science will pursue industrialization more seriously. Seeing the troubled disciples of Bengang leaving, Goya said to Xiao Xiao, "Sister Xiao, I think they seem to be very afraid of the military leader. His power seems to be much greater than our father's power in the clan." Of course, you don't know how vast Huixiu is, Xiao Xiao said quietly. The two of them returned to the Atile clan to pack their luggage and inform the Atile patriarch. Although the patriarch was reluctant to let his daughter Goya leave, he also vaguely realized that at the time of the collision of civilizations, someone in the clan must get out of the mountains and forests. Only with the island of Yizu and seeing the outside world can the tribe truly blend into this wave. The storm lasted for 5 days before it cleared. Luo Sheng led the Zili fleet back to Xiaomen Bay, and then sailed along the coast to the east coast of the Yangtze River. Chapter 734. Progressive Youth Zhu Eugene Third Shift. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Your Majesty, how are you thinking? The Kyushu army is acting weird. It does not follow the ancestral instructions, does not set up imperial examinations, and fights everywhere. The people do not live. As long as you give an order, the officials, generals, and soldiers in the world will rise up. 5 years ago, tomorrow is down. The flies buzzed around Zhu Eugene's head, and a man's muffled voice came from next door. Zhu examines the face like a pig liver. I said, Ku, I know you are upright and talented, but now I'm squatting in the latrine. Do you need to talk to me here? The voice on the other side was also embarrassed. Ahem. Isn't this because the spies of the Kyushu Army Intelligence Office are strictly guarded? The White Jin had no choice but to come up with their way to talk to your Majesty. Oh, you have talents, but they are too rigid. How difficult is it to integrate your talents into the bureaucratic system of the Kyushu Army? Now there is no serious disaster in China, the people's lives are stable, and the external territory has doubled. For more than that, we will occupy Nanyang together today. This is a great cause that Chengzu did not achieve. What else are you dissatisfied with? Zhu Eugene sighed. The hut next door was silent for a while, and then reluctantly said, what the Kyushu army has done is really contrary to the ancestral precepts. The 4 books and 5 classics are not the content that must be evaluated for the selection of officials. The 8-part essay was abolished, and the officials simply pursued merits and opened factories. There is no scholar's bookish atmosphere at all. All I see is the pursuit of fame and fortune and the smell of copper. Another example is that Song Dynasty Cheng Yi said that starvation is a small matter, but failure is big. However, the Kyushu army was ashamed of a martyred woman and publicly overthrown it. The Chastity Memorial burned down books such as the Commandments of Women, Internal Training, the Analects of Women, prohibiting foot binding, men with short hair, and so on. It seems that the world is peaceful, but in reality, the country will be ill-fated. Furthermore, the Kyushu army is militant, and does not pay attention to the division of suzerain and vassal. It is greedy for the barren land of the vassal state, and wantonly arrests their princes and relatives, so that we lose the face of the great power. These vassal states are born with dissatisfaction and will inevitably suffer from endless troubles in the future. Zhu Yaozhen squatted on the pit, and was forced to listen patiently to the complaints against the Kyushu army. What you said doesn't make much sense. The purpose of the 8-legged essay was originally set up, and you did not expect you to learn from the 4 books and 5 scriptures the skills that can be applied to the world. It is just to be able to select the most willing to work hard by relatively fair means. People who want to go to work in the future will be trained well. But time has passed, and now the most in short supply is not a person who talks, but a professional. Some people need to understand economics, some need to understand engineering, some need to understand hydrology, and some need to know how to count. These professionals cannot be cultivated after learning the contents of the 4 books and 5 classics and going to work, but they have to go through a lot of knowledge accumulation and training in the early stage, so that we have the Academy of Sciences. Furthermore, officials trained only by studying the 4 books and 5 classics do not necessarily have fewer corrupt officials. If everyone can be a sage, why did the imperial court fight against corruption in the past? Moral education is a supplementary method, and the most important thing is power. Put it in a gauge. As for Song Chengya's words, starving to death is a small matter, but loss of performance is serious. In fact, it is not. Since the Song Dynasty, civil widows have remarried everywhere. Zhu Zai said, marriage when a husband dies is indeed a loss of life, but it is also a last resort. Therefore, saints cannot be forbidden. It can be seen that women's remarriage is a matter of conforming to the people's will. Foot binding is really a bad habit, and it is not conducive to women's work. Prohibiting foot binding is to liberate productivity. Men's short hair is for hygiene. Second is to prevent long hair from getting stuck in the machine and causing danger when operating machinery. And third is not convenient for military drills. I don't understand this to you. Zhu Yaozhen refutes Ksha's point impatiently, but he knows that it is useless to say so. Sure enough, the person opposite said, Your Majesty, how did you learn the sophistry of those in the Kyushu army? If even your Majesty are bewitched by them, then we are in danger. Zhu Yaozhen couldn't help but roll his eyes, and his feelings were in vain again. A Mr. Zhu came from the Academy of Sciences recently. This person's understanding of affair is much better than those of you who only read sage books. I advise you, whenever I go to communicate with him more often, many of his articles in the vernacular are thought-provoking. But with your current thinking, I am afraid that he will only be scolded by him as a remnant of feudalism. What Mr. Zhu? Zuyanru? What is the vernacular? Kshaixi was puzzled, thinking that Zhu Yujian was talking about his political opponent in the Chongzhen dynasty and the cabinet chief assistant Zhu Yanru at that time. Of course not. Zhu Yujian got up and opened the door of the cottage. Your Majesty, you haven't agreed to the Weijin. The Weijin and others have secretly saved power for a long time, and they are waiting for you to speak. Ksha said anxiously. Just ask for your blessing. Zhu Yujian left here. Ksha hurriedly pushed the door out, but he saw that Zhu Yujian had already left, and a few plainclothes men were waiting for him. Mr. Ksha, come with us, said one of the big guys. Who are you? The disturbed Ksha wanted to escape from here, but a few plainclothes men had already sealed all the places where he could escape. The intelligence department is ordered to handle the task. You have been arrested. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say will become a testimony in court. 2 plainclothes men personally restrained him. A weak scholar. I don't know anything, this is what I did alone. Xizing knew that he was in the hands of the intelligence department, most likely to be finished, and hurriedly shouted, We have identified your cronies, and you will meet soon. Take him away and be careful not to affect the Academy of Sciences. The plain-clothed man in the intelligence department caught Chiki in the hut of the Liadong Academy of Sciences. Afraid of this, known by the students of the Academy of Sciences, the influence is not good. On the other side, Zhu Yujian, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Chiki who had been taken away, and shook his head helplessly. He had persuaded them several times, but if they wanted to kill themselves, what could he do? Zhu Yaozhen is still in his early 20s, and his thoughts have not yet been finalized. In the past few years, he has been in the Academy of Sciences and encountered masters in various disciplines who have gathered for hundreds of years. His thoughts will inevitably be greatly impacted. In addition to science giants such as Newton and Tesla, the Academy of Sciences also has some modern literary giants, covering hundreds of subjects and accumulating tens of thousands of volumes in just a few years, making him fascinated. Xiaozu, what are you doing here? If you have time, accompany me to play cards with Laozu. By the way, I will study how to promote vernacular Chinese. A middle-aged man wearing a plain Chinese gown with a pipe in his hand paced over and saw Zhu. The check station was in a daze under the eaves, so he said, Okay, Mr. Zhu. Zhu Yujian stopped thinking about the Donglin party. Chapter 735 Nunzili. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The huge fleet of the Zili fleet marched north along the southeast coast, and the flag on the mast fluttered in the wind. The fleet encountered many fishing and merchant ships going to sea along the southeast coast. After the full liberalization of the sea ban, the southeast coast is obviously prosperous, and shipyards that were abandoned for a long time have sprung up. This Huaxia is really big. We have sailed for a long time, and we have not yet reached the end. Goya, who has lived in the Ali Mountains all his life, has no idea about the size of Huaxia. He just feels sailing all the way on the sea. It is the coast of the mainland. These lands were shot down inch by our ancestors over thousands of years. Without our ancestors thriving on this land, there would be no China today. Yu Cheng walked over and looked at the coastline on the other side of the deck. Thousands of years, that's really a long time. By the way, you guy, don't stay by the military owner's side. What are you doing on the deck? Are you afraid of being punished by him? Goya sees it. Cheng, slightly dissatisfied. She also hated Yu Cheng for wearing a dagger in Bengang. The military owner is also a human and needs personal time. I am not the only one who protects the military owner personally. Yu Cheng said, if you don't understand China's etiquette, you carry a dagger all day, and sooner or later something will happen. You need to control. Goya glared at Yu Cheng and said angrily, I just kindly remind you, don't know the good people. Yu Cheng was helpless to this woman who came out of the deep mountain tribe. Xiaoxiua was also on the deck. This was the first time she had left Yizhou since she grew up. She only remembered where her hometown was, but she didn't know the way at all. Master Yu, where are we? Xiaoxiua asked Yu Cheng. It's almost Daoangpu, Yu Cheng said. Dear Huangpu, is it Huangpu Pond? Xiaoxiua suddenly had a bad feeling. It was called Huangputang in the Song Dynasty, but it was already called Daoangpu in the Ming Dynasty, Yu Cheng said. If the little girl remembers well, Huangputang is already in Ningbo and north of Hangzhou Bay. Didn't you say you want us to disembark in Ningbo? Xiaoxiua asked worriedly. Something happened. Our military owner wanted the two to go to Nanjing to help us a little bit. In return, I will personally protect you from going to Hangzhou to find your home, Yu Cheng said. Nanjing City? How can we help? Xiaoxiua breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. This matter should not be stated clearly, you will know it then, Yu Cheng said. Goya on the side was unclear, pouting his mouth and said, why do you Han people are always mysterious, not straightforward at all? I am so anxious to hear. Besides, your moves are fancy and you don't need your protection. When Yu Cheng heard Goya say that his kung fu was fancy, he couldn't help being arrogant. On that day I just saw that you were a female generation, and it was not easy to bully you in front of the army master, so I didn't stop you. Would you like to try again? I don't think you have any abilities, Goya said with his teeth and claws. Fine, how can I compete with you as a girl, lest others say that they are bullying the female stream? Yu Cheng wanted to teach this woman a lesson, but as Liu Sheng's guard, he would naturally control his emotions. Don't try to compete with me. You are afraid? Goya said triumphantly. Think whatever you like. Yu Cheng looked at the topography of the coastline, and the fleet was heading east into the Yangtze River estuary. Seeing that Yu Cheng was unwilling to sign with him, Goya felt underestimated, and reached out to grab Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng frowned slightly, seeing the tricks. In order to protect Liu Sheng's safety, he learned moves from many martial arts masters. It's just that Goya came out of the tribe and didn't follow the routines at all. Yu Cheng was a little surprised when he first met. But when they met again, Yu Cheng already had a strategy to control the enemy. Yu Cheng used the tricks of short hits, and his attack was fierce and vigorous, and he immediately forced Goya back. A big wave hit the hull of the Victory, causing the deck to sway. Goya, who was hurriedly parried, was unstable and fell backward. Be careful. Both Xiaoxiua and Yu Cheng were taken aback. Yu Cheng's eyesight was quick, and he hugged Goya to prevent Goya from falling. You let go of me. Goya fell into the arms of his opponent Yu Cheng, and for the first time felt the man's thick-mindedness. She was also embarrassed because of her carelessness. Offended, Yu Cheng quickly let go. The girl has a good martial arts without a famous teacher. It is not easy. But what the girl learned is the skill of the people in the mountains fighting against the wild beasts. Now Yizu is civilized and used. It's enough to keep fit and shouldn't be used to fight for strength. You haven't beaten me, so don't talk to me in such a high-pitched tone. Goya was ashamed and annoyed. It's all because of being on the sea. If in the mountains and forests, I would have killed you a long time ago! Let's fight another day. Yu Cheng left the deck. Goya looked at Yu Cheng's back and gritted his teeth. I must beat him. Sister Goya, there are countless martial arts masters in China mainland, and there are many good players in the military. You don't know when you want to fight with others like this, Xiao Xiaoua said. He is the guard of the army master. He must be the most powerful person in martial arts. And defeating him is equivalent to defeating other people, Goya said. Right to say that Xiao Xiaoua felt that Goya's words made sense. More than 20 giant ships of the Zili fleet sailed into the Yangtze River, upstream via the Yangtze River Channel. Nanjing City originally belonged to Nanzili, but this was a problem left over by the Zhou family's historical reasons. Now Nanzili has been revoked by Liu Sheng and the Jiangwei chief secretary is established. Liu Sheng and his party did not notify Zhang Yandan, the civil affairs officer of the Jiangwei chief secretary, but such a large fleet entering the Yangtze River Channel would inevitably be discovered. The East China Sea to the Yellow Sea is the sea area patrolled by the Zili fleet. And such a large fleet can only be the Zili fleet. Soon news of the Zili fleet entering the Yangtze River spread. Some officials of the Jiangwei chief secretary knew that the Zili fleet had gone to Nanyang with Liu Sheng. It was strange to appear here at this time. Suddenly people panic. When Jiangwei chief secretary officials learned of the news, their Zili fleet had already arrived under Nanjing. Zhang Yandan, civil affairs officer of the Jiangwei chief division, Xu Jixing, the commander of the 4th Corps, and others were unable to determine whether Liu Sheng was going with the Zili fleet. But just in case, they all led the civil officers and generals of the Jiangwei chief division to the pier as soon as possible. But the cronies in the city of Nanjing who were intent on rebellion were surprised, and the Zili fleet suddenly broke into Nanjing, seeming to be coming straight to them. Chapter 736 Shilikin Hue is a good place. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Do you say that the military masters came together? What does the Zili fleet intend to come to Nanjing city at this time? I don't know at all. Their Zili fleet usually only sends a formation to patrol the Yangtze River Channel occasionally. I have never seen the main force of the fleet come together. I think this incident reveals strangeness everywhere. Do you think something happened in Nanjing city, causing the Zili fleet to go into war? All the officials in Nanjing city were frightened by the arrival of the Zili fleet. The Yamen of the Jiangwei chief secretary was set up in Nanjing city, and important officials were also here. Most of them were officials in the last years of the Ming Dynasty. They were very sensitive to the wind. Seeing that the Zili fleet arrived in Nanjing city for no reason, they knew that the mountains and rain were coming. The wind is all over the building. A grey-haired official slowly walked over and said to these anxious officials, as long as you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid that someone will be sent to investigate us. Our Jiangwei chief secretary has been conscientious in these 2 years, and there should be nothing trouble. Master Zhang said that. The civil servants of the Jiangwei chief secretary said one after another. This veteran official who was nearly 70 years old was Zhang Yandan, the civil affairs officer of the chief secretary of Jiangwei, who served in the officialdom of Daming for more than 40 years, from Wanli to the present. This person rewards integrity and punishes corruption, and has a higher reputation. So he was appointed by Liu Sheng as the civil affairs officer of the Jiangwei chief secretary, allowing the officials of the Ming Dynasty in Nanjing to adapt to the changes. After Zhang Yandan finished his training, he looked at the victory at the dock, and there was a hint of anxiety between his eyes. He didn't know whether the huge battleship had brought Liu Sheng, and if Liu Sheng came in person, what was it for? Since the sea disaster was cleared, The Jianghuai chief secretary has occupied the advantageous geographical location of the Yangtze River estuary, and has opened many textile factories, shipyards, and smelters. It is reasonable that the political performance will not be too bad. As for corrupt officials, the Jianghuai chief secretary has not been found out in the past 2 years, but compared to other provinces, Zhang Yandeng believes that he leads by example. So what is the purpose of the arrival of the Zili fleet? Xu Jixing, the commander of the 4th Corps, wore a straight uniform with a small group of officers from the 4th Corps waiting at the dock. Compared with the civil servants who were upset by the Jianghuai chief secretary, he was more excited than uneasy. He used to fight with Liu Sheng from Dongjiang town until now. Thanks to Liu Sheng, he has the current position, and he hasn't seen this old boss who is younger than him for more than a year. Even if Liu Sheng came in person, Xu Jixing didn't think he would be in trouble, because he had been taking the 4th Corps in the Jiangnan area to frighten the restoration forces here, thinking that he had done nothing. The boat ladder is stretched down, an official reminded in a low voice. Sure enough, an outboard ladder stretched out on the upper deck of the Victory and landed on the dock. First, a team of guards came down to ensure safety, and then Liu Sheng led a group of naval generals and high-ranking officials from the capital. Everyone in the port was shocked. Officials who knew Liu Sheng or not knew that this kind of battle was enough to show that the army master had come to Nanjing city in person. Why Zhang Yandeng has seen the Lord Military Master. Zhang Yandeng brought the uneasy Nanjing city officials over to Liu Sheng and salute Liu Sheng. Zhang's old age is already high, so you don't need to be polite, Liu Sheng said quickly when he saw this old official who was nearly 70 years old. Military Master. Xu Jixing was obviously excited when he saw Liu Sheng. It's been a long time since I haven't transferred you to the front line. Have you hated me? Liu Sheng asked half-jokingly. At present, the territory of the Kyushu army is vast and requires a large number of generals to be guarded everywhere. Naturally, many generals who followed him in the past cannot get to the front lines to obtain military exploits. Xu Jixing was familiar with Liu Sheng's character and knew that he was joking, so he didn't panic. How dare your subordinates? At that time, Liu was in Jingzhou for a few years, and when he was drinking with Liu Biao, he suddenly snorted. Liu Biao asked this strangely, and Liu said, if you don't leave the saddle, the flesh will disappear. If you don't ride anymore, the flesh will grow in the flesh. The subordinates didn't mean to compare themselves to Liu. They just went to Jiangnan's gentle township, and after a few stable days, the fat grew a lot. Where can Jiangnan go? Liu Sheng asked. If you want to talk about Jiangnan, you have to mention the 10-mile Qinhui River. There is a river across the river. One bank is the Jiangnan Gongyuan, and the other bank is the old courtyard, the Pearl City, the land of fireworks and willow alleys, multi-talented celebrities. Xu Jixing talked eloquently when talking about the 10-mile Qinhui, but he immediately noticed Ella, Xiaoxiu, and Goya who were following Liu Sheng. Among them, Ella looked at him with a faint smile and said nothing. He and Ella are almost the same group of people who joined the Kyushu army, knowing the terrible intelligence of the intelligence department. If I offend Ella because of mouth heavy, his life in Jiangnan will not be able to live in the future. Sister Xiao, what he said Shilikin seems to be a good place. Should we find a chance to see it? Goya said to Xiao, totally different from the style. That's not a good place. Xiao knew what fireworks willow lane meant, and whispered to Goya, it seems that you have learned a lot of abilities again. Liu Sheng showed Xu Jixing an expression that I understand. Men basically talked about this topic to get closer to each other, and he didn't mind Xu Jixing's hobby. Of course, Liu Sheng himself has no interest in these places. Shilikin Hui's tricks of showing off talents and choosing Oiran have long been out of date in the eyes of Liu Sheng's descendants, but it is still a romantic thing in the eyes of officials of this era. Xu Jixing touched his head in embarrassment. Zhang Yandeng, a civil affairs officer of the Jianghuai chief secretary, who was nearly 70 years old, saw Xu Jisheng openly talking about the place of fireworks as soon as he saw Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng responded calmly to him, startled. This is equivalent to that when the former Emperor Tanqi made a southern tour. The local generals stood in front of the emperor and told him that Shilik in Huai was a good place. Would you like to visit the emperor? Zhang Yandan couldn't imagine the beauty of this picture. This time I personally went to Nanyang to quell the rebellion of the vassal state, and I have included the entire Nanyang in our China's territory. This time I returned triumphantly, passing through Nanjing city, thinking that this was once Nanzili and is currently one of the most prosperous places in China. So come here for a tour. Luo Sheng looked around the Jiangwei chief secretary. The officials of the Jiangwei chief secretary heard that Luo Sheng had taken all of Nanyang, and his heart was horrified. They have all seen the new map of the world drawn by the Kyushu army and sent to various provinces and government offices. Knowing the vastness of Southeast Asia, they did not expect to be beaten down by the Kyushu army. The military master is wise and martial, and his power will cover the future. You don't need to flatter me, because this time I will stay in Nanjing city for a month to check. I will be successful depending on the situation, and I will definitely be relegated. Luo Sheng said. It's here to make a surprise check. The officials of the Jiangwei chief secretary were all grieving. How come the military owner is eyeing them alone? Chapter list 737 Chapter Zongshan Palace. This is the residence of King Zongshan. Before he became emperor, Ming Dynasty wanted to bestow the residence of King Zda, and King Zongshan did not accept it. So Ming Dynasty built a new mansion based on the Guandi temple opposite the mansion and built gardens. It's here. The military owner might as well live here. If there is a more suitable residence, the military owner can tell the subordinates to make arrangements. Zhang Yandong led Luo Sheng and others to the former Zhuanzhang's Wu Palace. In the courtyard, the rockery is steep and steep. The peaks are overlapping, the pavilions are quiet and elegant, and the pool is full of tiers and twists. The mountains and rivers reflect each other, and the streams are planted with flowers, shrubs, and vines. Luo Sheng and the others were in the Zongshan Palace, and could not help but marvel at the beauty of the gardens in the south of the Yangtze River. Especially Luo Sheng knew that this was the Zanyuan for later generations, and the Zanyuan at this time was more magnificent without war. It is said that Jiangnan is a gentle town. One punch here replaces the mountains and one spoonful of water. It really deserves its reputation. If you stay in Jiangnan for a long time, I don't want to go elsewhere. Luo Sheng was surprised. What mountains and rivers? Goya asked. The guest who followed Luo Sheng over. The old Confucian Zhang Yandong, who has read poetry and books, knows the illusion. Eastern Han Dynasty Zhang Zikiliang posted a cloud, a fist of a stone takes its firmness, a spoonful of water takes its clean. The army owner wants to say that this garden is only as big as a fist. The stone in the city has the aura of lofty mountains, just a spoonful of water, but it is as vast as a lake. The military master's magical illusion concisely summed up the characteristics of Jiangnan gardens. It is really admiration for the old ministers. Zhang Yandong originally saw Luo Sheng and Chen Jisheng openly discussing Shilik in Huai or something, and thought that Luo Sheng was not very serious. But when he saw Luo Sheng's illusions, he couldn't help but admire him. Luo Sheng was thinking in his heart, this is what he said from the Ming Dynasty's Li's work. He didn't know that the stone of a punch and the spoonful of water were also related to the Kuliang post, but Zhang Yandong's heartfelt flattery still sounds great. If the army owner wants to settle here, his subordinates will go down and arrange manpower to be arranged around the courtyard. As the captain of the guard, Yu Cheng is not familiar with the situation in Nanjing city, and can't help but feel a little nervous to ensure Luo Sheng's safety. Although he didn't know that someone had conspired to rebel, Yu Cheng knew that since Luo Sheng had come to Nanjing city, there must be a major issue to deal with. It is inevitable that some people would jump over the wall in a hurry. There is a partial house here, Luo Sheng asked. Yes. It can accommodate hundreds of people. Zhang Yandong said. Yu Cheng, Zhao Yo Uguang, Xiao Xiaoua, Goya, and others are wronged to live in the side room. I think the environment here is elegant and it will be convenient to find you in the future, Liu Sheng said. The subordinates are sincere and fearful. Yu Cheng, Zhao Youguang and other ministers said one after another. These two are guests from Yizu. In the Three Kingdoms Sukao dynasty, Sun Quan once sent Waiwin and Zhuge to lead the Jixi million people to Yizu. Yizu has been our territory since ancient times. Therefore, the safety of the two of them is also very important. Liu Sheng emphasized to Jiang Yandeng intentionally or unintentionally. Our Jiangwei chief secretary and the people have always been more scholars, and the two girls from Yizu will definitely feel at home. Jiang Yandeng stroked his grey beard and assured Liu Sheng. Soldier, do you need me to send soldiers from the 4th Corps to come and guard the guard? Xu Jixing, the commander of the 4th Corps, asked Liu Sheng. Nanjing City is not a dragon's lair. There are guard battalions and intelligence offices. There is no need to mobilize regular troops. But having said that, I have one more thing to tell you. Stay here later, Liu Sheng said. Yes. Xu Jixing heard that Liu Sheng had something to do with him, and couldn't help wondering what it was. Jiang Yandeng was even more depressed. Liu Sheng said that he was coming to investigate the officials of the Jiangwei chief secretary, but he did not clearly state what the investigation was and who the investigation was. Even if Jiang Yandeng is nearly 70 years old, he thinks he has a clear conscience, and he can't stand the inquiries of some officials below. After all, it is really necessary to investigate, and some officials are really dirty. The officialdom of Nanjing City at this time is really too complicated. There are officials sent by the Kyushu army, officials from the Chongzhen dynasty, officials from Nanming, Donglin party, Fush, Jish, big businessmen. The big landlord is intricately intertwined. It can be said that this is the weakest link of the Kyushu army. When Li Ziqing was about to invade the capital, the Kyushu army also transported a group of fleeing officials from the north to Nanjing City, which aggravated the level of confusion here. Military owner, I don't know why you are here this time. Our Jiangwei chief secretary suddenly heard of the military leader's arrival, and we were very apprehensive. Jiang Yandeng thought of being questioned by Jiangwei chief secretary officials after going out. So he asked Liu Sheng about the news with a thick old face. I'm tired from the journey. It's inconvenient to tell you more today. That's when I will come to the mansion to find me tomorrow morning, Liu Sheng said to Jiang Yandeng. Yes. Jiang Yandeng saw that Liu Sheng was about to reveal his tone tomorrow morning, and he felt quite comfortable. So he said to Liu Sheng, Wai Jin will leave for the time being, and then his subordinates will arrange for someone to come and clean. No, we will personally arrange manpower for this kind of chores, Yu Cheng said. After Jiang Yandeng left the Zongshan Palace, there was a row of guards from the guard camp outside the palace, all fully armed. In addition to the guards who protect the safety of Liu Sheng and his party, officials from the Jiangwei chief secretary and the people in Nanjing are also watching the outside of Zongshan Wangfu. The people in Nanjing were wondering if the legendary military commander had 3 heads and 6 arms. It was heard that after Liu Sheng moved into Zongshan Palace, he passed on from 10 to 10. Soon the outside of Zongshan Palace was blocked. You fellow citizens, don't block here, lest you be treated as a bad guy. There are government servants who are maintaining order, for fear that the citizens of Nanjing will rush into the Zongshan Palace. The officials of the Jiangwei chief secretary saw civil affairs officer Jiang Yandeng coming out and hurried over to ask Jiang Yandeng for the news. Lao Jiang, did the military owner say who he is going to investigate or investigate something? Our Jiangwei chief secretary shouldn't have made any major incidents, right? Some officials wondered if they were really afraid of accidents, and asked Jiang Yandeng cautiously. Yes. Our Jiangwei chief secretary turned in the same amount of taxes last year, and it ranked first in all provinces. The people live and work in peace and contentment, and there should be no natural disasters. Nothing should happen. A group of officials of the Jiangwei chief secretary Kizui said 8 tongues. Tomorrow morning, the army chief will summon me, and you will know what happened. No one of you is doing something extraordinary in secret. Jiang Yandeng saw the chattering subordinates, and he was really afraid that they would secretly accept bribes from merchants. No, no, a group of officials said quickly. Chapter list 738. Chapter abandoned 8-part essay Aftermath. Early in the morning, Zhang Yandan was waiting outside the gate of Zongshan Wangfu, waiting for Luo Sheng to summon him. Originally it was good time, but his hour has come. Although Luo Sheng had traveled to the Ming Dynasty, he still maintained the habit of modern people getting up late. When he knew that Zhang Yandan had arrived early, he hurriedly asked Ella to help him put on clothes, and then summoned Zhang Yandan. This is no longer punctual, but 2 hours ahead of schedule. For the ancients to be too rigid, Luo Sheng is really helpless. Can't say that the other party caused trouble to him 2 hours in advance, and then blame the other party. Old Zhang, you are very old, and you have come so early, but you have worked so hard. Luo Sheng prompted. When a person is old, I can't sleep anymore. I woke up before the chicken crows. I was worried about what happened here, so I came early. Whether the old minister disturbed the military master means it's okay, Mr. Zhang, please use tea. This is the high mountain tea I brought back from Yizu. It has a special flavor. Luo Sheng gestured to Zhang Yandan. Zhang Yandan picked up the teacup, took a sip, and slowly said, tea is a good tea, but the old official is concerned about the military leader, so I can't taste the tea. Ha ha, Zhang Lao needn't worry too much. This matter has nothing to do with the Jiangwei chief secretary's ability. Luo Sheng smiled. It has nothing to do with the chief secretary of Jiangwei. Zhang Yandan was a little surprised. Exactly. This time when I came to Jiangnan, there were other things. I heard that in the past few years, dozens of organizations such as Fush and Jish have appeared in Jiangnan, mostly composed of young talents from Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Jiangwei. Can there be this? Luo Sheng asked. It is true that Fush, headed by Jiang Pu and Jiang Ki, tried to figure out the stereotypes, exchanged knowledge, and practiced character. He was the most active in Jiangnan associations, with tens of thousands of followers. Chen Zilong, Xia Yuni and others advocated respect for ancient times. He also has a lot of influence in the Jiangnan literary world. To be honest, Chen Zilong is still a protege I appreciate very much, and his literary talent is outstanding. Zhang Yandan explained to Luo Sheng about the Jiangnan community, and suddenly realized Luo Sheng's intention. Could the military master want to clear these communities? At the beginning of the Wanli year, the Donglin Party, the Eunuch Party, the Zhejiang Party, the Chu Party, the Qi Party, the Xuan Party, and the Kun Party took turns in charge of the Jingzhou. The parties fought against each other, and the conflict between the cronies was still serious. It was for the self-interest of one faction to disregard the interests of the world. Now the world is peaceful. One of the important purposes of abolishing stereotypes and imperial examinations is to resolve crony disputes. The crony disputes over the capital have basically disappeared with Li Ziking's entry into Beijing. But I think there are many associations of this nature in the south of the Yangtze River. They are called exchanges of articles, in fact, to enhance their own right to speak. I heard that these associations still respect the 8-legged essay. They have learned the 8-gram essay for a lifetime, and want to rely on this ability to make a difference. Therefore, they are very dissatisfied with our abolition of the 8-legged essay. The conference intends to unite and put pressure on our Kyushu army to restore the 8-legged essay, Luo Sheng said. Zhang Yandan heard the dissatisfaction with Fush and other associations in Luo Sheng's words, and knew Luo Sheng's general thoughts. These associations do have a call to restore the 8-part essay, and many scholars joined them. The reason why they are in Shilin I will give you 100 answers, and I am sorry for the veteran to say bluntly. At this time, I still have something to do with you. I would like to hear the details. Luo Sheng said. The 8-legged essay was established in Mingxianzong, and it has a history of nearly 200 years. Students all over the world have learned the 8-legged essay and hope that one day they will be the champion in high school. They tried their best to study the writing of the 8-legged essay and read the scriptures well. 2 years ago, the military owner suddenly announced the national abolition. Stereotypes of essays, assessment of new learning, which is equivalent to discarding everything they have learned in their lives, which creates dissatisfaction. Zhang Yandeng said, "Good guy, I blamed it on my head." Luo Sheng didn't expect that the abolition of the 8-part essay would aggravate the turmoil of the literary community in the southern area. Luo Sheng shook his head. These people only read the sages and sage books, so they might be stupid. Abolishing the 8-legged essay will benefit them without any harm. So why should I blame me for being bad? What does the military master say? Zhang Yandeng said, the abolition of the 8-part essay obviously hurts the interests of these scholars who have been studying hard for 10 years. How can it be profitable without harm? Let me ask you, in the past, when the court implemented the 8-part essay, how many high school candidates and scholars were elected each year? Luo Sheng asked Zhang Yandeng instead. Very few. Zhang Yandeng also came from the 8-part essay era, and naturally knew the difficulties. There are more than tens of thousands of people in the world, and only a few people can be appreciated by the court each year. Those who fail can only participate in the government examination, the hospital examination, the rural examination, the meeting examination, and the palace examination year after year. How many people squandered their youth, achieved nothing, and became parasites of the country? Luo Sheng continued. Indeed. Zhang Yandeng sighed. Compared with the previous dynasty, our Kyushu army is expanding and lacks talents everywhere. This time our army attacked Nanyang, 5 million square kilometers of land, 3 provinces, and vacancies of tens of thousands of officials. This is to remove all the scholars in Qinhuai. Moving the past, they can't close the vacancies. When employing people, they only need to learn some new knowledge, pass the assessments we set up, enter the Academy of Sciences for 2 or 3 years, and then be released as officials. Compared with the imperial examination, this is simply an insignificance. Opportunity. Secondly, the assessment we set up, although the 8-part essay has been changed to 4 subjects of literature, history, science, arithmetic, and law, it is actually just the skin of the Academy of Sciences. With their hard work for 10 years, there is no need for them. They can master it in 1 year and successfully enter the Academy of Sciences. After entering the Academy of Sciences, they can choose different development directions. Those who study civil engineering, mining and metallurgy can apply for the establishment of the Ministry of Industry, and those who study banking, industry and commerce, and economics can apply for the household department. Prepared by. What's more, among the world, these scholars can read and hyphenate. Even if they learn new knowledge, they don't know how much higher they are than ordinary people. As long as they want to learn, they must be the first batch of students who graduated from the Academy of Sciences. The future is unlimited. It's so ridiculous. I'm so embarrassed. I'm still thinking about resuming the 8-legged essay. Luo Sheng spoke of the advantages of these literati, and couldn't help but regret them. In this era, literate people have basically monopolized the privileges. Before the popularization of education, as long as they are willing to absorb new knowledge, they are definitely better than before. When Zhang Yandeng heard what Luo Sheng said, a cold sweat broke out. What Luo Sheng said is indeed reasonable. The disciples of the Jiangnan society only care about what they have lost, but they have delayed the best time to enter the Academy of Sciences. If they started studying the 4 subjects of literature, history, science, arithmetic, and law when Luo Sheng announced the abolition of the 8-part essay 2 years ago, with their perseverance, they should have been in the Academy of Sciences now. So how does the military master plan to treat the associations formed by Jiangnan scholars such as Fush and Jish? Zhang Yandeng asked. Abolished. Chapter 739 Crimson Controversy. One more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Knowing that Zhang Yandeng invited Luo Sheng to meet him, when Zhang Yandeng returned to the office of the Jiangwei Chief Secretary, the officials of the Jiangwei Chief Secretary looked at me, I looked at you, and then amid the exchange of eyes, an official stood up. Master Zhang, I don't know why the military leader came to our Jiangwei chief secretary this time, Zhang Yandeng said slowly. This matter has not been approved by the military master. I can't tell you without authorization, but please rest assured, most of us have nothing to do with the military masters coming this time. The Jiangwei chief secretary officials who were present listened to their superiors and felt a little relieved, but they became curious again. Could this matter have something to do with the Fourth Corps? The officials of the Jiangwei chief secretary set their targets on the Fourth Corps stationed outside Nanjing. In addition to the civilian officers of the Jiangwei chief secretary, this conventional force is theoretically also important object of investigation. Don't speculate too much, just take care of your own affairs, Zhang Yandeng said. Yes. Seeing that the boss didn't say much, these officials would not be in trouble. Zhang Yandeng returned to his seat, still pondering what Liu Sheng said to him. According to what Liu Sheng said, he was very dissatisfied with the scholar groups who advocated the restoration of the eight-legged writings this time, and wanted to use this incident to suppress the active old-school scholars. It's just to suppress the Fushes, and several literati organizations that have not yet become successful. Does it require Liu Sheng to come in person? All you need to do is to let the Jiangwei chief secretary's officials make things difficult for them, and then send notices to the families of these scholars, and send Yemen to dismiss the so-called Tiger Hill Conference, which will basically dissolve them very quickly. Will this matter have something to do with the Donglin Party? Zhang Yandeng thought of the Donglin Party, which was still very influential among the old-school scholars. The Donglin Party's influence in the south of the Yangtze River is not small, and even many people in this government are directly or indirectly related to the Donglin Party. However, anyone who can work under the newly established Yemen of the Kyushu Army knows that the Jiangwei chief secretary of the Kyushu Army's assessment is controlled by a group in the capital that has nothing to do with the Donglin Party. At this time, the Donglin Party can no longer bring them any benefits. Their notion of cronyism has gradually faded. Now there are only two ways to promote civil servants. One is to cater to Liu Sheng's changes while in office, build more roads, set up more factories, and complete the indicators explained above. Another way is to apply for advanced studies at the Academy of Sciences. If you perform well, you may be promoted from the Academy of Sciences, because the above thinks that you have integrated into the new bureaucratic system and have a real skill instead of relying on slacking your beard to take the position. Of course, countless officials from various provincial government offices have applied for admission to the Academy of Sciences, and the quotas have been restricted. Only those who have performed well can be eligible to enter the Academy of Sciences when annual performance assessments are required. The crony dispute. Zhang Yandeng seems to think back more than 20 years ago, when it was 40 years in Wanli, when he served as a staff member. At that time, there were many gangs in the DPRK, and for harming Zhao Gang, he went to the Emperor Wanli and tried to report the harm. However, his suggestions were ultimately not followed, and because of disagreements with the Donglin Party, the Donglin Party framed him as the Chi Party. Although more than 2 decades have passed, Zhang Yandeng is still vividly visible. Although the collapse at the end of the Ming Dynasty cannot be entirely attributed to crony disputes, the fact that the party contends against disagreements is a major problem for the government. I understand. Zhang Yandeng's eyes burst into light. Now he has roughly figured out Liu Sheng's intentions, probably because Liu Sheng wanted to completely end the cronies left over from the end of the Ming Dynasty. By the way, he would sound a wake-up call to the current officials, not to fight against the same party, and to do well in his political achievements. Only political performance is the criterion for promotion, and the party-to-party approach does not work for Liu Sheng. If you want to end the crony dispute, the best way is to kill the chicken and curse the monkey. Then who is the chicken? After Liu Sheng blocked the palace and forcibly turned the palace into a tourist attraction, the eunuchs basically disappeared. Then the most influential cronies are the Donglin Party and Fush who are active in the Jiangnan region. With this in mind, Zhang Yandeng couldn't help but feel worried for these scholars who advocated the restoration of the eight-legged writing. Recently, the Fush and Donglin Party literati have gotten closer, and their activities have become more frequent. Zhang Yandeng muttered to himself, thinking of his protege Chen Zilong. It seemed that he had established a few societies with some young scholars, and he was also very close to the literati in the Donglin party. It seems that he needs to be mentioned a little bit. Zhang Yandeng couldn't bear to let this proud disciple abolish because of Luo Sheng's actions. Luo Sheng sometimes used very harsh methods, almost saying no to one thing, saying that the eight-legged essay was discarded, and he declared directly, or he would follow it, or there would be no officials to do it. After Luo Sheng left, after Zhang Yandeng left, Ella came out from behind the screen and said to Luo Sheng, "The slave and maid did not understand why we decided to attack cronies and arrest the rebels in Jiangnan. We also told Master Zhang about this in advance, in case we leaked the news." Zhang Yandeng was a veteran of the three dynasties. When the conflict between Wanli and Tanqi years was the most serious, he also reminded the emperor that it was useless. In addition, he was very old and he paid great attention to his own fame. Take the risk to reveal the news. I did this to prepare the Jiangwei chief secretary to prevent the situation from escalating when the arrest was carried out. Luo Sheng said, "People from the intelligence department have already rushed to Suzhou to make arrangements, and the 4th Corps you arranged to go to Suzhou under the pretext of setting up a coastal defense fort. Shouldn't the net be closed?" Iroh asked cautiously. "Don't worry, I'm here now. Their Zili fleet and the 4th Corps are under my control. They are just a group of nerds who talk about them. It's not easy to pinch them. It's just that now we are the court and the other party is scholars. Since ancient times, China has advocated tragic heroes. If we appear in the image of suppressing scholars, won't the people of the world sympathize with them instead? And I don't want to arrest them in the name of rebellion. It is detrimental to our prestige and exalts them too much. Why don't we find another excuse to catch them?" Luo Sheng said. "There are other reasons to arrest them," Elo asked. "If there is no reason, we will create reasons. You inform Yu Cheng, Xiao Xiu and the others, and we will go to Suzhou. I want to personally see the grand occasion of the Tiger Hill Conference jointly held by the Donglin Party, Fush, Jish and others." "How?" Luo Sheng said. "Soldier, you went to the meeting held by these scholars personally. Are you too risky?" Ella said with some worry. "What are you afraid of?" "Don't forget that we didn't go though with our bare hands. The newly developed revolver of this ordnance factory has proven its power in the assassination in Nanyang. It is used to protect the body. Can the literati still get close?" Luo Sheng took out a revolver. Chapter list 740 chapters. The betrayer about to move 2 more. In Liaoyuan, Chengxiu County, Suzhou Prefecture, Qianqiani, one of the leaders of the Donglin Party, was an official to the Minister of Ceremonies. Later, the Kyushu army deliberately invited Li Ziqing to destroy the gentry pattern in the north. Before the fall of the capital, Qianqiani and some of his colleagues ran away their wealth and fled from the capital to Nanjing on a ship of the Kyushu army, only to get lucky. Later, a new emperor was established in Nanjing city. After only a few months of existence, he was defeated by the army that was dropped by the Kyushu army from the sea to Nanjing, leaving him at home. Even so, his house is still crowded with lots of scholars and celebrities, becoming representatives of the old school of scholars. All the scholars and officials who were dissatisfied with the new policy of the Kyushu army regarded him as the last defender. Old Qian, why the emperor hasn't agreed to the matter? We have been planning for several months. I bought some subordinates and waited for your majesty to respond. I set up troops in Suzhou and planned the city of Nanjing. A man dressed in a Kyushu army officer's costume, the big man in 1989, said to Qianqiani, "In addition to me, there are hundreds of thousands of royal family members, and they are also waiting for the wind." His Majesty was detained by the Kyushu army for a long time in Liaodong, where the Kyushu army started. He will inevitably be deceived by the thinking of the Kyushu army. Qianqiani sighed. If it really doesn't work, we don't want this emperor. Just create a new emperor. I think Chu King Zhu Huaqui is very suitable, the officer said. The king of Chu is extremely greedy for money. and the money in the mansion is piled up like a mountain. It is said that when the 9-state army seized 1,000,000 tals of gold and silver from the mansion of Chu King, such a person, the 9-state army suspected that he had killed him and soiled his hands. Able to be Emperor Qianqiani frowned slightly when he heard that the other party wanted to start under the banner of King Chu. The king of Chu can't do it. The kings of Tang and Gui are okay. The Kyushu army officer said impatiently, which one of the royal family members doesn't constrain money from the people? All we need is a big banner. I heard that the Kyushu army leader Liu Sheng has already arrived in Nanjing City. This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity. If you can raise troops to surround Nanjing City at this time, you may not have the opportunity to break Nanjing City and capture Liu Sheng alive. By then, you will be able to recover Daming. How can the matter of establishing the emperor be so rushed and our wings are not yet full? It will not help to rush things. Qianqiani said. So old Qian, do we have to delay until when we wait for the Kyushu army's intelligence chief to visit before we raise the anti-flag? Said the Kyushu army officer. In 3 days there will be the Tiger Hill conference organized by Jiangnan Fush. By then, dozens of organizations in the Jiangnan area will gather together to discuss the restoration of the 8-part essay. I intend to use this conference to unite Jiangnan Shilin and improve our. By then, I will respond with 100 responses and fight against the Kyushu army together. It will be easy to get upset. Qianqiani said. Zhuo Bing, what do you think? This commander sounds really harsh. The Kyushu army officer said. Zhuo Liang, went south to Xiangyang before surrendering to the Kyushu army and had 100,000 troops. Although he was defeated and captured by the Kyushu army in the First World War in Xiangyang. But Lu Xiangxing, Cao Wenzhou, Chen Ku and others who were at the same time as me have been reused. Even Sun Quanting and Cao Bianjiao, 2 rising stars, have become brigade commanders and corps commanders. And I, a person who has commanded 100,000 soldiers, is a little one. The generals of the Kyushu army and the generals of Daming are totally different. The generals of the Ming Dynasty hold the power, but the generals of the Kyushu army are the local generals. The official position they gave me is the generals of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Actually, it's just the chief catching head of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, to maintain law and order, and the treatments of Lu Xiangxing, Cao Wenzhou, Chen Ku and others who hold the heavyweights are very different. How can I be willing to be willing? It's not ridiculous that the Kyushu army used the surrender generals and abolished the stereotypes. From top to bottom, it's all based on Liu Sheng's preferences. Qianqiani also said. If you delay like this, Yi Chang has many dreams. When are you going to get up, Mr. Qian? Zhuo Liang asked. The Huqiu conference is a literary meeting on the surface, but it is actually something we have planned for a long time. Soon my disciple Xu will return from Liudong. If Emperor Chongzhen is still unwilling to raise an issue, we will meet at the Huqiu conference. Ma Shiying and the people of Fush discussed together to support the new emperor. In addition, Fush will merge other societies at this conference to strengthen their strength. When Liu Sheng leaves Nanjing City, all the Jiangnan scholars will rise up with you. So why not worry about it? Qianqiani said. You literati are indecisive, and I'm afraid it will delay a lot of precious opportunities. Zhuo Liang was not very satisfied with Qianqiani's actions. This is a panacea, no doubt, Qianqiani said confidently. Zhuo Liang and Qianqiani discussed some details of the Huqiu meeting and the rebellion, and then said goodbye to Qianqiani. There are 2 sedan chairs waiting outside the gate of Qianqiani's mansion. One of them is Zhuo Liang, and the other is Liu Liang Zhuo, General Secretary of Jiangxi. Seeing Zhuo Liang coming out of Qianqiani's mansion, Liu Liang Zhuo immediately dismissed the surrounding bearers. Zhuo Liang, what did the old guy Qianqiani say about when will the army rise up? Liu Liang Zhuo asked. Zhuo Liang, who was very worried. That old guy is still thinking about how to use Shilin's power to subvert the influence of the Kyushu army in the Jiangnan area. It's ridiculous. The scholars are pedantic to the bone. I don't think I can rely on them to act. Otherwise you and I will be given by the Kyushu army. Catch the executed. Zhuo Liang said. We saved our lives. Qianqiani didn't do anything. What should we do? The Kyushu army obviously didn't trust us. It only gave local officials the head catcher character. A province has jurisdiction over 2 to 3,000 people, even on weekdays. Just catch some thieves and crack down on the bandits, where they're like Lu Xiangxing and the others. Liu Liangzhuo said bitterly. It's better to rely on their stupid scholars. I heard that Liu Sheng has already arrived in Nanjing. You and I will look for a few dead men and try to assassinate him. As long as Liu Sheng dies and he has no children, the Kyushu army must be torn apart. At that time, the difficulty of our incident will be reduced by 1,000 times, 100 times, Zhuo Liang said coldly. Well, since I have decided to rebel, I will give it up this time. Liu Liangzhuo also said viciously. Do we need to participate in the Huqiu conference? Before the Kyushu army confiscated the land, most of the families of the scholars who participated in the Tiger Hill Conference were large households in the south of the Yangtze River. Their families still have influence. We may go to the Tiger Hill Conference in disguise to win the hearts of the people. Liang said. I will go back and prepare now. Liu Liangzhuo said. Be careful to go to the Huqiu Conference this time. Don't bring too many people, lest you be discovered that we are participating in these gatherings of literati. Zhuo Liang said. Chapter List 741 Chapter Taiyu Scholars Gathering 3 Shifts. You can pick lotus in the south of the Yangtze River, where the lotus leaves are in Hitanshan. The fish play in the lotus leaves. The fish play in the east of the lotus leaves. The fish play in the lotus leaves in the west. The fish play in the south of the lotus leaves, and the fish play in the north of the lotus leaves. A painting boat swayed in the wind on the vast Taiyu lake, pushing away the layers of lotus leaves, and disturbing the fishes that shuttled between the lotus leaves. From time to time, the lotus-picking girl's gentle humming hummed like water. On the painting boat, there are a few men dressed as ordinary people standing in the four corners, seeming to protect the safety of the people in the painting boat. When one of the men with a jade fan came out with a few women, several jading greeted him slightly. If you want to make Westlake better than Xizi, light makeup and heavy makeup is always suitable. Literati always prefer Westlake, but Taiyu Lake is not too much. It is really elegant for them to gather on the shores of Taiyu Lake. If they can be more convincing, the heart is just fine. Liu Sheng opened the jade fan with one hand, and this thing had already slipped in his hands. In the vast Taiyu Lake, not only Liu Sheng, the painting boat, but also many well-established scholars who also hired painting boats, seemed very lively. The Tiger Hill on the east bank of Taiyu Lake gathered thousands of scholars and their servants. The sedan chair, mule and horse were sandwiched in the road, like an unprecedented event. My lord, what is Xizi? Ella didn't understand the allusion. Xizi is a beauty from Vietnam in ancient times. She has a beautiful appearance of flowers and moon. It is said that when she was draped in the stream, the fish saw the beauty and forgot to swim and gradually sank to the bottom. So she was known as the beauty of a sinking fish. As it is now, Liu Sheng said, pointing to the fish in the lake. Tomorrow's Taiyu Lake is extremely clear, and the fish are not afraid of strangers. They shook their heads and followed the side of the wooden boat, still bubbling. At the end of the Ming Dynasty, Liu understood the graceful romantic heart of Chinese men. Seeing Liu Sheng bluntly praised herself, he blushed and couldn't help but snorted. I think Sister Xiao is a Sheniu. You think Zai Shi is a Jiangnan woman? Xiao my younger sister is also a Jiangnan woman, and the amazing thing is naturally the fish from Jiangnan. Xiao was mentioned innocently, and she waved her hand quickly. How dare a little girl compare to Xizi? Xizi is a famous and beautiful woman in ancient times. The fish here look big and fat. Can I go down and catch a few? Goya didn't understand their style, rolled up his sleeves, and even wanted to fish in Taiyu Lake. Ahem, girl Goya, this is a holy place for literati and students to gather. Don't lose your mind in front of everyone. Yu Cheng stopped Goya's bold ideas in time. Surrounded by paintings by other Jiangnan talents, if Goya really jumped down to fish, It would be a terrible sight. Why are you again? Did you deliberately want to oppose me? Goya said to Yu Cheng in a loud voice. King wants to plunge into Taiyu Lake. Girl Goya, buy any fish you want to eat from the fisherman when the time comes, and then find a good restaurant chef in Taiyu Lake to cook. I know that Taiyu has 3 dishes. The name is Taiyu Sanbai. One white is Taiyu silver. The fish, more than 2 inches long, is transparent, crystal clear and white, with tender meat, no bones, no thorns, no swim bladder and no fishy. Herbai is a white fish from Taiyu Lake. The meat is white and tender, and the taste is delicious. It is accompanied by cooking wine, oil, ginger and spring onion. The end is endless aftertaste. Sanbai Taiyu white prawns. The white prawns are washed with water to clean the mud. Cut off the prawn guns, whiskers, and feet. Put them on the plate. Pour the koji wine, and add scallions and other condiments. Luo Shengbian lightly waved Yuf and said, Goya slobbered, good adults, let's go to the fisherman. I want to eat this. What lake? What white? This Tiger Hill conference is about to begin. Where can I find a fisherman to make us the 3 whites of Taiyu Lake? Luo Sheng said helplessly. My lord is really bad. Speaking of delicious food, I don't take anyone to eat. Goya said dissatisfiedly. Xiaoxiu only smiled when Goya was fighting with Luo Sheng. Everyone has become accustomed to the almost childlike character of Goya, who has lived in the mountains and forests for a long time. Fortunately, Luo Sheng doesn't mind at all, and enjoys it. This Xungtai doesn't have a southern accent, but he knows the delicacy of Taiyu Lake. I have a famous chef here who happens to make Taiyu Sanbai. On the side of the painting boat where Luo Sheng and the others were located, there was another painting boat. There was a scholar in a green shirt on it. Hearing Luo Sheng's words about the custard fish in the West Lake, he couldn't help but interrupt. Luo Sheng looked at the man, who was a little 2 or 3 years younger than him, and he also held a jade fan with a graceful demeanor. As for the handsomeness, he may only be slightly worse than himself. Luo Sheng thought quite narcissistically. If you dare to ask the name of the wise brother, if you know where there is a chef who can be a chef of Sanbai in Taiyu, can you give me some pointers? Luo Sheng asked with his hand. In Xiu Chen Zilong, among the characters, Nanzili is a Songjiang Huating family member. My father Chen Xuan had served as a minister of the Ministry of Industry and has now passed away. Dare to ask his brother's name, the King Shan scholar said in return. After Chen Zilong and Chuan came to Jiangnan, he heard a little about this person. The son of the minister of the Ministry of Industry of the Tanqi years, and the proud protege of Jiang Yandan, the current civil affairs officer of the Jiangwei chief secretary. As a second-generation official under teacher, he had an unlimited future. However, it is a pity that this person and a group of old-school scholars have established several associations. Originally, they used to make friends, but now they have gradually become opposed to the abolition of the 8-leg desi. Such a young, impulsive, passionate youth can easily be used as a gun by others. Under Luo Sheng saw Xiaoxiu, and thought of a name temporarily, Xixioyan. Originally from the capital. I heard that the scenery in the early summer of Jiangnan is unique, so I came to visit Jiangnan, which coincided with the meeting. Thousands of Jiangnan scholars gathered together on the east bank of Taiyu Lake, and they came with people. That's it. You are here at this time. This is a grand gathering that hasn't been seen in a century. Thousands of scholars gathered together to talk about the time and the time. It is really beautiful. Talking about the 3 whites of Taiyu Lake just now, if Xungtai wants to eat it, it's delicious, but it's on top of my painting boat. I make people cook delicious food for Xungtai. Chen Zilong saw that Luo Sheng's painting boat was very big, and he heard that he was from the capital. So he meant to make friends. Oh, it just so happens, you won't bother virtuous brother, right? Luo Sheng asked. Seeing that Luo Sheng intended to go to Chen Zilong to paint a boat, Yu Cheng wanted to stand up to stop him, but was signaled to go back by Luo Sheng. Brother Xiao was joking. Thousands of scholars from the Huqiu conference will arrive at least tomorrow. We are going boating and drinking on Taiyu Lake today. How can we bother them? Chen Zilong said enthusiastically. After the 2 boats docked, Liu Sheng brought Ella, Yu Cheng, Xiao Xiu, and Goya, who wanted to taste the 3 whites of Taiyu Lake, to Chen Zilong's painting boat. This is today's chef. Liu Ru is a girl. Chen Zilong introduced the woman on the boat to Liu Sheng and others. Chapter list 742. Chapter There are women. Liu Ru I 4 more. I saw that woman wore a blue skirt, her head and eyebrows, her hands like catkins, her skin like fat. She had the posture of a sinking fish and a wild goose, and the softness of a Jiangnan woman. Although he is only about 15 or 16 years old, he has a good understanding of amorous feelings. Liu Ru is one of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai. Liu Sheng couldn't help thinking of Chen Yuanyuan, Dong Xiaoan and others. Unexpectedly, the chef Chen Zilong was talking about turned out to be Liu Ruai in her teenage years. Liu Sheng had only heard some stories about Qinhuai Bayan, and didn't know that she still had contacts with Jiangnan scholars such as Fush and Jish. The slave and maid had seen several adults. Liu Ru saluted Liu Sheng and the others without any deviation. Ella and Xiao Xiu were surprised at the beauty of the girl in front of them, and secretly compared them. You look so good looking, and you will be as beautiful as Sister Xiao in 2 or 3 years, Goya said bluntly. Liu Rushi had never seen anyone praise her face to face, and was slightly surprised, thanks to this sister's praise. As a man, Liu Sheng knew that Liu Rushi was also a beauty at the level of a beauty, but it was a pity that he fell into the dust very early and became ambiguous with many literati. In fact, it is also forced by his life experience. Since childhood, he has been sold and relied on others and has no fixed place to live. If so, you go down to prepare for the 3 whites in Taiyu Lake. I want to get drunk with this young Master Xiao, Chen Zilong called. Yes. Liu Rushi saluted everyone again, and then went to prepare food. Everyone, please sit down, Chen Zilong said to Liu Sheng and the others. Why is this good guy so tight that there is something wrong with the little brother's greetings? What Chen Zilong said was, Yu Cheng, you became to protect Liu Sheng's safety, subconsciously looking around to ensure safety. This is my nursing home, and he has always been extremely cautious. Liu Sheng sat on the floor openly. Brother Xiao brought the United States on a boat trip on the Taiyu Lake. It is really enviable. This is a Western woman, this is a Jiangnan woman, and this one should be the daughter of a mountain tribe. Chen Zilong saw the woman that Liu Sheng was taking with him, no less than Liu Ruai. Can't help but wonder. This Chen Zilong is really a romantic talent, and he can see the origins of the 3 women brought by Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng said, Brother Chen still has a beauty with him. Brother Xiao knows something. Liu Ru is a girl with unparalleled beauty and talent. I don't know how many people are in love with her, but it's a pity, Chen Zilong said with regret. Liu Sheng heard Chen Zilong's overtones. Liu Ru was a geisha and had a very low status in feudal ethics. No matter how talented he was, he would be a concubine for officials at most after he was good, and he was often dismissed by others. Liu Sheng remembered well. Later, Qiani is still veteran cows eating tender grass, and he harvested 23-year-old Liu Ruai when he was almost 60 years old. Even in the era when Liu Sheng was in, people who were engaged in this industry were often cast aside, let alone the last word. Don't talk about it. I don't know who proposed the gathering of thousands of Jiangnan scholars at the Hashan conference. Liu Sheng asked Chen Zilong for the news. This meeting is promoted by Fush Jiangpu and Jiang Ki. The participants include Zhejiang Westwench, Jiang Bainanch, Jiang Xizesh, Lighting Xi, etc. And the event is unprecedented. In addition to exchanging literary talents, the Donglin Party will Qiani and other former officials will also be there. We plan to submit a letter to the tens of thousands to request the restoration of the 8-leg desi. Chen Zilong was very excited when he talked about their actions. Hey, the Donglin Party officials in the opposition are really involved. Liu Sheng thought these people would be unlucky. While Liu Sheng was talking to Chen Zilong, Liu Rushi was also cooking there. After a while, the smell of the stove in the painting made Goya restless. Finally, a plate of Taiyu delicacy was served by Liu Ru. Steamed white fish, whitebait yam soup, wine-choked shrimp. Liu Rushi introduced the names of the dishes to everyone, and she had to retire after speaking. Will the virtuous brother let Miss Liu sit with us from the capital? The Kyushu army implements the New Deal. Regardless of men and women, both men and women can eat at the same table. I don't mind. Liu Sheng deliberately wanted to see Liu Ru, who was rumored in history as a talented woman. The image said to Chen Zilong, Miss Liu, since Brother Xiao doesn't mind, you should sit down and sit with us. Chen Zilong is more acceptable in the more open-minded Jiangnan area. It's better for a little girl to be respectful. Liu Ru was sitting righteously, still a little restrained. Wow, it tastes delicious. Can I start it now? Goya smelled the fresh scent of the lake. His index finger moved, and he saw Liu Sheng, Chen Zilong and others lingering on his chopsticks. He couldn't help but anxiously said, everyone please. After Chen Zilong, as a guest, knew that Goya was the daughter of the mountain tribe, he didn't think she was rude, but said tolerantly. Liu Sheng clamped a piece of Taiyu white fish, which was so tender, as if the tip of his tongue was about to melt. He couldn't help but praised the girl is good at cooking. I didn't expect that she would have such an accomplishment at a young age. It will be amazing in the future. The little girl is from Jiaxing, Jiangsu and Zhejiang. She has lived in Jiangnan since she was a child. Taiyu sanbai is a famous dish, and she can naturally cook it. The grown-up is too acclaimed. Liu Ruai said calmly. I was also born in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, but I was from Hangzhou. I was abducted and sold overseas since I was a child, and I have only been able to return to Jiangnan. I really envy my sister that you can stay in the picturesque Jiangnan all the time. Xiaoxiua didn't know Liu Rushi. Liu Ru said he was from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and he was envious of his life experience. Liu Sheng was thinking that Xiaoxiua and Liu Rushi were abducted at the same time. But Xiaoxiua was very lucky in comparison. She was adopted by the witches of the mountain tribe and was respected by the people in the mountain tribe. Met Goya and others. But Liu Rushi is in the dust. Liu Rushi did not complain about herself, but said with a smile, I envy you, sister. It's a grand event, and I didn't expect to be able to drink with Brother Xiao. We might as well come to guess the poems to help the wine. The younger brother comes first, with the scenery of Taiyu Lake as the subject. Taiyu Lake is so vast and infinite, from whom, after the tour, Chen Zilong suddenly thought. Liu Sheng was blindfolded all of a sudden, and when he stepped on a horse, he would only have some familiar poems. How can I know who wrote these unfamiliar poems? The calligrapher and painter of this dynasty Mayu. Liu Rushi blurted out. Shui Su is misty, rainy and cold. Dongting frost is falling slightly. The great poet Wang Qingling of the Tang dynasty. On the shore of Taiyu Lake, the sky is connected with the water. Zhang Xiaoxiang, a poet of the southern Song dynasty. It almost became Chen Zilong and Liu Ru who asked and answered each other. Liu Sheng was aggrieved, feeling that his limelight was completely suppressed, and Ella next to him resisted laughing. Fortunately, Xiaoxiua, Goya, Yu Cheng and others are not these literary scholars, and they know no more poems than Liu Sheng, so everyone watched them perform together in embarrassment. Chapter list 743 chapters on Confucianism in the Lake. 5 more. Young Master Xiao doesn't seem to be very interested in poetry. Liu Ru was aware of the embarrassment of Liu Sheng and his party, so he stopped to answer questions and answers with Chen Zilong. Chen Zilong also looked at Liu Sheng suspiciously. Seeing Liu Sheng dressed up as a Confucian student, he wouldn't be unable to answer a single sentence, right? It's true that I am taking the martial arts exercise in my home, and I don't know much about poetry. Liu Sheng said. He really started his business by using musket force, but Wu Wen's ability to get ink is far from it. It turns out that Xung Tai is a family of martial arts. As a martial artist, he can also be a hero who can fight for the country. Chen Zilong suddenly realized it is extremely, the so-called shared return by different paths, regardless of learning literary martial arts, is to serve the country. Liu Sheng said, is the country mentioned by Brother Xiao? the Ming Dynasty or the current country of the Kyushu army? Chen Zilong asked. Why did Brother Chen ask me that? The country I said is a country of Chinese people. No matter how the top is replaced, as long as the group of Chinese people facing the loess and back to the sky are still the Chinese people who have the right to speak, it will be the same. Mencius said that the people are the most valuable, the society is second, and the emperor is the light. That is the truth. Liu Sheng said. Chen Zilong was a little dizzy. Brother Xiao's words are profound, but his tone is quite likely to speak for the Kyushu army. The Kyushu army does not respect the way of Confucius and Mencius and does not abide by the ancestral precepts. It has already deviated from the right way. Brother Xiao should draw a clear line with them as soon as possible. What is the right way? Liu Sheng asked back. The righteous people have ethics. The 3 principles and 5 constants are implemented, and the world can be stable. Chen Zilong said. Confucius and Mencius have not expounded the 3 principles and 5 constants in such detail. They are more about the universal values of humanity, love, etc., and more are created by future generations who are far-fetched in order to maintain the rule of the king. Things, for example, with just one sentence of emperor, minister, father, son, and son. The Wu Ming clan in the Han Dynasty proposed 3 outlines and 5 constants. Confucius advocated 6 arts of ritual, music, archery, imperialism, calligraphy, and numeracy. Later generations changed their skills to poetry, books, rituals, music, change, spring and autumn, and all they learned were purely literati. Furthermore, the Confucian and Mencius ways have their own limitations. They lived in the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, but they wanted to restore the ritual and music system of the Eastern Zhou dynasty. Now there are more than 2,000 years away from the Eastern Zhou dynasty. Some content is inevitably outdated. Why not take the essence of it and discard it? It's dross. The ancestors wrote the 4 books and 5 classics in order to explain their own thoughts and enlighten them, rather than let them use it as a dogma and stand still. Now the times have changed, and scholars do not have the talents of the previous sages. Handan is a toddler imitating the words and writing of the ancients. If the ancients knew well, they would laugh and be generous. When Liu Sheng mentioned the inheritance of Confucianism, he was finally able to talk endlessly. As a culture that has been passed down for more than 2,000 years, Confucianism naturally has its essence and ideas of the times. It is not in line with dialectics to inherit it completely and completely deny it. Chen Zilong frowned slightly as Liu Sheng criticized the values he had believed in for 20 years, and said some terms that he did not understand, such as universal values and dogma, which made him feel uncomfortable. Brother Xiao has been bewitched by the Kyushu army. How can he make false claims about the saints? Chen Zilong looked unhappy. Liu Ru saw that Liu Sheng could not answer the source of the poem, and he was a little bit contemptuous of Liu Sheng. Hearing Liu Sheng's novel argument, he thought about how to fight against Liu Sheng for Chen Zilong, but for a while, he couldn't figure out how to refute Liu Sheng's statement. Recalling what Liu Sheng said, it was justified and well-founded, and it was completely different from the scholars who had contacted in the past who spared no effort to praise Confucianism and Mencius. There is no delusion here. Confucius and Mencius are enough to be called saints, and my thoughts have been influenced by them so far. But it is a pity that they have been used as a fig leaf for the emperor for a long time. Liu Sheng continued to say, fine, you and I are not in the same class, please come back. Brother Xiao. Chen Zilong was unhappy and Liu Sheng stood up. Then I am waiting to leave. Liu Sheng handed over to Chen Zilong. But this fish Goya saw the smell of gunpowder on both sides, and he was greedy for the Taiyu Sanbai who hadn't moved his chopsticks much, and couldn't help but feel sorry. Girl Goya, I will invite you to eat at a nearby restaurant later. You can order as much as you like. Yu Cheng quickly whispered to Goya. He knew that Liu Sheng rarely failed to control his emotions. This outbreak showed that he was really angry. You are not allowed to go back on what you said. Goya's eyes rolled and he lost the Taiyu Sanbai delicacy, and in exchange for ordering other Taiyu delicacies, it seemed not to be a loss. I listened to you. Yu Cheng just wanted to quickly let Goya leave here. Chen Zilong looked at Liu Sheng and his party leaving the painting boat, and couldn't help but mutter, this person is from the capital, and the capital is the place where the Kyushu army took the lead in implementing the New Deal. It's really terrifying. It's one thing that they don't follow the teachings, and they don't be Confucian sages at all. Now, the world is going down, and people's hearts are not old. Ripples appeared in Liu Rui's eyebrows, still remembering what Liu Sheng said. This man seems to be very different from the Fushes, Jishes and other scholars she has seen. This difference is not the appearance, but the whole thought. It seems that his thoughts are ahead of this era, like a man in the dark. New star. It's just who he is, surname Xiao. No one seems to have been a military attaché at the time. Military owner, you seem to be angry. Yu Cheng was afraid to ask, and only Ella could ask Liu Sheng. Yes. The Confucianism I am studying is not the distorted Confucianism of this era, but the real Confucianism. It is extremely difficult to make them realize this. Liu Sheng sighed helplessly. He is also deeply loved and responsible. Confucianism has a great influence on him, but it is by no means a Confucianism serving feudal ethics. Military owners don't need to be impatient. We have enough time to change everything. If one generation is not enough, there will be 2 generations and 3 generations. As long as we have the right to speak, we can correct Confucianism and make it more suitable for the trend. Tao, you are right, I was too anxious. Liu Sheng left Chen Zilong's painting boat, the lake breeze blew, and he gradually calmed down. I will take you to find a store. I don't believe I can't eat Taiyu Lake. Delicious food. When everyone went to the shore of Taiyu Lake, there were many local shops with flags, and many walking merchants set up stalls here while the Tiger Hills of Taiyu Lake met. The Jiangnan area is already a place where commerce is developed, and there are countless small merchants and hawkers. Will some guest officials come to our shop? We have signature Dingxing cakes here, as well as Taiyu Sanbai, Hebang and other lake fresh foods. Not to mention, a shopkeeper outside solicits business. Seeing that Liu Sheng was taking a few women with her guards, she knew that Liu Sheng must be a big-time prince, and said flatly. Chapter list 744 chapters polarized literati. One more. There are already many scholars in the store where they indulge in drinking, chanting poems and composing verse, and hire fireworks women as their companions, doing their best to be romantic. The shop's second child carries the wine jug and the dishes between the tables. Guardian. This is the steamed white fish you ordered. The shop Xiao carefully served Liu Sheng and the others. Just through Liu Sheng and their clothes, Xiao knew that they were the children of the big family. Well, the little sister I met on the boat did not make it. Delicious. Goya took a sip and couldn't help but say. Yu Cheng glared at Goya. Isn't this all right? Liu Sheng just forgot the argument with Chen Zilong just now, and Goya wanted to mention it again. Humphrey. Goya snorted dissatisfiedly. Liu Sheng was listening casually to the discussions of the scholars in the restaurant. Most of them are discussing the upcoming Hukiu conference, and the topics are more or less inseparable from the Kyushu army that abolished the 8-leg deci. If they knew that Liu Sheng, the commander of the Kyushu army, was in this shop, they would probably fry the pot collectively. Brother Zongking, I heard that 2 or 3 years ago you went to Nanjing to participate in the Yingshan Township examination, and it happened that the Kyushu army attacked Nanjing City, which caused you to miss the township examination. Suddenly Liu Sheng heard the conversation of 3 or 4 students behind him. Oh, this is also good luck. Who would have thought that 10 years of hard work would be the most critical moment when the Ming Dynasty said it would be gone, said the person known as Zongking. The Kyushu army destroyed your oral examination. Your ancestor went to the Nanjing military department servant, and 800 acres of farmland was also confiscated by the Kyushu army at a low price. There is hatred. One of the scholars asked. Where is there no hatred? At first, the Kyushu army confiscated the land and distributed it to the tenant farmers. It only compensated us for some of the money, which led to the separation of our family and the breakdown of various branches. Our branch had to find ways to manage some other farmers. Only by working can survive. Guzongking said. Gujia Guzong knows that Yun seems to have seen this name in a book before. The ancients liked to call each other's font size, so this Zonking is the other's word. What is his real name? I only heard one student ask Guzongking, since Brother Zonking hates the Kyushu army, why did I hear that Brother Zonking is going to Nanjing City to participate in the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences of the Kyushu army in the early autumn? Originally, I was also in dispirited mood. Later, I accidentally turned to the Danxia County maps and records published by the Kyushu army and discovered that besides China, there is such a vast land and sea. It really subverted my previous ideas. You have what I don't know is that a year and a half ago, Suzu Prefecture had already issued the Kyushu Daily News, which was published every half-month. In the past 2 or 3 years, in order to improve the family's situation, I did business from Kunshan to Suzu Prefecture and ordered newspaper boys to deliver newspapers every half-month. For half a year, the Kyushu Daily has recorded which areas the Kyushu army has recently conquered, what progress the Academy of Sciences has made in various disciplines, which section of the railway is under construction, and where the telegraph line has been laid. It is simply unbelievable. Guzongking said. We have also read the Kyushu Daily News. The description above is simply Liao's eye. They said that there are iron carts that can move by themselves, but I have never seen them. There are also electric lights that shine in the night as bright as the day, and neither do I. I've seen it. Everyone came here as a pastime. The other scholars said. Seeing is believing. But I think it's not that there are no such things in the world, but that they have not yet appeared in our Jiangnan. I heard that the construction of these things is very complicated, such as the iron car, and the railway must be built first, and this railway we also need to set up mines and iron smelting plants. After everything is done, the iron car can run. It won't be done in a few years. Guzongking said. Liu Sheng nodded secretly as he listened. The Jiangwei Chief Secretary and the Jiangsu and Zhejiang Chief Secretary are indeed silently opening smelters to make railroad tracks, and telegraph lines are also being laid. However, the important achievements of the Industrial Revolution can only be popularized on a yearly basis. How can it be possible that trains and telegrams will be sent directly without prior preparation? It is estimated that in 2 or 3 years, there will be a steam train with black smoke in the south of the Yangtze River. I hope these scholars will not make any dragon veins or ancestral graves to hinder the train's progress. I think the Kyushu army is filling up our hunger by drawing cakes and pretending to be fools. Brother Gu is better off reading Kyushu army newspapers so as not to suffer from their poison. Also, the Academy of Sciences is not a good place. It is ridiculous to say that the gentleman inside will teach how to build a house and how to teach how to farm in the school. I have never seen such a gentleman or a private school. A scholar said. That is, the private school does not study the 4 books and the 5 classics, but learns some things about tile people and tenant farmers. I think even if you successfully enter the Academy of Sciences, Brother Zonking, you might manage a few fields and dozens of tile people after you come out. The other student also mocked. Dear brothers, agriculture is the foundation of the country. Why is the status of farmers so low that the tile people build houses for us? Why is the status of the tile people so low that they have managed hundreds of millions of acres of land in the world, and the people in the world can eat well and manage well? With the millions of people in the world, the people in the world can have a stable residence. Wouldn't it be a good official? Guzongking said. Brother Zonking is really pedantic. Why don't you need to learn farming to manage the fields? Just leave these things to the subordinates. We scholars only care about self-cultivation and family management. How can we do everything by ourselves? Many students laughed blankly. Guzongking still wanted to say more, but he didn't want to say more. He knew that even if he said more, it would be useless. Now he is separated from the group of like-minded classmates before. Guzong knew that Yan always felt familiar. This person is obviously a more civilized Jiang scholar. Among Jiangnan scholars, polarization began. Most of them opposed the abolition of the eight-legged essay by the Kyushu army and belonged to the old school of scholars. There are a very small number of new school students who are influenced by the Kyushu army, but they are mixed in a large number of old school scholars. They dare not speak out because they are afraid of being regarded as aliens. They are only secretly preparing for the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences. This Guzongking is one of them. Guzongking. Luo Sheng said the name again, suddenly a flash of inspiration. Guyanwu, the word Zongking, because the word happened to be related to the Qing dynasty. After the Qing people entered the pass, they changed Zongking to Ning people. Luo Sheng still clearly remembered his famous saying, everybody is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. The ideas he put forward for applying the rule of the world and restricting the monarchy have great enlightenment significance for later generations, but he did not expect such a historical celebrity to appear here at this time, and he is still a Confucian student in his 20s. Chapter list 745. Chapter Guyanwu, the Great Master. 2 more. Guyanwu, Huang Zongxi, Wang Fuzzy, the three late Ming thinkers. Luo Sheng knew Huang Zongxi had been appointed by Luo Sheng as the dean of the Tokyo Academy, and he was now translating the people into Eastern China. But Wang Fuzzy was still a kid at this time, and Guyanwu was the only one left. Brother Zongking, it's not early. Let's return to the inn first. The scholars at that table had to leave after they had enough food and drink. Will this virtuous brother have a chat with us? Luo Sheng stood up at this moment and invited Guyanwu. Songtai's Guyanwu originally wanted to leave with his companions, but when he saw Luo Sheng, who he didn't know at all, wanted to strike up a conversation by himself. He couldn't help but doubt it. In Xiejingqing, I came to Jiangnan for the first time, and there are some things I want to ask the wise brother. Luo Sheng said, arching his hands. The people from the capital may have a great relationship with the Kyushu army. Brother Zongking should not get involved with them, otherwise they will be cast aside by the Shilin people. A scholar persuaded, you classmates, please go back first. I will stay and see what they have to say. Guyanwu said to his classmates, hey, Brother Zongking has completely changed a person. Several of Guyanwu's classmates could not help whispering when they left. Guyanwu also sat down helplessly. He accepted the new ideas, but couldn't stop at all. He couldn't enter the 4 books and 5 classics anymore. It is estimated that he would not be able to drink with his former classmates again soon. Brother Virtuous, please. I don't know the name of Virtuous brother. Luo Sheng said. Under Jiang, the Kunshan people are just a grassroots now. Guyanwu laughed at himself. It should be correct. At this time, he was not called Guyanwu. Guyanwu was only renamed after the Qing dynasty entered the customs. From what Brother Gus said, it seems that I want to get the admission qualification of the Academy of Sciences of the Kyushu army. I don't know what the wise brother thinks. Luo Sheng asked. Actually, I am also selfish. The Kyushu army currently has only one examination room in Nanjing in the Jiangwei Chief Secretary and the Jiangzuan Zhejiang Chief Secretary. This year is the second entrance examination. The number of people is already higher than that of the first year. The later you will participate, if you enter the Academy of Sciences one step ahead of time, your official career will be one step faster in the future. Guyanwu said. Ha ha. Brother Gus' idea is not wrong. If a person has the ability to be used in the world, who doesn't want to be in an important position so that he can give full play to his abilities? Luo Sheng said. Selfism is one aspect, and on the other hand, I bought the assessment textbooks from the government. I studied day and night and was deeply influenced by it. I felt that the new learning was very interesting. This time the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences, I have a complete grasp. Guyanwu is confident to say, I don't know what Brother Ge plans to do after he succeeds in his new studies. Luo Sheng asked tentatively. Of course, it is to rule the country and the world. and work for the well-being of all people. I also want to go to the north to see the tin cars, electric lights, and telegraphs that really exist. Guyan Wu said with fullness. What kind of light is a tin car, and what is a telegraph? Asked Goya, who was awkwardly fiddling with his chopsticks. Not only Goya, but even Xiao Xiao looked at Liu Sheng curiously. Guyan Wu noticed Xiao Xiao and others on the side. When he saw Xiao Xiao, a woman born in Jiangnan, he couldn't help but glance again. But because of the reservedness of the scholar, he quickly turned his attention away. A tin wagon is a train powered by coal. It is also called a tin car because the body of the load is made of steel. This tin car is faster and more stable on the rails than a wagon, and I don't know how hard it is. Liu Sheng simply said. The introduction of a person who didn't know the train made Guyan Wu listen with gusto. If there is such a miraculous thing in the world that drives it to use grain and grass, the 100,000 army will use grain and grass in the morning, and there will be no rebellion. Guyan Wu couldn't help but think of using trains in the military. Not only that, using the goods can save foot effort and benefit the people. Liu Sheng said. Afterwards, Liu Sheng introduced to Guyan Wu some things that had already begun to spread in the north, and said that these new things would soon appear in the south of the Yangtze River. And Guyan Wu was even more surprised at the table. Not only Guyan Wu, but even Xiao Xiao and Goya were fascinated by it, as if Liu Sheng was like a storyteller, telling them about magical things. After listening to what Xungtai said, I became more determined to get the admission qualification of the Academy of Sciences. I don't know what Xungtai does, but I know how many things, and the principles are so detailed, which is more abundant than the description of Kyushu daily. Guyan Wu asked. I used to stay in the Academy of Sciences for a while, so I know a little bit about it. If Brother Ge can be admitted to the Academy of Sciences in the future, we might still be able to meet in Beijing. Liu Sheng said to Guyan Wu. If this is true, I will definitely come to visit and discuss new learning with Xungtai. Guyan Wu heard that Liu Sheng had been in the Academy of Sciences, and couldn't help being envious. It's easy to say. Seeing that Guyan Wu had accepted the new study at this time, Liu Sheng couldn't help but be grateful that a generation of masters had been introduced on the right track, and he might be able to become a master of the Academy of Sciences in the future, or a good official. Guyan Wu saw that Liu Sheng was proficient in new learning, so he discussed with Liu Sheng some doubts in the entrance examination textbooks of the Academy of Sciences. Liu Sheng had to answer questions, so that Guyan Wu regarded Liu Sheng as half a god. About an hour and a half later, Liu Sheng and the others got up to leave, and the invited Guyan Wu reluctantly bid farewell to Liu Sheng and the others. Military Lord, I think you seem to value the scholar very much. In that case, why not directly arrange him to enter the Academy of Sciences? It was created by you personally. Arranging a person to enter is just a matter of one sentence. Yu Cheng, after Guyan Wu left, asked suspiciously. At the beginning of the establishment of the Academy of Sciences, there were no written regulations for entering the Academy of Sciences. Naturally, it is convenient to cultivate a group of new-style talents as soon as possible. But now that we have announced to the world that we must pass the entrance examination to be eligible to enter the Academy of Sciences, then I can't continue to be arbitrary. If I break this rule for one person, future officials will rush to follow suit, and the Academy of Sciences will become another place for party and private business. Liu Sheng said. What if he fails the assessment? Yu Cheng asked. It depends on his luck. Luck is also part of his strength, not to mention that I have already mentioned him. Liu Sheng said meaningfully. He was also involved in the textbooks for the entrance examination of the Academy of Sciences. Just now, he and Guyan Wu had already shed some light on the questions, and it was still up to him to see how far he could go. Xiao Xiao feels like she has walked through the back door. You are different. That was my promise 5 years ago. There was no such rule at the time, Liu Sheng said. Chapter List 746 Chapter Tiger Hill Conference 3 Shifts. Huqiu Mountain is at the northwest corner of Suzhou City, a short distance from the shore of Taiyu Lake. The Jiangnan scholars who arrived early yesterday went to Taiyu Lake to play, and almost all the Jiangnan scholars had arrived at Qiuqiu Mountain the next day. It was an unprecedented event. Luo Sheng believed that with the merchants and servants, there were as many as tens of thousands of people here. In ancient times, apart from uprisings, scenes where people spontaneously formed empty alleys were extremely rare. Qiuqiu Mountain is only 10 feet high and not too big. 10,000 people suddenly swarmed in, and there were huge crowds on and at the foot of the mountain. In addition, the scholars talked loudly, making it even more noisy. Some scholars who were unable to go up the mountain had to sit on the ground at the foot of the mountain, feeling contented. I think most of these young talents are just blindly following the crowd. They don't know what to do when they get here, so they regard this literary gathering as a trip to relax and call for friends. I thought that illiterate people would only this, but in fact everyone is like this. Luo Sheng saw the noisy scholars. He believed that as long as he gave him dozens of musketeers, he would be able to disperse them. My lord, why are we here? We don't know these people, so we might as well find some delicious food. Goya said dissatisfiedly. We are here to do things. Luo Sheng smiled. Fighting up. Goya heard this. Then I want to join. Yes, and maybe you will become the protagonist today, Luo Sheng said. Because Ella's long golden hair was too conspicuous, Luo Sheng told her other things, so she didn't follow. Luo Sheng took Xiao Xiaoua, Goya, and Yu Cheng and several other guards, who looked like big brothers traveling with the beauties and the family. Get out of the way. Yu Cheng led people to open the road ahead, squeezing out the scholars blocking the mountain road. Seeing that Yu Cheng and the others were so fierce and evil that they were not easy to provoke Luo Sheng, they obediently let in a passage, and Luo Sheng and others entered the mountain gate proudly. After this mountain gate, there is a second mountain gate, Broken Beam Hall, which is also overcrowded. Brother Xiao heard a voice, and Luo Sheng went back to his reputation. It was Guyanwu who he saw yesterday. Luo Sheng also called Guyanwu Xiaoyan, and Xiao Xiaoua temporarily became Luo Sheng's younger sister. I didn't expect Miss Xiao to also come. Guyanwu squeezed over in the crowd, saw Luo Sheng and Xiao Xiaoua, and quickly saluted. Since I have come to Suzhou City, how can I miss this Qiuqiu Mountain event? When I saw Jiangnan scholars gathered here today, I couldn't help feeling that this Jiangnan is really full of talents. Luo Sheng looked very relaxed, and several guards blocked him. Drive the crowd around. Guyanwu saw that there were a few more family members around Luo Sheng, and he was surprised. Brother Xiao is after a big merchant. No, Luo Sheng didn't say clearly, but asked Guyanwu, Brother Gu, this Qiuqiu Mountain is crowded with tens of thousands of people, and it is too noisy. How do you compare articles? Guyanwu laughed dumbfounded after hearing this. Brother Xiao doesn't know something. Those of us who are influential scholars can find something at random at the foot of the mountain or the forest road between the mountains, bring fine wine, spread a straw mat, and sit on the ground. Influential scholars are gathering at the Tiger Hill Pagoda on Qiuqiu Mountain at this moment. Those people are scarce. There are basically only 1 or 2 people who are eligible to go to the Tiger Hill Pagoda in each cultural society. So that's the case. Luo Sheng looked at the most conspicuous Qiuqiu Pagoda in Qiuqiu Mountain, which was more than 10 feet high. It seems that it doesn't take much time to find them. These people are all the people I need to take care of. Let's go to Qiuqiu Pagoda to see the influential scholars. Luo Sheng was interested, and wanted to see who were working in Qiuqiu Pagoda. I still have to accompany my former classmates and friends. I will not accompany him. But I also want to remind Brother Xiao that there are members of various cultural institutions under the Tiger Hill Tower. They may not let Brother Xiao enter the Tiger Hill Tower. Guyanwu said. Thank you Brother Gu for reminding us that we can only pay homage under the tower. Luo Sheng smiled slightly. If Guyanwu knew his true intentions, he wouldn't know if he would pass out on the spot. Luo Sheng and his party bid farewell to Guyanwu and came to the foot of the Tiger Hill Pagoda. Sure enough, they saw a group of scholars guarding the wind under the tower to prevent other people from approaching. Military owner, they are careful thinking, it seems we can't get in. Yu Cheng said. Their trick is just like that. We are waiting outside here. I'm really curious about who is involved. Liu Sheng didn't rush, but sat on the ground like other scattered scholars outside Huqiu Mountain, patiently waiting for the people in the Huqiu Tower to disperse. Many of the people meeting in the Tiger Hill Pagoda were leaders of the cultural society, and most of the scholars outside listened to them. Basically, as long as you take them away, the followers will get rid of them. My lord, aren't we here to make trouble? Why are we sitting here all the time? Goya said depressedly. Wait patiently, there will be a good show later, Liu Sheng said. At this time, two men in blue shirts came from the bottom of the mountain, and a few men followed them, squeezing away the crowd. Brothers Yuo, we won't be in Huqiu Tower to conspire with them, one of the men asked the other. What is there to chat with them? No matter which clan they want to hold, it is just a banner. When we arrive at Huqiu Pagoda, we may be spotted by people from the intelligence department. We must know that the intelligence department is out of sight. That's right. How is the person who assassinated Liu Sheng? Zhuo Liang asked. I have found a few dead men here. Loyalty is definitely not a problem, and I will try to secretly get a few pistols from our Jiangxi Chief Secretary's security forces to fight for death. Liu Liang Zhuo said. It is not to fight for death, but to succeed in the assassination, otherwise we will all be killed by Xinjiang. Zhuo Liang said. Yes, Liu Liang Zhuo said. Neither of them had seen Liu Sheng with their own eyes, so passing by Liu Sheng did not find that the person they wanted to assassinate was far away in front of the sky. Liu Sheng didn't know what Zhuo Liang and Liu Liang Zhuo looked like. He just glanced curiously at the passing Zhuo Liang and Liu Liang Zhuo. Zhuo Liang and Liu Liang Zhuo also found a place to sit down, waiting for the end of the Tiger Hill conference. After waiting for more than half an hour, the foot of the mountain was not flat again. After a while, a woman brought a few people straight to the Tiger Hill Tower, making trouble all the way. What's going on? Did the government send a servant? Some scholars ran up from the mountain, and disturbed the scholars under Huqiu Tower. Chen Zilong's wife from several companies came to him, saying that he had other women outside and was making trouble, said the scholar who ran up the mountain. Chapter list 747. Chapter conflict in Tiger Hill Tower. 4 more. Chen Zilong, come out for me and that mean woman. A woman in a white shirt was crying and shouting under the Tiger Hill Pagoda, and under the Tiger Hill Pagoda, the gentleman of the wind stopped her and did not let her enter the Tiger Hill Pagoda. Girl, there are celebrities from Jiangnan, you can't go in. The people who stopped her said. What Jiangnan celebrities? I think they are romantic. Tell the goddamn Chen Zilong to come out and see me. The white-shirted woman was still crying bitterly, and several servants she brought to help her block these scholars. Please don't make trouble again, girls, in the public. Don't you want to be a girl with a good reputation? The scholars from the Zongjai Society stood up to persuade these scholars. You don't threaten me. He's messing with flowers and grass outside. My fame is always unprotected. It's better to make this matter a big deal. Let's all die together. Oh, the white-shirted woman cried. Tao. Liu Sheng was dumbfounded, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing at the Huqiu conference. It's probably because Chen Zilong and Liu Ru are ambiguous, and they are caught up by the original partner at this time. Liu Sheng saw that the white-shirted woman was about 22 years old. She looked pretty, but she was still far behind Liu Rushi. But if Chen Zilong can't stand the temptation because of this, it's not immune. My lord, is this what you're talking about? Doing things really exciting? Goya thought that Liu Sheng had done this, and said excitedly. You can't afford me too much. Liu Sheng wondered how he could produce an ethical drama. I heard that the white-shirted woman was originally the daughter of Zhang Gijuan, the prefect of Sheoyang Prefecture, Boqing Prefecture, Huguang City, and was the wife of Chen Zilong. Later, after Chen Zilong became acquainted with the geisha Liu Ruai, she became increasingly indifferent to her and rarely went home. I think this time Zhang's chasing here. I'm afraid it's not a fuss. This is not unrelated to the Jiang family. Chen Zilong wanted to take a concubine, but the Jiang family refused, so Chen Zilong ran to Taiyu, Nanjing and other places. Some scholars around who knew Chen Zilong's family whispered, "I can't believe it." When I saw the appearance of young Master Chen and Miss Liu that day, I thought it was unexpected, Xiao Xiaoua said in surprise. She was far away in Yizhou for a long time, and she was not bound by too many feudal etiquettes, so she was very puzzled. This is their private matter after all. It is inconvenient for us outsiders to intervene. Let's see how Chen Zilong responds. Liu Sheng has not forcibly promoted the prohibition of concubine, otherwise it is afraid that it will cause a greater sensation, and the reform is being implemented step by step. In other words, whether Chen Zilong can accept a concubine depends on Zhang's disagreement, and Zhang's disagreement has nothing to do with him. Jiang clan had been under the Tiger Hill Pagoda for a while. Seeing Chen Zilong hiding in there, he dared not come out, still weeping, stopped here and did not leave. Now there are three groups of Liu Sheng, Zhuo Liangyu, and Jiang under the Tiger Hill Pagoda, all waiting for the end of the Tiger Hill Conference. Outside the Huqiu Pagoda, the sages of the wind were all frowning. After Chen Zilong came out, the Jiang clan's riot in the Huqiu Pagoda was going to spread in the Shilin, and none of them had a bright face. Around noon, the people who met in the Tiger Hill Pagoda finally came out. Chen Zilong Jiang was the first to rush in, and with the assistance of several Jiading, it turned out to be like a broken bamboo. Ouch! The first person to walk out of the Tiger Hill Tower was knocked down by Jiang and fell to the ground, but this person was Qian. Old Qian, are you okay? Several scholars hurriedly helped Qian up. Where are you who killed 1,000 knives? Jiang looked for Chen Zilong among the crowd, and soon she saw Chen Zilong deliberately dodge in the crowd. Next to Chen Zilong, there was a man in a green shirt, but the man had fine features, but he was a woman disguised as a man. "Oh, you bitch, seduce my husband." Jiang, as a woman, knew at a glance that Liu Ruai was there, and slapped Liu Ru with a resounding slap in the face. Liu Ru was holding his hot cheeks, tears rolling in his eyes. There are no scholars around who are willing to come forward to help at this time. They are all too dirty for fear of damaging their reputation. Chen Zilong was terrified and could only look at all this weakly madam, in the crowd. "You shut up and don't want the original partner at home, but you come out to hook up the vixen. What kind of talent are you?" Jiang pointed to Chen Zilong's nose and cursed, "Today I will kill this little bitch in front of you." Liu Ru looked around at the eyes of the people around her, and he was full of contempt for her. Her identity determines that it is her who is wrong anyway. No one would be willing to tarnish his reputation to help her say even a good thing. "I want you to seduce the man. I want to kill you." Jiang once again stepped forward and slapped Liu like a slap in the face. "This sister, you are too much. My father said, one slap can't make a sound. Why don't you trouble your husband? But you want to bully a 15 or 6-year-old woman." Goya didn't know when he passed by and stopped Jiang. "Who are you who dare to speak for this little bitch? You pull her away." Jiang was furious, and motioned to several Jiading to take Goya. When Jiading was about to catch Goya, a burly figure drove several Jiadings back. "My aunt, please don't cause any troubles, it's all messed up here." Yu Cheng stood up and complained to Goya. Because Goya stepped forward, Liu Sheng and the others had a tendency to get involved in Chen Zilong's family affairs, and they didn't know if it would affect their next plans. It's Liu Ruai recognized the two people, Goya and Yu Cheng, who he saw on the Taiyu Lake yesterday, and then looked around, and he found Liu Sheng who was standing under the tree gently shaking the jade fan. If Yu Cheng is Liu Sheng's family member, does he stand up and ask if there is Liu Sheng behind him? "Why are you who want to shelter a ninth-rate person?" Jiang cried sternly when he saw Goya and Yu Cheng stand up. "Mrs. Jiang, we probably already know the reason for this matter. The so-called honest officials are difficult to cut off their housework. We were unwilling to intervene in the grievances between you, but my little girl is impatient. Seeing you beat people in public, you are too aggressive." Block. "It's better for Mrs. Jiang, you and young Master Chen to go down and clarify things. If you clarify things clearly, those who should cut off contact should cut off contact, otherwise it will be the opposite. Luo Sheng had to walk over and say, when Chen Zilong saw Luo Sheng coming, he couldn't help being ashamed. Not long ago, he was arguing with Luo Sheng on Taiyu Lake, but now Luo Sheng saw the joke in public. Where do you outsiders take care of the things of our Chen family? Zhang still persisted. Housework can be ignored, but the matter of beating in public has to be taken care of. Luo Sheng said, yes, we just want to take care of it. Goya also stood up when she saw Luo Sheng supporting her. Girl Goya, be careful, Yu Cheng suddenly shouted. A bang sounded under the Tiger Hill Pagoda. Chapter list 748. Chapter a gunshot 5 more. It's the sound of gunfire. The scholars under Hukyu Tower all shrank into a ball in horror, looking for the source of the gunfire. Yu Cheng, are you okay? Luo Sheng looked at Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng covered his right arm and said with a pale face, hit a gunshot wound. Yu Goya's face was bloodless, but she was pale because she saw Yu Cheng was injured. There was blood oozing out of Yu Cheng's right arm, which was dyed red. Yu Cheng was in front of her just now, otherwise she was probably the one who was shot. Protect your lord. Yu Cheng gritted his teeth and let several other guards cover Luo Sheng and others back into the surrounding forest. Everyone on the scene is very scared. People in Jiangnan know how terrible the musket can kill people from a long distance. Qianqiani hurriedly returned to Hukyu Pagoda with a group of Donglin party and Fush people. The Jiang clan who was making trouble at Hukyu Pagoda was also frightened by the guns and hid in Hukyu Pagoda with them. Zhuo Liangyu and Liu Liang Zhuo took their men into the forest on the other side, and the other scholars also sought refuge. Brother Zhuo, you hired Liu Liang. Zhuo looked at Zhuo Liangyu. How could it be possible that Luo Sheng is in Nanjing? I asked an assassin to come here to do something. Aren't you afraid to stun the snakes? Zhuo Liangyu said. This is really strange. Who would bring a musket here? Liu Liang Zhuo and Zhuo Liangyu looked at each other. A musket rang again, and the bullet fell on the edge of the forest where Luo Sheng and the others were. Luo Sheng hid behind a tree, observing the situation outside. Big bad guy, you will be fine. Ugoya couldn't help sobbing when he saw that you became a protector and was injured. Isn't it just that an arm is scrapped? What's the big deal? Yu Cheng said laboriously. I learned some medical techniques from the Song Dynasty and the Atile tribe, but I don't know how to deal with gunshot wounds. Xiao Xiaoua saw Yu Cheng's clothes soaked with blood. Her pretty face turned pale, and it was obvious that Yu Cheng's injury exceeded her imagination. It's no big deal for the big husband, Marmaj, if he is dead. Yu Cheng gasped out of breath, and his tone gradually became inaudible. Promise me before I die and I won't be messy in the future. No, you can't die, Goya cried with tears. Luo Sheng couldn't stand it anymore, and kicked Yu Cheng in the past. He's dead, my lord. Why are you still doing this to him? Goya said to Luo Sheng, crying when he saw Luo Sheng's corpse kicked by more than a while. Here are my own people, don't pretend to be dead. Luo Sheng said. Yes, I stand up momentarily. Goya saw Yu Cheng, who had come back from the dead, was frightened, then choked, cried out again with a wow. You Han people are always cheating. My lord, what's going on? Xiao Xiaoua was confused by the fuss. Look at what this is. Luo Sheng asked Yu Cheng to take out a wet cloth with blood on it. This is fresh pig blood this morning, creating an illusion of being shot in a hurry. The sound of the gun sounded. When everyone sees someone falling down, they will think that someone has been shot. Where can I tell the truth from the false? In this way, the person who fired the gun was also at your command. Xiao Xiaoua asked. Yes, the first shot was just shot into the air, and it didn't hurt anyone. The second shot was even more pretentious. Luo Sheng couldn't comment. Why do you want to do this, my lord? Xiaoua doesn't understand why you want to pretend to attack Goya's sister. Xiao Xiaoua's eyes became even more confused. Because I wanted to create an incident to punish a group of people. Today, a gangster wanted to assassinate an envoy from the Atile tribe in Yizu, trying to create chaos. Fortunately, this conspiracy did not succeed. After the incident, Our Jiangwei chief secretary dispatched a servant. Fourth, the corps dispatched an army to arrest the assassins and pulled out a group of people behind. It turns out that their purpose of assassinating the Atile envoys was to put pressure on the court and force the court to restore the eight-leg Desi. They went slanting and used extreme methods. It was really hateful. It should have been. All were executed. But for the sake of the envoys' safety and the numerous accomplices, I decided to assign the principal offenders to work on deserted islands in the South Seas, and the servants were sent back to their hometowns, and they would not be allowed to form a party for private business in the future. Luo Sheng said with pace. Xiao Xiaoyu bit her thin lip lightly. Although Xiaoyu doesn't know who the adults are going to deal with, Sister Goya is innocent. You can't easily involve her in politics. Please don't worry about this. People who want to add to the crime know nothing. People who understand that they will not say it clearly. All they want to block is the leisurely voice. Luo Sheng said, as compensation, I can do what I can. Satisfy Goya's wish. Really? Goya stopped sobbing and pointed at Yu Cheng. Then I will kill him. Luo Sheng looked at Yu Cheng. Auntie, I was wrong. You should change your wish. Yu Cheng was a little scared. The Huqiu Pagoda fired guns and shot people. This incident quickly spread throughout the Huqiu mountain. The thousands of students and other people gathered here were in an uproar. Even the security forces in Suzhou City were alarmed. There are assassins here and there. For your safety, leave quickly. Suzhou General Soldier Lu Zizing took a head catcher to disperse the literati who gathered in Huqiu Mountain. At this time, the General Soldier has become a sheriff, and there is a problem with the public order of Suzhou City, and he will not escape the blame if it is not handled well. No, this Lu Zi knows us. If he finds out that we are here, it might expose our plan. Zhuo Liangyu and Liu Liangzuo hid in the group of scholars and fled down the mountain. The entire Huqiu mountain was in chaos, and it was all sergeants who had fled. Qian Qiani and others could not think of a gunshot that completely caused them to hold the Tiger Hill conference. They didn't even have time to announce to the scholars that other cultural agencies had announced that they had been merged into the Fushor, and then they had to co-sign with 10,000 people. The letter requested the Kyushu army to restore the eight-leg Desi. Luo Sheng stood on the hillside watching the scholars leaving Huqiu Mountain in a hurry. This son, no, this lord, do I know too many of your secrets? Liu Ruai said desperately from the side. She was rescued by Goya just now and stayed with them all the time. She was forced to listen to Luo Sheng's plan, and she was even ready to be killed. I will arrange for someone to guard you before the matter is over. I will not sacrifice your life for the sake of conspiracy. Your experience and identity are very special. You may wish to change your name and start a new life in the future. It is not impossible if you want to examine the Academy of Sciences. Yes, I think the people that can accept you more. Luo Sheng thought for a while, and like Yan Wu, since they are all people whose names Luo Sheng knows, let's give them a good luck. Chapter 749 Strict Investigation. One more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Suzhou General Soldier Lu Zion knocked at the Lord Military Master. I don't know why the Lord Monarch suddenly appeared in Suzhou City, making his subordinates feel terrified. Lu Zizing brought a group of headhunters to see Luo Sheng, and was shocked by Luo Sheng. When Luo Sheng revealed his identity, they once wondered if someone had confessed to it, but Lu Zi thought that the military master would visit Nanjing City in person, and it would not be impossible for him to arrive in Suzhou City, which is not too far away from Nanjing City. Coupled with the fact that people from the intelligence department were also present at the scene after the firearm incident, it was considered that Luo Sheng's identity was confirmed. You don't need to be polite. This time I heard that literati in the south of the Yangtze River gathered in Suzhou City Huqiu to discuss poems and books with each other, and deliberately brought envoys from the mountain tribes of Yizu to see the grand event in the Chinese literary world. But I didn't expect it to happen. Someone secretly assassinated the Yizu envoy with a musket. which really disappointed me. I always thought Jiangnan was a gentle place. Luo Sheng said regretfully. Lu Zizing was even more frightened. A musket case happened under his rule, and the assassin used a musket to kill in front of Luo Sheng. He is the sheriff of Jiangsu City, and if there is a public security incident, he must be blamed. Not only him, but some other officials in Suzhou Prefecture will inevitably be implicated. Subordinates are found guilty. Ask the army to take charge of the crime. Lu Xian's face was bloodless, and his body was covered in cold sweat, ready to be dismissed and sent out. Luo Sheng waved his hand. Before convicting the crime, catch the assassin first. You brought the head catcher and the servant to come. Have you found out? Yes. The subordinates originally led hundreds of head catchers and yeomen to station at the foot of the mountain to prevent turmoil in the gathering of scholars. So they brought people there as soon as they heard the gunshots. However, there were so many scholars in Huqiu Mountain, and they were panicked just now. During this period, thousands of scholars rushed for their lives. On the way, no one had ever seen anyone leave the place with a musket. Lu Xian replied, they might use a pistol, so it's not impossible to hide it. Luo Sheng sternly ordered, we must investigate this matter carefully. This matter will be led by the intelligence office and assisted by the Suzhou government office. In addition, I will dispatch. The fourth corps came from Nanjing City, even if it was Suzhou City, digging 3 feet to find the assassin. Do you understand? Yes, yes, Lu Zi replied conclusively. Also, the assassin is very likely to be among the scholars participating in the Huqiu conference, and the focus is on them. Luo Sheng said again. Yes, Lu Zizing agreed, but there were thousands of scholars participating in the Huqiu conference. It is difficult to investigate all of them clearly. In this era, there is no fingerprint recognition and surveillance video. Basically, it can only rely on on-site surveys and inquiries about the scholars participating in the meeting. It is simply a matter of suffering from the inquiries of thousands of scholars. The news of the assassination of Huqiu Mountain soon spread like wildfire, shocking the entire city of Suzhou, and then the chief secretary of Jiangwei and Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Everyone turned their attention to Suzhou City. How did the army master go to Suzhou City? Zhang Yandeng, the civil affairs officer of the Jiangwei chief secretary, got up after learning the news, and the brush in his hand fell on the ground. Since Luo Sheng met with him the next day, he has been kept behind closed doors. If there is any news, it is the Suzhou incident. Master Zhang, it's okay. 1 battalion of the 4th Corps is going to Suzhou Mansion. An official from the Jiangwei chief secretary hurried into the office gate. The 4th Corps was mobilized for no reason. All the senior officials of the Jiangwei chief secretary stood up. Although the 4th Corps is a conventional army established by the Kyushu Army, it is directly dispatched by the military headquarters without the approval of the Jiangwei chief secretary. But unless something major happens, it is impossible to leave the defense zone easily. Only Luo Sheng, the commander of the Kyushu army, could mobilize the 4th Corps to leave the defense zone. This assassin must have angered the army owner, otherwise the regular army will not be called to search for it. Through the transfer of the 4th Corps, all the officials can infer Luo Sheng's attitude. Damn assassins, they really dared to kill people in front of the army leader in Suzhou City. An official from the Jiangwei chief secretary hammered the table fiercely. If I know who is behind the assassin, I must kill him. Some officials jumped. I don't know how much this matter will be involved. Maybe the entire Jiangwei chief secretary will be affected by it. Zhang Yandeng saw that his subordinates reacted fiercely, and he was also impatient. Prepare the carriage, and the old man is going to Suzhou City to meet with the army owner. Master Zhang, your body. When an official saw that his boss Zhang Yandeng was going to Suzhou City in person, he couldn't help worrying whether the body of his nearly 70-year-old would be able to bear it. This case may cause a sensation in Jiangnan, and the old man has to go to Suzhou Mansion. Zhang Yandeng realized the seriousness of the problem. As the chief executive of the Jiangwei chief secretary, he must try his best to control the impact of this incident. The Blue Jade case of Emperor Hongwu suffered more than 10,000 people who were killed by gangs. If Luo Sheng learned from Emperor Hongwu for this, the consequences would be disastrous. 2 days later, The Jiazi Daily published in Jiangnan provinces published the case, saying that when Liu Sheng met with the envoy of the Yizu mountain tribe, someone tried to assassinate the envoy in front of Liu Sheng in order to achieve an ulterior secret. The Suzu government is investigating. As the incident fermented, residents in various cities in the south of the Yangtze River became aware of the assassination case, and the sales of the Kyushu Daily, which was officially recorded on the matter, reached a new high, with almost one hand in hand. Yizu is a part of our China. The envoys from there are our citizens. Someone wants to assassinate their citizens with a musket. Who is so frantic? The assassin chose to do it at the Huqiu conference. Will it be related to the people present at the time? The newspaper said that the army owner was on the scene at that time. If it weren't for the guards led by the army owner to block the gun in time, maybe the envoy from Yizu would be killed. It's really hateful. You used a musket to kill someone in Suzu City. If you catch the murderer, you must tie him to a rock and sink him into Taiyu Lake. The streets of Suzu City are full of people talking about the assassination of Huqiu Mountain. There are still many patrols on the streets. Liu Sheng brought people in plain clothes to check public opinion in Suzu City. Military owner, almost all the residents are condemning the murderer. Our goal has been achieved. Can we start arresting the conspirators and then label them assassinating envoys? Ella, who had disappeared for a while, appeared again in Liu Sheng around. Is the intelligence department locked on the target? Liu Sheng asked. Yes, we have identified some targets before, plus the people who appeared in the Tiger Hill conference, basically can be caught in one swoop. Ira replied. Then start closing the internet cafe. Liu Sheng said coldly. None of them want to run away. Chapter 750 Arrest begins 2 more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Qianqiani in Lirayuan, Chengshu County, Suzu Prefecture. Qianqiani was lying on the bed. The Huqiu conference was destroyed by a gunshot from an unknown source, and the government was catching assassins again. All the scholars who were present at that time were in danger, and many people had been taken by the government to talk. Discussing the rebellion was delayed because of this. Qianqiani was angry at the thought of this incident, and fell ill as a result. Who are you? But you know that this is the Qian mansion. How can you trespass in the house of the former Minister of Rights? Several families shouted in the front yard. We are looking for Qianqiani. Can he be at home? A group of arresters surrounded Qianqiani's house, and one of the heads of the intelligence department said, Master is naturally there, but he doesn't necessarily want to see you. Jiading said, go in and take him away. The person from the intelligence department said, and the Suzu arrester behind him immediately took action, and the gangster knocked out the house of Qian's house and rushed into Qianqiani's house. The person in the intelligence office said, Master Qian, come with us. You a member of the Kyushu army? Qianqiani had heard the family in the front yard arguing with the visitor, but he was lying in bed and couldn't escape at all. Here is Wai Long, a member of the intelligence department of the Kyushu army. We suspect that you are related to the assassination of Huqiu Mountain. Please follow us to the Suzu mansion Yamen. After the visitor had finished speaking, Qianqiani had not waited for Qianqiani's response, and he was taken away. The arrests of the Kyushu army are being carried out in Suzu, Hangzhou, Nanjing and other places. Many people have been imprisoned for suspected assassination of envoys. Hundreds of people have been arrested. This has pushed this incident into a storm. Almost everyone is waiting for the follow-up of this matter. Brothers Yuo, this time the big thing is not good. Qianqiani and others were arrested by the Suzu government and imprisoned in Suzu City. Liu Liangzuo and Zuo Liang were stranded in Suzu with their subordinates. Now the city of Suzu is under the control of the soldiers of the 4th Corps, and there are head catchers everywhere in Suzu. Even if the two want to leave, it is not so easy. Zuo Liang's expression was ugly to the extreme. Although the Kyushu army was hunting for assassins in the south of the Yangtze River, almost all the people arrested were in the Huqiu pagoda. Maybe ordinary people in Suzu don't know the connection between them, but Zuo Liang and Liu Liangzuo know that these arrested people are people they want to conspire. The arrest of the Kyushu army was targeted, not just grabbing people for questioning. We leave Suzu City as soon as possible. This place has become a long-term tiger's lair. The Kyushu army has clearly known the news of our attempt to rise. Zhuo Liang said uncomfortably. Are you saying we might be exposed? Liu Liang Zhuo's face was extremely pale. It's not possible. It's already exposed. Zhuo Liang took the shotgun on the table and fired. Follow me, it won't be too late. Maybe it's just that the rotten scholars who openly appeared in Hukyu Mountain were caught by the Kyushu army. We commanders and royal family members have not been discovered yet. Liu Liang Zhuo said. Idiot. Once someone is caught, you will definitely confess. Not everyone is hard bones. If you want to die, you will stay in Suzu City and wait for the news. I have to go one step ahead. Zhuo Liang took a few of them. The man went downstairs. Liu Liang Zhuo saw Zhuo Liang leading people away, and was anxious to follow. Soldiers from the 4th Corps of the Kyushu army were guarding the entrances and exits of Suzu City, interrogating the people of Suzu who entered and exited the city. Who are you? The soldier armed with a musket stopped Zhuo Liang and Liu Liang Zhuo and saw that they were all big men, and asked suspiciously. We are businessmen who live in Hangzhou and come to Suzu to do business. Now that we have something at home, we are anxious to return to Hangzhou. Zhuo Liang said. Do you have a household registration certificate? Asked the soldier who asked them. Since the Kyushu army took control of the Jiangnan area, it has begun to implement household registration certificates, requiring every household to register with the government. Yes, Zhuo Liang took out his household registration certificate. He is a general soldier in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and it is easy to obtain a household registration certificate from his subordinates. Zhang Erquan. Seeing that there was no problem with the household registration certificate, the interrogated soldier said to them, you can go. Zhuo Liang and Liu Liang Zhuo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But when they were about to leave, a group of soldiers came and surrounded them. Zhuo Liang and Liu Liang Zhuo, do you still want to leave? One of them said. You admitted the wrong person. Zhuo Liang didn't dare to move, his mouth was still quibbling, but in his heart the Kyushu army was able to call out their names, and everything was over. Hey, come with us and you will know if you have admitted the wrong person. Under the threat of the soldiers' muskets, Zhuo Liang, Liu Liang Zhuo, and the dead men they led could only be caught obediently. The jail in Suzu City is overcrowded, most of them captured by the Kyushu army recently. Oh my god, I haven't seen so many prisoners since I was a jailer in Suzu Mansion. There are hundreds of them, isn't it? It is said that they are all related to the assassination of the envoys. They were prisoners who were arrested by the commander himself. The prisoners are so busy, but we are. It is tiring to distribute meals to hundreds of people. Several jailers prepared meals for the prisoners on one side, while discussing about the prisoners in Suzu City Jail on the other side. It's okay to give them a spoonful of rice. The point is that most of the prisoners inside are scholars. They are noisy and yelling, all of which are annoying to listen to. These jailers pushed the carts to transport buckets of food to the prison. The moment I opened the door, there was really noisy inside. You villains, let us go out quickly. We have nothing to do with the assassination of the envoy. The Kyushu army arrested good people indiscriminately, and we literati and sorrows gathered in Hukyu Mountain. Why should we be guilty? Why are we suspected of having assassins in Hukyu Mountain? My ancestor was the minister of ceremonies during the Jiajing period. Our family has a huge influence in Suzu City. Don't think that our family will give up. What a cow unto a thief, who wants to exterminate us scholars without saying that the stereotyped article is abolished, shouted one by one. I said you will save your energy. I have been a jailer in Suzu Mansion for so many years. Who is an adulterer who doesn't say he is wronged? A jailer irritably pushed a bowl of thick rice into the wooden prison. How do I want people to swallow this thick rice? Kiani couldn't help but frown as he watched the wooden bowl that the jailer pushed in was filled with inferior brown rice. Where does the government have so much money to support you who are doing evil? You know it. Some meals are one meal. Maybe this is your last meal. The jailer rolled his eyes.